Now he knows where we are.
I turned my car on.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Bye!
Hey, I'm too short.
It's impossible to steer this one. I don't think it's an on. I can't even win it. You can't even start your car. Are you okay? Yo, my dog was just sleeping and fell off the bed.
God, that thing scares me every time!
Let's get my knife out. Let's cut shit. Oh. How old are you?
Do you want to smash?
Sure, but you bring the carrot. He's 58, by the way. What? God damn it!
Oh. It was my headphones. Oh.
I can't even get the phone.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I didn't think he would have. What?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. He's doing my head. You're gonna make me lose. You're gonna make me die! Oh my god, he's looking weird. Stop it. Dude, go lay down.
I played a pirate in one of my D&D campaigns.
Oh yeah, you were Scottish pirate.
A Scottish pirate.
Yeah. Cause you know the Scots, they I fell with the barrel and I thought I was gonna die, okay?
May, do you want to die?
Maybe.
Okay.
There we go. I forgot. Sorry about that, guys. You have to run it in an administrator, or OBS doesn't capture this game for some reason. And I forgot to put it in admin. This guy over here, he's got a whole fucking house. Like a whole house. See if you can hear me. And it looks like it. Mic's going, the game capture's going. Looks like we're doing good. I didn't check a Discord last night. I hope we could hear my friend when we were talking. That would have been kind of poopy. Even check. My voice sounds weird. Am I connecting the mic? Is this better? I do this? Hey, what's up? Maybe I'm too far away. Hold on a second. Oh, maybe. Let me check. That is a possibility. Nope, it says Yeti. Is it because I was too far? If I do this, is it better? If I do this? Probably because the mic is too far away from me. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that. I moved my stuff around. Let me move my stuff around. I moved my stuff around so the mic is a little too far from my face. Let's see if I can get this mic closer to my face then. That's better than probably. This'll work. It'll stay. Stay, probably stay. Okay, that's probably better, I'm assuming. Yeah, I think the mic was just too far away from my mouth. How are you doing? I saw you posted something on TikTok or something. I haven't seen you in a while. Not seen you in a while. I got a new story for you, Liz. I'm sitting here screwing out on YouTube, and all of a sudden I saw that your name pop up on the top of the thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, she wasn't here yesterday. And then I'm like, well, it's now. She's talking to me now. I didn't expect you to pop in so quickly after I started streaming. Usually it takes people like 10-15 minutes to trickle in. So I'm sorry I didn't get you right away. It's funny. Liz, I've had a bunch of stuff happen. I think you might be in a commercial, so I'm probably gonna have to re-say all this stuff. I wish I could get the chat for YouTube to be also in yeah. Not, but what if I do this and they're like right next to each other? That looks good. So you should be able to get drops for this game. I gotta watch this on somebody else's channel. I don't know if I can watch my own channel. Somebody said he could. I don't know, but Dad, I don't know. What are you doing? Watch ad-free across Twitch. Nah, I don't want to watch ad-free. Can you just do what I want? Maybe I gotta close out when I do it. Join team. 1 second, Shade. Chill me a second. Chill me a second. Chill me a second. Like Cry Me a River. I'm trying to give him a stream to work. Did you send me a team message? You can call me on Discord. I probably didn't hear it. You probably did. Probably did call me. No, you didn't. It doesn't ring, so you need to tell me you're calling me. When I'm streaming, it doesn't ring. Cry me a river. X5M Gangster. What? Teleport to you? Where am I going? I just been kidnapped? I just been kidnapped? Come on, commercial end. I need to talk to people. This is because I didn't do the 15 minutes. You know? How are you lovely people doing today, by the way? Oh. Shoot things in the face. I love it. Right into the action. I didn't even realize this was going on. What are we shooting? What are we shooting? Killing stuff too fast. These people, man. These must be like level 20s. Yeah, they're pretty low. Die, I'm too fast. Get out of my way, homie. I hope you guys are doing great. I've had some interesting stuff. I've had a very bad... I had a very bad, very good week. I don't know if that makes sense. I have a bad, good week. Oh. I'm assuming you've been out here all day, Shade, because you're probably level 50. Close to it. And last night I did level a little bit and I felt guilty and I was like, oh man, I was like, Shade's gonna be mad because I leveled. And then I get on and you're already out leveled me. It's alright, I couldn't have stayed on any longer last night, I was so tired. Primal Rage? What about my Primal Rage? Take my gun out of this. Why am I healing? I don't want to heal. Oh, because of this thing. Level up. I gotta move this closer to me. This screen far away. It's like at a weird angle because I moved it. It's fucking with my eyeballs. Having it not straight. This gun is definitely a lot of fun if you can stay alive. Oh, my nose itching. Did I run out of bullets? What the hell? What's going on? Uh-oh. Oh, did my gun- oh, my gun broke. We didn't see it? I have no weapon. Whoops. Whoops. I don't think I have a repair thing. Look. My nose itches. Am I out of a commercial yet? I think I am. I got stuff to tell you guys. Oh shit, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'm not doing that. Nope. We'll just deal with the fact that I have no bullets. I bet I could go use one of these guys' things to make some arrows, though. I bet I could do that. Oh. I can only report them. Oh well, I guess I'm just mooching. I guess I'm mooching. Well, melee. We'll do the ultimate. DPS spec. I mean, melee's not even viable in this game. They have so many floaters. It's so boring. I guess I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to put down one of those. Well, maybe I could be one of the guys that just sits in the water and. If melee could hit these floaters, at least it would be viable. Not saying it'd be a good idea. But that's fine. I don't think this game is intended to be played melee anyway, so... I hope I hope my voice is better now. I think it's better. Throat hurts. I talked too much yesterday. Well, I can make new weapons now too, because I've leveled a lot. I think I only have a tier 1. Want to collect all my stuff, they disappear. And I don't get mine. Lunar drops or whatever they're called. My brain is like frozen. Good to see you, Liz. I'm glad you stopped by. Been wondering how you've been doing. I've been worried about you. Haven't heard from you in a while. But yeah, I was thinking about you like 2 days ago because I saw you on TikTok. But I wasn't in the mood to talk to anybody, so I didn't say anything. I was thinking... Hey, Porter, what's up? This time I'm a little bit earlier. You can hang out. Run over here and grab these as soon as these guys die. And that's it. Game over. Game over, man. Oh, I missed this one. Oh, there goes my headset. Stop pushing me, bro. Take the seawater they've collected, turn it into salt. I gotta go prepare my stuff. You're still up for some. You haven't slept? I've been sleeping kind of shitty. I just got a phone call today from a guy who has a husky that bites people. That's gonna be a fun, not fun job. Husky that bites people. It sounds like dominance aggression. I don't know. I'll have to go and see. Most aggression is fear-based, but this one sounds different. I'll have to meet him. He's definitely got resource guarding, which is a separate subset. But guy says when he pets the dog, it bites him and stuff. Well, that could be fear, but could also be dominance. The reason why I think dominance is because he says the dog's real friendly and likes everybody and isn't afraid and goes up to people. And I'm like, well, that seems like it's going to rule out fear. Which is bad, because fear... Well, yeah, I mean, bad and good. I mean, the fearful dog would definitely be more likely to bite in a generalized situation. But a dominance aggressive dog, they seem like, to people, they seem like they just snap out of nowhere because the dog sets up these rules and then you have to follow them. And I like dominant animals, but they can be kind of dangerous. I had a cat that was real dominant. He had these secret rules. Like, I couldn't run into my room before he got in there because he would, if I went in the room before he did, he'd run past me and then attack me as he ran in the room. I'd have to wait for him. He'd have to go first. Stupid rule. Stupid little shit that he was. And it's like, you know, Toby, how the fuck am I supposed to know that's your rule? And he's like, because they beat you up for not following it. I was like, oh, great, thanks, dick. That's why you like your fish. Yeah. I got axolotl now. Those are sort of like fish. They're cool. I like them. The axolotl. They ate all the fish, though. I got a bunch of fatheads, you know? Fathead minnows and guppies. They all the guppies first. Guppies didn't last long. They're not fast enough swimmers, I don't think. Think you're weird for giving them a hug. You know, I stand in front of my fish tank. I have a fish tank in the kitchen. I've got a 50-gallon lowboy. And I made a swamp out of it, a bog swamp. You know? Not really a swamp, but it's the same parameters. And so it's really acidic and it's really soft water and it's I can't have crabs, they'll eat everything. I would. But I got frogs in there. I got 6 African dwarf frogs. No, 7. I got 6 white ones, 1 green one. And that's because I bought 6 green ones from PetSmart, and all of them died except for 1. So I didn't buy them the next time I went to a regular pet store and I bought them, and they all lived. Petco and PetSmart don't take care of their fish very well. Everything dies, and it's just sad. But one of them lived, so he was lucky. And it is a boy. He croaks at night. I've heard him. And then I have some girls. Some of the white ones are girls. I don't know how many I have. I think maybe I have more boys than girls, though. And I have like 6 neons, 9 some other tetras, I don't fucking know. They're like gray with a black tail. 6 cories. But I bought I bought 3 glow ones, like the glow fish, and then 3 albinos. And you really can't tell the difference between the two. They're very similar, except the glowfish are bigger. Must be a different type of quarry. Two betas, male and a female, and they're breeding. I had more betas, but they killed both of them. I guess this pair decided. I was trying to make like a sorority tank. Sometimes you can have like 5 females and 1 male. I think they accidentally gave me an extra male, so this male killed him. And then one of the females, it was sick and not right. It was already on its way out. And then the other female, I'm pretty sure this female killed it because she was breeding. But she could have died on her own. I don't know. I've never saw them fighting. But I've successfully done it before with 1 male and like 5 females. Just not this pair, I guess. And so they're pretty, and they're both blue. She started out white, but they've been eating my shrimp, so they got these bright, brilliant colors because they've been eating the shrimp. So, over 100 shrimp, red cherry shrimp in there. Trumpet snails, probably 1,000 of them. Probably like 1,000 ram's horn. The trumpet snails I don't really see because they go in the dirt. And that's what they were intended to do. It's like shuffle up the dirt, mix it up, get the air in there, mix it up so that the plants can get the nutrients. And they're doing a good job. And then I've got these ram's horn snails. These bastards bred out of control. So I got a pea puffer. And he's been munching on the snails. And I might get another one. I gotta see, because I don't want the pea puffer to annihilate all the snails. I just want him to control them. And he's adorable. He comes out in the morning, and then he goes wherever he goes. I got a giant cave system in there, so sometimes they go in the caves. The frogs will go in the caves, I'm pretty sure, because everything disappears in the morning. It comes out at night. Oh, I got these 2 bristle-nosed plagos, but they're snow white. I got them from Ukraine. I'm hoping I have a male and female, but I think I have 2 females. So I might have to order more. And I'm surprised they got here okay with the war and everything, but they did. The first one of them, I had a shipment. One of them died, so then they gave me another shipment. So it took me like 6 months to get them, but worth. Beautiful, beautiful. Long fin, snow white bristle-nosed plagos. And those are going to be the centerpiece because they're going to be the largest fish in the tank. But they're babies right now. Those are the ones I want to breed and sell. Wait for brick burners. Oh. Well, shit. He stole my generator. I was using it for nothing. How could you steal my generator? I was using it for nothing. Can't you see? I was wondering what that dude was doing out here. Let's see what perks I got. Combo chipset, precious metal refinery. Garbage, garbage. I mean, I feel like this is probably the best one out of these 2. So I'm probably gonna go precious metal refinery. Sulfur chemist, I'm definitely gonna take. Go precious metal. Oil processing. I know I saw you had it, but you also had this, I think. And since we have the 4 perk furnaces, I'm gonna go with oil processing, just so I can smelt mine when you're not on. And then this... We're gonna go long-term shores. We're gonna do this. Maybe I'll get another one of these down here. That's what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Yeah, so I am so pissed because I had like the most wonderful week last week. I met this guy and we were having a great time. Actually, I met him 2 weeks ago. We went on a date. It was a really great date. It was one of the best dates I've had in a long time. We started talking. We were talking for a long time, all day and all night. And I knew something was up. And he told me he had a girlfriend. And he told me he had a girlfriend at the end of the first date. And he said, but I'm going to break up with her. And I said, okay. And then he broke up with her. And for about a week, they were broken up. But then he started saying things, well, if she unblocks me, I'll tell her. And if she unblocks me, I'll do this. And if she unblocks me. And I'm like, oh, man, he's thinking about going back with her. You know? The only reason why he's not going to go back with her is if he stays with me. And then I was like, that's not good. Because then I'm a placeholder until she unblocks him, you know? So, I was already not feeling good about that. And then, sorry, I'm taking my vitamins. I gotta swallow them down, you know? So then, we are gonna need a refinery. Synthesis bench. What was I gonna say? So then, I'm like, okay, we'll just stay friends. You know? But yeah, sure, we'll just stay friends. So I think. Did you waste? I think I wasted. Whatever. So then, so then I'm like, oh, well, let's just go hang out as friends, you know, so we go to this reptile store, we're hanging out, you know, like, everything's fine, like, we're just friends, you know, like, everything's cool, and then he goes, you know, let's go out to eat, and then he pays for everything. Now we're on a date. And, anyway, long story short, he winds up kissing me and stuff, and I push him away, and I'm like, hold on. I'm like, are you still with your girlfriend? And he looks at me, and he doesn't say anything, and I'm like, so that's a yes. And then I'm like, okay, so you were broken up, you got back together with her again, so now you're officially cheating. And he's like, no, I don't see it as cheating. And I'm like, okay. He's like, I don't see it as cheating, you know, because she said that I could be on this date. And as long as I don't, you know, like, have penetrative sex, like, it's not cheating. So I said, all right, we'll call her up. Call her up, tell her you're on the date with me. And tell her, hey, look, my side piece wants the confirmation that it's okay that we do everything except for that. And he goes, no, I'm not going to do that. She's sleeping, and you know, she'll be mad, and she won't want me to, you know. All right, Porter, I'll see you later, man. Anyway, long story short, I was like, so you're cheating. Bottom line is. So I tell him, I'm like, all right, look, this is what I'm going to do. I was like, we're going no contact. Because clearly the two of us are attracted to each other. This is going to end really badly for me. This is going nowhere good for me. So what I'm going to do, no contact. And don't contact me unless you've broken up with her. And I haven't heard from him since. So, you know, he clearly has no intention of breaking up with her. And I was like, nah, I don't care how much I like you. I don't care how much, you know. But then I was thinking about it after I said all that, and I'm really proud of myself. Because I was like, you know what? I don't think I want to be with him even if he comes back. Because the guy lied to his girlfriend, lied to another friend. Because another girl called and he said, well, I'm sleeping. I'm in bed sleeping. And I was like, no, this guy's he's an F-boy. Nah. Nah, I don't want it. So I haven't heard from him since, and I haven't talked to him. But I was upset because I was like, man. I mean, it makes sense. That's why they get to be the way they are, because they're charming. But I was like, it just figures I meet somebody and have a great time. And anyway, that was my good bad week. My good bad week, because it was good, and then it went bad. So I think I got everything that I can have. That I need. Except for the wish machine. So I need to just hang on to this stuff. Well, I need this so I can have doors. Alright, well that's everything. Until, except for that, but okay. This is all full. We're gonna be a smelter. I like 2 perks. Like what? Anyway. So that's that. And then. Oh, I can't have more of these, can I? Oh, I can. Okay, so I can have up to 10. What do we put in here? Dream catcher, that's a good one. This one's a good one. Don't need these guys yet. Put her out. And the cat. Where's the cat? Put them to work! They shall not sleep! 9.5 gravel! Where did I get these from? I got 4s already? Alright, that seems like all I got. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. Give me a second. Beer.
I fell with the barrel and I thought I was gonna die, okay?
May, do you want to die?
Maybe.
Okay.
No!
Now you know where we are.
I turned my car on.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Bye!
Hey, I'm too short.
It's impossible to steer this one. I don't. It's an on. I can't even win it. You can't even start your car. Are you okay? Yo, my dog was just sleeping and fell off the bed.
God, that thing scares me every time!
It's a midnight out. Let's cut shit. Oh. How old are you?
Do you want to smash?
Sure. Sure, but you bring the carrot. He's 58, by the way. What? God damn it!
Let's see if this guy will make me some 4 perk purses, even though you already have them. Just in case. Just in case our bases get separated, so I just won't hook them up because they're gonna go up there. Just in case you have to go somewhere else, it depends because we won't know until next week. And then let me make a wish machine. We're allowed to accept. Hello? Make a wish. Money! Cash money? Why is that red? I thought the cash money... I thought rating crash was green. I don't think I have enough. Might need more. Oh, that was quick. I'm probably going to come back to this, but we'll go to this one. I usually just clean them out anyway for the blueprints. Oasis mask. But there's more of these. There's 4 of these. Let's do 3. Or might as well finish this out. Alright. Hey. Huntsman. We got it. Predator. Let's close this out. I think I have all the blueprints at this point. Well, there's a lot of these fragments. Maybe I will. And then that. Yeah, okay, I'll play it. Just close it out, get all the steps. Hey. Alright. Do I have... Where do you even get these from? Challenge shop. Oh. Give me the blueprints. Oh, nice. Critical pulse. You have that max though already. Even though you can like move them. Pulse. Alright. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so you got all the goodies over here. Damn, food is good. What is this? What? You only have one of those in your house or something? Forgot what I was doing. Oh, you've got intermediate. Okay. I'm gonna make you make me adrenaline shots for sure. Let's see if he wants to get in Discord. Capture on. Oops, I just yelled down him. Yelled down him. Quick activators. Arrows, leftovers. Copper piece of ammo. Primary gear. We need a better one of these. F1, who's this? Oh, I have to leave my party to join. Nope, wrong guy. So I know you have the furnaces. I'm gonna get these guys to build me some, just in case we have to separate our bases. Team? There you go. Then I'm gonna have to get... Where is it? Shit, I don't think I have any. Do I not have any? I don't have any. What? That's impossible. I have like hundreds of them. Gotta clean this out. Get rid of this water. Is it really possible I don't have any? So... Hey, Shade, you there, bud? You have a port? I need to bring a space. And it's gonna go, where's this guy? For some reason, I don't have any ports. This is weird. I don't know how many of these I need. It's gonna take too long for this guy to make them. Maybe he's got some over here I can steal in his boxes. I just need one. Or maybe he's got. Let's see what his turner has. 15? I might be able to make one. This. Oh, there we go. Just enough to make one. Perfect. Perfect. And then I just gotta give him friends. Missions. Give him some fuel, maybe. Give him some acid. I'll give you some acid, bro. I'll give you some. Steps. Oh, I left the team. Alright, well. Thank you. Alright, we'll just wait for my buddy to get back. Clearly. He's asked. And intermediate facility. I gotta go exploring. Okay. He got The upgraded intermediate supplies workbench. So he's got both. I could place that. Just don't build healing stuff in mine. But I mean, he lives right here, so I can wait. Just build it. Yes. Arrow leap. Let's make some of those. Quick activators. I don't know if this is his stuff or mine, so I'm gonna wait. Because we gotta build it on the border, otherwise it's gonna confuse. I mean, I guess he's probably just playing like we just share everything. But I don't know. I'm gonna be careful that I don't like. I need a 2-perk assembly. That's my favorite thing to get early on. These furnaces and the assembly. Oh, it's gonna take me a while. Oh shit. I don't have another port. Hey, you're back. Let me see if he'll... Oh. I'm sorry. I don't get... The phone doesn't ring when I'm in stream. I just checked. I was like, let me see if he wants to get back in Discord. I'm like, you're already in a call. Oh, no. Did you get this guy to make you the double disassembly? Zurge? Oh. Because I want to get him to have a double... I want to get one too. I know you already had the mats, but we don't know like where our bases are going next week. So I figured while they're handing them out, I'll get the stuff, and then once we know where our final bases are, then we can just break what we don't need. Just in case we wind up in 2 different spots because we couldn't get close together. I'd like to get like a black fell because you can get acid and oil at the same time, but it's not really necessary since we're playing as a team because one could get in an oil field, one could get in the, you know, like it doesn't really matter. So I do like black felt because you can kind of constantly loop and run it, but some people do not the oil fields, but they do black felt itself, so they can run that. Where do you like to go? What's your favorite spot? All right, so then we'll aim for that, and if we don't get it, we'll adjust. The only question is, do we try to go on different servers, like worlds, or do we try the same world? I don't know. I don't know what would increase our chance, because the yeah. Because if we did the same world and we were able to get side by side, we could share the facilities. Oh, it's fine. You can keep it. Just make another one. It doesn't matter. It's not like you can keep it from server to server, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, but what's the difference if you just make it here or if you give me back the one that I got? Like, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't care. Whatever you want to do, it doesn't matter. It's like, those are going to be obsolete in a few. Anyway. I'm not worried. It should be. Corrupted, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would like to get in a place where the corrupted is, because that is obviously going to give us the max amount of, you know, but I'm also going to bring my alt over here, so we'll have plenty of options. Well, I have chemist. Yeah, but I also have sulfur chemist, so like we don't really have to, because I can make it with energy links and, you know, so. Right. The only reason why I'd want to go over there is so that we could maximize the amount of power that we can get because of the corruption generators. That would be the only reason why I would want to go to the oil fields, not really caring about the acid. But the drawback to that is that you don't get as much oil because you're going to be getting that acid shit. So I don't know if there is a place where you could get a corrupted generator somewhere but get only oil and I don't think there is a place where you could do that. So what will probably happen is we'll probably wind up suffering a little bit on power. But I think we're going to be fine because, like I said, my alt, he's got all those things. I'm going to bring him over. He's going to basically be pumping out our... We're going to put like a giant super refinery there, and he's just going to pump out our fuel. So we'll just put him in a place where that's his job, and then one of these two bases will be collecting it out of the ground, and that will maximize our power, because he could do like 15 generators. I've got 15 of those oil guys, deviants, and he'll just pump them out. And I've got another cat, and then I just need to get another Rebecca, stick it in there, and boom, he's good. And he'll just pump out our fuel like crazy. So we won't have to worry about fuel. And then he also will have enough power. We'll put the synthesis benches over there too, and we'll pump out the acid there. So he'll just do acid and oil, acid and oil, acid and oil. And then these two bases, the job will be to collect the oil out of the ground. And that's it. And then we'll be fine. And then what else would we need? Really nothing. Yeah. I picked up. I got it. Thank you. I'm gonna go with you. Last time, did you see that? I was like, what's wrong? I can't fucking shoot. And my gun was broken. Oh, that's funny. I don't know why I get so attached to these dumbass guys that I talk to, you know? Like, I'm not in love with the dude, but man, like, it bothers me that I can't talk to him. Because we had, like, such good conversations, and I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know if that's, like, a normal thing, is you get attached to, like, people really quick because you enjoy them. Maybe it's, like, a dopamine withdrawal. Well, it's not that I enjoy the attention, because I would prefer he didn't flirt with me, because he has a girlfriend. It's that we had some really good conversations, and that's definitely a dopamine thing, you know? Like, for somebody who's got ADHD, we're low on dopamine. And so, whenever we get to, like, talk about or do something that we really like, we get a dopamine hit, so I'm thinking I'm just having a dopamine withdrawal. Because I definitely don't want... It's not a romantic thing. It's not a romantic, like... It's more of a... It's like when you miss a friend. You know? Like when you haven't seen a friend in a while and you're like, oh, where's this dude? I miss him. We had a lot of fun times together. That's what it is. Except me and him didn't know each other long enough to be friends. Like, we were just starting to become friends, and... He can't keep his hands to himself, so I don't want to hang out with him. Because then I will eventually start to fall in love with him. Spend too much time with someone and they're doing that stuff, you eventually get feelings. I'm like, nah. You give me like 6 months or something, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, oh, I like this guy. I'm not stupid enough to be that girl. You know, the one who's like, I like the guy who has a girlfriend. I've never done that. I've always felt if I could steal him, he could be stolen from me. Yeah. I've never messed with guys like that. I guess you could say guys with low integrity. Yeah, that's one rule I've had my entire life, and I'm so glad. I've never ever had to deal with dating a guy who had a wife. Because I'm not polyamorous. I'm not into open relationships. I'm not against people who do that. I see why they do it. You know, like, it makes sense. Like, if you find somebody who's so great in every other aspect, but maybe they don't do it for you sexually, and, you know, they're good at raising kids, and they're good providers, but you're just not sexually compatible, that makes sense. Like, if both parties were like, yeah, we're just gonna get our sexual needs met somewhere else, that makes sense, because, like, if the goal is to raise kids, and you do it well, then, you know, but, like, I'm not really a kid person. Like, if I had a kid, I'd obviously take care of it and love it, but I've never been one of those women who were like, I gotta have a kid. Never, like, yeah, I never got that. Everyone's always ever told me, they were like, well, one day, your time is gonna come, and you're gonna really want a kid, you're gonna get that tick, and I'm like, I'm still waiting for it, and I'm almost, like, not able to have kids. I'm like, well, it hasn't happened. Is it gonna happen when I'm 90? Little late. When's it happening? I'm more of the, like, camp of, like, look at all this money I have because I don't have kids. Look at all the things I can do because I don't need a babysitter. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm a commitment phobe, for sure. Like, I don't like to be locked down, and every time I've gotten in a relationship, they lock me down. You know, so I think the only way I'd be open to marriage is if the relationship, there was so much trust, and it was so just easy that it didn't make me feel locked down and trapped. Because every time I've gotten in a relationship, it changes my life. In a drastic way, and not in a good way. Where it's like, you know, now I have to ask permission to do certain things. I don't want to ask permission. And I'm not talking about sleeping with other people. That's obviously a given. That's an out whether you get married or not, right? Like, unless you're in an open relationship. I'm talking about, like, I don't want to have to ask permission if I want to go back to school. I don't want to have to ask permission if I want to open up a business. I don't want somebody else dictating those poor life decisions of mine because they never make decisions that work in my favor. It's always decisions that work in their favor. And the answer is always no for me. The reason why I didn't start a business 10 years ago is because I was told no. You know, no, you can't have a business. That's too risky. You know, like, I don't want to be told no. I'm at a point in my life where I don't want to be told what to do. So, I don't know. If I was truly with someone and they were like, it's your life, do what you want to do. Like, I'm set, you know, like, I don't have to worry about money. You don't have to worry about money. You want to open a business, open a business. That'd be a different story, but it doesn't work that way. So, and then, you know, the decision where to live. You know? Who makes that decision? I like living here because it benefits my business and makes it easy for me. What if he turns around and he goes, well, we're moving to the city? Well, now I can't do business. Or I have to commute 2 hours. You know? Like, all these little, like, life decisions where it's like, I don't want to have to ask someone's permission for that shit. That's why I thought I could do the, that's why I thought with this guy I could do, like a casual relationship, where, like, I didn't have to worry about marrying him. But I don't like the lies. Because there's always the risk in a casual relationship you fall in love, and I was like, nah, I don't wanna... Nah, if he was honest, then whatever. But he's not honest, and like, what if I do catch feelings? Like, no. No, that's a mess I don't want to deal with. And then what if it's not even that? What if he's lying and he tells me he uses protection and he's out there sleeping with 7 other girls and I get AIDS or something? Even though they can treat AIDS now, like, it doesn't matter. Like, what if I catch something from him? You know? Like, well, then I'm dead. If I catch something that, or, like, not even trust issues, how do I date if I'm like, yeah, I have some sort of STD? Now that takes that off the table for me. Now if I do want a husband in a year or 2, I can't get one because who's gonna date somebody who has an STD? Very few people. Just things that are just gonna change my life for the worse. It's not worth the risk. I don't have any STDs. I don't have any kids. And, I don't want somebody who is basically doesn't care about me to make that decision for me because he was careless or because he lied about wrapping it up or... And one thing that really bothered me is I got strep throat because he didn't tell me that he was sick and he kissed me and I'm like, see, that's right there, that tells me he's the type of person, if he had an STD, he wouldn't tell me. You couldn't tell me you have strep throat? Don't kiss me, I'm sick? You know? But I just, my stomach was just churning with this guy. Don't trust him. There's too much, like, you know? Because I'm the type of person I care about people. If I had strep throat, I'd be like, listen, I don't think we should hang out tonight as much as I want to, because I don't want to get you sick. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely have trust issues, for sure. I just... But I was never a marriage person before that. Even when I was engaged, I had a lot of anxiety over, like, ugh, I kept pushing the marriage off and pushing it off. When are we gonna get married? Next year. When are we gonna get married? Next year. You know what I mean? Can we set a date? I'm not ready for that. Like, I'm definitely a commitment phobe. I'm a very free person, and I enjoy my freedom. And And I don't mean the freedom to, like, screw other people. I mean the freedom to decide major decisions in my life for myself. Like, I'm the type of person I would be totally okay if I was gonna marry someone and he was like, alright, well, I'm gonna have a house here and you have a house there and we just live separately because we couldn't agree, you know, like if we couldn't agree on, like, living situations or something. I would be okay with that. And I think most people wouldn't. You know? Like, I could totally be okay with, like, oh, okay, you know, as long as I trusted him, be like, alright, so you want to have a house in the city because you like living in the city? And then, you know, we just go back and forth. I'm cool with that. We have 2 houses? Okay. Or, like, if he was like, you know, I want to continue paying on my house or whatever, or I don't know, like, whatever. Like, I'd be okay with separate, but not. But most people are like, no, we have to live in the same house. And I'm like, why? Like, what's the difference if you just... As long as you see each other. And as long as you trust each other. Right? As long as I know he's not going to have his mistress living in the other house. I wouldn't do a guy living in another state, like California or something. That would be too far. But, like... You know, I'm living on the island, he's living in the city. Okay. Because I like my peace and quiet. So I think that would benefit my relationship if, like, half the week I lived by myself and half the week he was there. Because then I could have my alone time to think and process my emotions and clean the house the way I want to. Be as loud as I want to in the middle of the night. Don't have to worry about someone going, hey, can you shut up? I'm trying to sleep. Stream. You know what I mean? Not that those were ever an issue. Those were only an issue when the computer was in the bedroom. Which is a bad place for it anyway. I've never tried to control anybody that I've ever been with. That's why I get cheated on a lot. Because I'm like, do whatever you want. And they think that means they can cheat, I guess. Even though I've told them that's something I don't tolerate. You know? I can name 2 men. First and last name. Age and address. No, they definitely were dumb. You know what the funny part is? When I caught them cheating and I confronted them, and I'm not an overly emotional person. I do get angry, but I always will handle the anger first and then confront because I don't feel like you accomplish anything in the moment of anger, unless it's something where you catch me off guard, and it just happens. You know, like if I walked in on them fucking. Then you would see the anger. But usually what I do is I'll go take a ride, deal with it, come back, and then have a discussion about it. Because in my mind, there's no point. Like, what's the point of being, like, screaming at somebody? The way I see it is, if you cheat, you just ended the relationship. You just broke up with me. The way I look at it. And so it's over and there's no point. There's no fixing it. It's over. Move on. Deal with the emotions. Process it. Get it over with. That's the way I feel. It doesn't mean it doesn't feel good. But the funny thing is, it's like, because I feel that way and I deal with the emotions and I process them later, they have been like, how could you be so cruel that you don't care that I cheated? Not that I don't care. Somebody just dropped 1,000 whispers and I just picked it up. I don't know who that is, but it's mine now. Oh. Do you not need them? Oh. Oh, well, give them to me because we can make like lunar stimulants and we can make fertilizer out of them and all kinds of other stuff. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I won't get. Yeah, but not if you make the fertilizers and stuff out of them. If you make. No, but I might get them because I'm already like level 40, so I'm going to be going around looter events and doing them. So I might get them. You get them from the loot boxes. What's the difference? What's. Oh, so then just make all the fertilizer because I use that. The fertilizer I use a lot. I have 200 plots. What? I'm not sure, but well, so I saw that you had the fertilizer in your memetics, but that's not the one I'm talking about. There's a lunar fertilizer. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. So that one, just make those because those you can drop and give to me, I think. And then I could just use them. And then that way we don't waste our lunar whispers. Because those will give us a lot of mutated crops. And then we'll have the food. I'm a min-maxer, dude. We're gonna have lots of food. Hence that giant plant factory right there that I'm working on. And that's why I have 5 bees, because they increase the mutation, and I put like 4 or 5 of those guys up there, and I have bees, and we're gonna have mutated crops like crazy. And I got a couple of... Yeah. Yeah. And we could do 2 different ones at the same time, because my alt also can build this, and so then we can have 2 farms going, and then you'll be able to, if you want aloe, you pop it in one, and if I want this, I'll pop it in the other. That's usually what I do, is I go back and forth with the 2 of them. And that's 400 crop plots on 2 watts of power. I got 3,000. Can you make them now? I have lunar whispers that are going to expire in an hour. If I give them to you, can you make me the lunar fertilizer? Because these are going to expire in an hour. These 2. I gotta clean out the little fish tank I have because I can hear it like struggling. The pad must be dirty. Oh, see, but they don't transfer from server to server because I had all of them, and when I moved over here, I have none. So no, not the lunar ones. No, you have to re-get them. That's okay. That's fine. If we can't use them, we'll get more through the thing. Yeah, that's why I make as many suppressants and like stimulants, and I sell them right away because then it's not wasting your lunar things. $41. Let me see, I might have a new mimetic. Got 2 new mimetics. Chainsaw, shadow shift, canned mini goods. We're going with that. +1 canned goods. Those are good to sell. Crystal transformation, supplies, workbench, anti-armor. +30 when crafting AP ammo. Nalcott egg and power blast. The Nalcott egg sometimes Crystal transformation. What is this? It's turn stardust and alloy ignites into crystals. Maybe. Right. I'll take that. Yeah, but you can sell them. Make them sell them to people, so I'll take it. I mean, if it's bad, I don't have any other good choices. So, yeah, it might be something that we eventually just find like a blueprint and change it with, but we'll see. 'Cause I would like to get I like to get all the food ones, and then I can make the food, you know, because the canned goods mini canner, oh, that's just +1 yield when crafting canned goods. Yeah, but that's still good because I make things like the mushroom spectral thing. Those are good. It's you can knock animals out with them and stuff. So sometimes I use them to catch bunnies and stuff if we ever need like a certain kind of pelt or something, it comes in handy. And if we don't use it, I'll just switch it out. That's what it is. Or sometimes, like, if you sell some of the canned goods, people buy them. But, like, food is kind of a pain in the ass because people don't tend to buy the food too much. But they buy, like... They don't even buy the, calibrations. They buy weird shit. You know? They just buy weird shit. And a lot of people, they put, like... You go to their vending machine, it's garbage. And it's like, why do you have garbage in here? Like, people will put animals up, and they're, like, C tier. And I'm like, why don't you get an S tier that has a pretty color, that has +3 to golden, you know, whatever, and sell that for 2 million or something. Like, why don't you do something like that? Why are you selling, like, shit deer that someone can go out and get themselves? Like, the people sell the shittiest stuff. It's like they sell the stuff they don't want, thinking someone else will want it. It's like, no, you sell the stuff that you would want, and then some that. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, but you know what? This is why not everybody owns a business. They don't get it. Right. Yeah. Like, I understand, like, having, like, somebody who's got a vending machine where you're selling, like, scrap stuff for, like, 1 EL, you know, just in case somebody wants to have an alt and they want to, whatever. Like, that stuff, okay, sure. But, like, everybody doing it, like, you're not gonna sell anything. And what's the point? Now, what people need to do is, now that you can put your deviants up there, farm deviants. Because people will buy 4/4s. People will buy... Oh shit, I'm heavy in my... Hope not. People will buy 4/4s or... Oh shit, I just crashed. Apparently not. Apparently I won't be okay. Hang out, I might load inside. See what happens. Yeah, but people put up like 1/1s. The only time you'd buy a 1/1 is if it's a deviant you can't get on the server. Like, I bought a pup dog, a 1/1 from somebody for like 5,000 EL. I was like, oh, that's worth. Because at least then, I mean, it's not the best, but at least then I can make the jumping things if I want to. If that's something that I want to sell or use. But people will sell like 1/1 beavers, and I'm like, no, no one's gonna buy that. Why don't you go farm, you know, eels and put up 5/5s and 4/5s and 5/1s and whatever. People will buy that. But I guess that's the mentality of some people. Like, there are people out there who I've seen, like, on Shark Tank or something, like, when they're really, really bad, and they think they have a product, and it's just like, you're delusional? There's some delusional people out there. They just don't get it. No. Well, that's why they're delusional. That's what makes them delusional. Damn, wait. Alright, I'm just gonna drug mine it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. I know why you're doing it. Oh, I can speak back. Oh! Well, I'll just put them in my box. I didn't realize they were heavy. Maybe that's what it is. I thought they were 0. Damage. I used to work for a doctor, and I told her, I was like, we could sell pill pockets. And she was like, okay, let's do it. Because a lot of people were coming in asking if we had them because they didn't want to drive all the way to Petco. So I got them, and I put them up for 25 cents less than Petco has them. And she was making double profit, so she was paying $4 for them. We were selling them for $8. But it was 25 cents less than Petco. So they were flying off the shelf. I bought $500 worth of them, and we sold them all within a couple of weeks. Because people were like, oh, they're cheaper here, I might as well just pick one of them up. Rather than drive to Petco, which is going to cost me gas, and then pay 25 cents more, you know, whatever. So they were flying off the shelf. And she was doubling her money. I thought that was a pretty good deal. You pay 4 and you make 8, that's a great deal. She got greedy. And she was like, no, 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 this is not how you do business. Now, she was in the red before I fixed her business. And she goes, no, no, this is not how you do business. They're paying for the convenience. And I was like, it's not going to work. She put them up to $12, which is ridiculous. $12. And people would drive in the snow to go to Petco to get them for $8 because she was ripping them off. And then they stopped flying off the shelf, and I told her, and she blamed me. She's like, you fucking bought these, and they're not. I'm like, don't fucking, you changed it. You did that. Don't blame me for your bad business decisions. And she couldn't understand. I was like, how stupid are you? Like, people will buy them because it's convenient here, but also because, what's 25 cents? And she was like, no, 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 we have to make more money. The greed that she had. And she wound up with, oh, I don't have any adrenaline shots because I didn't ask you to make them because you had the adrenaline thing. Because of her greed, she got stuck with, because we bought a new thing, $500 worth of pill pockets she couldn't push. So she lost $500 because she couldn't sell them. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, how do you not... And you know how I figured out the psychology of that was people were going to Petco in snowstorms to get these things. So I was like, well, I know they're willing to do that for 25 cents because people don't factor in the gas. They think gas is free. So I was like, we'll sell them 25 cents cheaper. And what's the difference? You're still 2 times your money. She wanted it 3 times your money. And I was like, well, now you're greedy. Now they won't fly off the shelf. Because already people think vets rip them off. So it's like, well, now you're just playing into that fear that vets rip you off. So out of principle, they're not going to buy from you. And I was like, and one thing that really pissed me off, she was in the red. She was going out of business. And she didn't know why. So I told her, I was like, do you want me to spend Saturdays? Because Saturdays was like a day where we didn't have any clients, and I would just sit there, and sometimes people would come in for their meds, and that was it. I was like, do you want me on every Saturday that I'm here? Do you want me to go through and fix your thing? So what I found out is she hadn't changed her prices in 15 years. And like, she would be selling amoxicillin for $15, but she's buying it for $20. And I'm like, you're paying them to take this medicine. So I put it up to 35, so we'd make some profit. 15%, I added 15% to everything from what we paid. I figured that was a start. And so we were making a 15% profit instead of losing. And all of a sudden, she's in the red. She gets her accountant out there. The accountant's like, I don't know what you did. I heard him talking. He's like, I don't know what you did, but you're out. Now you have money to pay your bills. And because I redid all her stuff. And that cunt took a vacation with the extra money. Didn't give me a raise for all the work I did extra. But forced me to take my vacation when she took her vacation because she didn't want me. She only had 3 employees. It was a small business. She did that. So, and then I was like, so I have to take my vacation when you take your vacation. So that means I can't go anywhere. But then I have to be on call because my sister was working. She was the other employee. I was like, so I have to be on call in case she needs help. So I can't even go on vacation. I can't go to Malibu or something. I have to stay here and I have to work. And I don't get to clock in because I'm technically on vacation and getting paid. So because I'm getting a paid vacation, I have to come in and work. I'm like, that's not a vacation. That's me working. I was so angry at her and quit. I was so angry. I was like, I'm done. She could have gave me a raise. I was underpaid. She could have gave me 50 cents raise and I would have been happy. Something. She could have got me something for Christmas. She could have given me a Christmas bonus. I would have been happy. You know what? That would have been great because it was around Christmas. If she had said, you know what? You saved my business. I really appreciate you. Here's some money. No, she took a vacation. Yep. Yep. I learned something from her. I learned don't take advantage of your employees. Your good employees, if they're doing above and beyond, value them. Give them a raise or give them a Christmas bonus or something. Value them because you don't want to lose an employee like that. And she did because she was total bitch. And on top of that, I had fallen because she had these broken stairs. And there's these outdoor stairs, and we'd have to go up these concrete stairs out of the basement to walk the dogs, and part of the concrete had broken, and she just took the piece and stuck it back. So of course it rained one day, and that piece, like, I stepped on it, and it slipped right out of my feet because it was just a piece of concrete that was shoved back into the hole where it came from. And instead of fixing it now, and then she had this broken door, so when I fell, and I went to grab the door, sliced my whole arm open. I had a 6-inch wound on my arm, went right through all the skin. The fat in my arm was sticking out. I had to drive myself to the hospital. And that bitch, she came down one day and she's like, she literally had a dog in her hands and she goes, I'm going to teach you how to walk downstairs. And I was like, let me stop you right there. She literally was like, you put one foot, and I was like, as Dr. Fitzgerald, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm pretty tolerant of your bullshit. But right now, if you think I'm going to tolerate you teaching me how to go down a fucking stairs after the reason why I fell is because you had an unsafe working environment, I was like, I'm going to flip out on you right now, so you need to turn around and go back upstairs. That was the first and only time I ever yelled at her like that, but I was like, I'm going to tell you right now. I was like, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm not going to be able to contain this because you were like, there's rage right now. Because I've got a 6-inch wound on my arm. And you're gonna tell me that the reason why I fell down the stairs is not because you had broken stairs in the rain, but because I don't know how to, I'm a fucking adult in my 30s and I don't know how to walk down the goddamn stairs. She turned around, went right back upstairs. I was like, that's what I thought. Fucking trying to teach me how to walk down the stairs. How condescending. Who does that? Let me teach you how to walk downstairs. She was like, well, I just want to go over, like, employee safety. I'm like, yeah, employee safety, my ass, fix the stairs. She was mad about that. She was like, well, now I have to fix the stairs. I'm like, I just redid your entire business. The reason why you're still in business is because of me. Fix the stairs, bitch. Don't complain. Ooh, she was something else. Like doctors... They are something else, man. Like, they're type A personalities. They give you a lot of shit. And they are just... You gotta be really tough to deal with doctors, man. They're something else, man. They're something else. It's just... Not a normal bunch in the sense, like, their personality is very... Like if you don't have a thick skin, you're going home crying every night. I've had doctors yell at me. I've had doctors, yeah. And it's just like if you don't know what you're doing. I had a doctor one time. So there was a girl, she was a brand new hire, and Kat was supposed to get a Baytril pill. So instead of giving it half a pill, she gave the whole pill, and she went and told the doctor. She's like, I accidentally gave the whole pill. And the doctor was like, you could have killed it, blah, blah, you remember it. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, Doc, I'm like, you know damn right well that the dose is either half a pill twice a day or one pill once a day. Like, she just gave it its dose once a day, so you don't give it later. I'm like, what are you yelling at her for? What are you fucking bitch? Why are you yelling at her? Why did you tell her she killed the cat and she did it? And that girl was crying. I was like, you're a piece of shit. Like, I told the doctor, I was like, you're a piece of shit. She's like, who are you talking to me like that? I'm like, it's fucking true. I was like, that girl's gonna go home and throw up because she thinks she killed the cat. She's like, well, if you don't scare them, they'll make more mistakes. I'm like, no. I was like, what's gonna happen is the next time she makes a mistake, she's not gonna tell you, and then the animal's gonna die, and you're not gonna know why. I was like, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. And how do I know she's gonna do that? Because I'm one of the techs and I see him do it. They're so afraid of you, they don't tell you and they make mistakes. So every time you're like, I don't understand why this animal's acting this way, it's because the technician made a mistake, they're too scared of you to tell you what they did. Idiot. Idiot. That doesn't scare him straight. That scares him into lying. Very poor work environment. Not all doctors are like that. Like some of them, they value honesty. But some of them are like that. It's just like... That's the type A personality. They use fear to control. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know if there's like a lot of narcissism in there, or I don't know what that is psychologically. I don't understand it, but man, there's something else. You gotta be able to turn back and like be like, yeah. Don't blame me for this one. This is your mistake, because they will. Doctors will blame the techs. They'll fire techs that, they'll blame them for their mistakes. It's like, that's why I quit, because you always have to watch your back, because everybody's nice to you until they make a mistake, and then they're looking for a scapegoat. And if you don't know what you're doing, and you can't defend yourself, and you don't watch your back, the next thing you know, you've just gotten fired, and you don't even realize it ain't your fault. It's a very, very harsh work environment. I hated it. The only reason why I survived is because I was smart enough. Like, they couldn't lie to me because I knew what I was doing. Because I was actually going to school to be a vet, so I've taken a lot of classes in organic chemistry and all that stuff. Like, I teach myself this stuff. Like, I got vet books and teach myself this stuff for fun. So I was like armed with education, so it was very hard for them. Like, they were actually afraid of me, some of the doctors. They didn't fuck with me because they knew that I wasn't stupid, and it was going to be very hard to get me to take the fall for something that they did. And if they made a mistake, they were always nervous around me. And the only way that I stayed their friend is I made it a rule that I would bring up the mistake to them, but I would never tell their bosses. And that's the only way that they could trust me. And so they didn't campaign to get me fired because they knew that I wasn't going to get them in trouble. And they started to trust me because I'd catch their mistakes. And then they saw me as a valuable asset because then they could fix their mistake and not get fired. But that was the only way that I survived. Because if I had been the type to like turn them in all the time, I would have been gone. But yeah, like they're... And the nurses will do the same thing, except the nurses I didn't do that for. Like the nurses, if they went after me, like I would get them fired. I got one doctor fired, but it was terrible. There was a dead dog, and she was convincing the owners that it was in a coma and that it needed a blood transfusion. I was like, I'm not giving a blood transfusion to a dead dog. Now, she wasn't the owner, so I called the owner at 2 a.m. and I was like, you need to get down here. This doctor is pretty stupid. And the other two techs were like, she's a doctor. She's obviously gone to vet school. Like, she knows what she's doing. Just do what you're told. Because a lot of people, that's what they do. Just do what you're told. Just do what you're told. Just do what you're told. And I'm one of those people, like, no. I'll do it if I think it's right, but if I think it's wrong, I will refuse. And so I called the doctor, and I was like, this dog is dead. And she's trying to tell the owners it's a coma, and she's pissed at me. We were fighting because she was like, nobody else knew how to do a blood transfusion except me. And she was like, you know how to do the blood transfusion? You fucking do it or you're fired. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna get fired. I'm like, you're an idiot. So she didn't know, but I called the doctor at 2 a.m. I was like, you need to get down here. You're gonna lose your business. You're gonna get sued real bad. It's 2 in the morning. This guy comes down. He takes a look at her x-rays, takes a look at the blood work. I already knew the dog had pericardial effusion and had heart disease and it was dead. Because I looked at the x-rays, I already knew. And she's trying to say that it was bleeding to death. From a tumor in its belly that it didn't have any tumors. Like, I was looking at x-rays, there's no tumors. I'm not stupid. She didn't know that about me. We had just met. This was our first night on the job. And, he goes in the back, he looks at the dog, it's clearly dead. And he comes up front and I'll never forget. She doesn't know I called him and she's like, oh, you're fired now, little girl. You're fine. And she's like so condescending. She's like, oh, wait till I tell him you wouldn't give the blood transfusion. Wait. And I'm just standing there. I'm like, I don't have a smile or anything. I'm just standing there staring at her face. Completely like emotionless. Just waiting for the punchline. He comes out and he goes, Dr. Cohen, get the fuck out of my office. Get the fuck out of my office right now. You're fired. And she was like, what? And I was just like, huh. Imagine that, Dr. Cohen. You know, like, I didn't even say anything, but I was just like, huh. That's a plot twist. That cunt, man, she threatened me all night. I'm gonna get you fired. And I was like, oh, well, we'll see. How do you not know it? That's like the fundamental thing. Like, a nurse and a doctor should know when something is dead. How do you not know something is dead? How do you not know something is dead? I don't necessarily believe she didn't know. I think she was like trying to get commission or cover her ass or I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. And I was like, she didn't know, she needs her license taken away. Either way, that's malpractice. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's the worst case I've ever seen in my life. Worst case I've ever seen in my life. Normally vets are pretty honest. I've never seen that in my life. And I was just like, wow. But because I did stuff like that, he would never fire me. Like, I was untouchable. Because he knew, like, I was smart. And, like, he knew, like, I would watch the doctors for him. And sometimes he'd put me on with the doctors he wanted me to watch. He didn't say it, but I knew that's what he was doing. All of a sudden, I'd get switched. And I'd be on staff with one of the shitty doctors, and I'm like, that's what he's doing. He wants me to watch him. Yeah, but that was a bad case. I hope she lost her license. She shouldn't be working at all. Absolutely not. That's extremely bad. Extremely bad. And the other two technicians, too, I remember them. There's a guy and a girl, and they kept saying, just do what you're told, like, you know? And I'm like, how do you not know this animal is dead? And they're like, it's not dead. The doctor said it wasn't dead. And I'm like, but it's dead. No, it's in a coma. No, it's not. It's dead. It doesn't have a heartbeat. But, like, see, like, in the movies, like, you flatline. Now, I don't know if there's, like, new technology in human medicine, but as far as I know, because we get the old technology from, like, 20, 30 years ago, it doesn't flatline like that. It picks up the static in the room, so it'll pick up cell phone, it'll pick up static, so there's always static on an EKG. And you have to know the difference between static and AFib, and, you know, and she came back, she's like, he's an AFib, and I'm like, that's not an AFib pattern. That's static. And she's like, what do you know? You're just a tech. And I'm like, I went to one of the top schools in the US. Like, I know how to read an EKG, bitch. Like, that's static. And she's like, no, that's AFib. I'm like, absolutely not. Like, we were fighting over it. I was like, okay, Dr. Cohen, whatever you say. And the other two were like, she said it's AFib. She's a doctor. She would know. And I'm like, do you guys not know that some doctors are stupid? Some doctors, they get D's and they still become doctors. I'm like, do you not know that, like, just because she's a doctor doesn't mean, and she could be lying. Maybe she's not stupid, but she's lying to us. I was like, I don't know which it is, but that's not AFib. This dog is dead. You know, of course the girls were breathing for it because it wasn't breathing. So she tried to tell us it was in a coma and it just wasn't breathing. It was in respiratory distress. I'm like, it's dead. What? Why? Like, I felt like I was crazy. Like, they were just like, no. I'm like, oh my god. And here's the kicker. One of those girls went on to be a vet, and that pisses me off. And I'm like, yeah. Like, that makes me so mad. Like, I should have been a vet. I just didn't have the money to go to school. I just have the means. That makes me so mad. Just the way life turned out. Like, she's a vet somewhere. A girl who, as a nurse, couldn't tell if the dog was dead or not. Hopefully, she's gotten better since she went to vet school. No. There was another girl that went to vet school, and she was pretty dumb, too. And she's actually so bad. A friend of mine said, yeah, well, she graduated, she's a vet, but she couldn't get a job in a regular place because she's so bad. So she actually works for a mobile euthanasia service, and all she does is go around and euthanize animals. And I'm like, because legally a vet has to do that. But, I mean, you can't fuck that up, can you? Because you're going around euthanizing things like you're supposed to kill it. That's her job. She just goes around euthanizing. I didn't even know that existed, but that's what she does. She's the mobile euthanasia vet. And I'm like, huh. I saw that coming. She was an idiot. That girl didn't know what a vacuum was. Like a space vacuum. That girl didn't know how a vacuum worked. And I'm like, how are you a nurse but you don't know how a vacuum works? Your lungs work on a vacuum. How do you not know that? That's a fundamental concept you need to know in medicine. Like, how do you breathe for an animal during a diaphragmatic hernia and not understand the vacuum? Like, shh. She tried to tell me that there was air in a vacuum. I was like maybe the type of vacuum that you use on your floor, but not like a space vacuum, not like negative space. It's called negative space because there's nothing in it. Couldn't understand the concept of a vacuum. I was like, oh, how did you pass physics? Who did you sleep with? She slept her way through school, I can guarantee you. She slept with somebody. Or she just repeated the classes 100 times. Or she did. Yeah. Sometimes I look at that and I'm like, life did not give me my potential. I am definitely underperforming my potential. That's another reason why I'm like, I'm done letting people hold me back, because that's part of like the relationship thing where guys are like, nah, you're not going to do that. And I'm like, you're going to hold me back, so I'll never reach my full potential. And I'm curious to see what that is. What is my full potential? When I'm 90, what will I have been in my life? Not a housewife. Nope. Not a housewife. That's for sure. I couldn't do it. My brain wouldn't be stimulated enough. I would be unhappy. I tried it. I was depressed and started thinking about unaliving myself. I can't do it. It's not something that I can do. I was so miserable and so unhappy. I live for, like, I used to work in the ER. Like, I live for that stuff. Something comes in, you gotta figure it out. Everything's dying around you. Don't let it die. And then the thrill you get when, you know, you fix it and it's alive and it walks out alive. You know what I mean? It's such a good feeling to be like, I was able to save that. I was able to do something. It's just an amazing feeling. And it's thankless. Like, people don't really thank you. They thank the doctor. You know. You're the one that saved the animal's life, you know, and did all the CPR, and then they go, "Thank you, doc, you saved the animal." It's like, the doctor was sleeping. So, you know, you don't get any praise for that. Because a lot of times, like, an animal will come in, the doctor's in surgery, and there was one time a dog came in and it was bloating. And the doctor was in surgery, so the doctor couldn't look at it. But now a bloat is a severe emergency. That's when the stomach twists on itself. So the stomach's not getting any oxygen or blood supply, which means it's got about 5 to 10 minutes to live. And once the stomach is gone, the animal dies. So that means, so I went in and told the doctor, I have to diagnose that, which I'm technically not allowed to, but in an emergency situation, it's different. You have, like, special rights in an emergency situation. So, I diagnosed it as, like, this, you know, it was a poodle, standard poodle. I was like, it's bloating. So then I decompressed it, which means I took the air out of the stomach. You stick a large needle in the side, and you let the air come out, which is technically not air. It's technically methane gas. But anyway, you decompress it, so now you get rid of the air. Then, by myself, with no restrainer, I took blood from this animal, ran the full blood work panel, and drew up the anesthesia by myself, calculated the dose, knocked the animal out, shaved it up. It's on anesthesia. It's ready to go. Doctor's done with surgery. We wheel it right in. Boom, we do the surgery. Doctor didn't even diagnose it. Doctor just got in there, did the surgery, blood surgery, boom, it's out. Now, that's not typical for a veterinary technician, but, like, I was a lot more educated than the rest of my peers. And so I saved that animal's life because that animal had no wait time. It was in surgery as soon as the doctor was done. You know, like, I live for that shit. But it's a thankless job because they assume the doctor did all that work. But you gotta have, like, I had to work with those doctors a long time. You have to have a lot of trust for them to let you do that kind of stuff. Because most technicians are not that smart. Most technicians would sit around holding the dog, waiting for the doctor to get out of surgery. They would be paralyzed. But again, like, you have to have a certain personality because you have to be able to take the risk because you're doing something like that. You have to be able to take the risk of, what if I'm wrong? What if the doctor yells at me? What if I get in trouble? You know? I didn't see it as a risk. I mean, it was 100% a bloat. There's something else it could be. Like, there's some things that are just really obvious. But they say that's what, like, when I got diagnosed with ADHD, they were like, without even knowing where I work, they were like, yeah, well, people with ADHD often wind up in the ER. I'm like, oh, guess what? That's where it was. Something about the fast pace of the ER. Our brains are made for it. I'm like, yeah, they definitely are. Because our brains technically work faster than everyone else's. It's like everybody else is running on a, you know, Ryzen, you know, Or like everyone else is running on like a Pentium 5 and like or an Intel 5 and I'm running on like an Intel 9 or 15 or something, you know, like but that's why we can't keep our thoughts straight because everybody's running so slow that by the time they're done with their thought, I've already forgotten my thought because I've already moved on. So it makes communicating with other people very, very difficult. So it is a disability, but it's not. Like if you put me in the right situation, it's a superpower. But only in situations where it requires extremely fast processing. Isn't that interesting? Like, I can't do my fucking laundry. I can't do my laundry. I forget about it, can't do it. I can't even bring myself to do it. It'll sit there forever because I don't have executive function. But because we work on urgency, right? So anytime there's a sense of urgency, our brains can work. All of a sudden we have executive function. And our executive function in those situations is above normal. And the ER gives you that sense of urgency. Because everything's dying, everything is quick, you have to do it now. So we excel in that environment. But then if there's no urgency, and we're just sitting around, it's like, yeah, you can do it now or 2 weeks from now, we can't do it. Can't do it. I can do my laundry now or 2 weeks from now, I'll probably do it 2 weeks from now. Maybe I'll do it a month from now, I don't know. Can't do it. It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, is it going on now? Oh, I got a little time. Yeah, I want to go get Blackfell. The spawn point. Just go. Well, wherever I'm going. Just Grey water, yes, you're right, Grey one. Yeah, I just want to get the town, which I'm almost there. Whatever it is. That town, yes, that, yes. Yeah, so now I'm trying to like hack my brain because that's why I work really well in the work that I do now because it's dangerous. I'm in the middle of a situation where a split second and the dog is trying to kill me and I have to think really, really quickly and really, really fast. I can't panic. I can't freak out. There's no time for unnecessary thoughts because every thought is important. And the animal is working on, you know, split second just reaction. So I have to be able to react correctly. And I thrive on that shit and I'm really good at it. Because the way my brain is wired. And like it's funny, like I don't even understand how my brain works half the time. And like there's one person and like I grabbed her dog and he was like trying to kill another dog and I dealt with it and I calmed him down and she's like, wow, I've never seen him do that before. And she's like, how did you know he wasn't going to bite you? I didn't. And she's like, you just grabbed him? And I was like, well, I kind of figured he wouldn't. Like, there was a 90% chance I wasn't going to get bit. And she's like, and you just grabbed him with a 10% chance? I'm like, well, I mean, statistically, I wasn't going to get bit. It's just my brain works differently. Uh-oh. Am I gonna die out here? Oh no, I'm beyond the curtain. No! No! Oh no! Oh! I think I'm gonna die. My fucking bike broke. Ah! Damn it. That's the first time I ever died from going beyond the veil. Oh well. Yeah, I rode my bike through the veil and the bike shot straight up in the air. And then I couldn't get on the bike and get out of the veil and died. That's the first time that's ever happened. My bike literally flew straight up in the air. That was funny. Good thing I was streaming that. Fucking right in the air. Okay, bye bike. I really, you know, I would like to be a vet, but then, I mean, I could be my own boss, but then I would have $200,000 in debt, and I really would like to get this business to work. That would be cool. But I also would like to go to vet school, and so I'm wondering, because I'm wondering, you know, maybe I could go back to vet school and become an animal behaviorist. But see, the thing is, does that take... Now am I in a boring job? You know what I mean? Am I sitting in an office telling other people to do the job that I like? Which is what happens when you're a technician, you get promoted to a manager, then you're telling other people to do the cool job. I didn't like it as much. You know? Now I'm not doing the job I wanted to do because I want to make more money and live. Now I'm doing a boring office job. My brain couldn't handle it. And I quit because I was so bored. That's one of the things my therapist was saying was, well, you have ADHD, you need to do something that stimulates your brain or you won't be able to do it. I mean, that's accurate. I would rather starve to death than be in a boring job. It's pretty accurate. It's a stupid point, but that's just how my brain works. Because the executive function, like, I have a really hard time going to work when the job is boring. I can't get out of bed, I can't get dressed, I have no motivation, I want to call in sick all the time, I don't want to do it, and I'll go, but it's a fight. And, like, how long can you put that up? How long can you fight yourself before you're like, alright, I can't handle this anymore? Because it's like, fighting that ADHD stuff is like, imagine sticking your hand on a stove because someone said you get paid for it. So you have a hot stove, and someone said, I'll pay you if you put your hand on that hot stove and burn your hand. How difficult is that to do for a normal paycheck? We're not talking about thousands of dollars. We're talking... Whatever you're making right now. You gotta put it on there till it burns. Right. But every time you want a paycheck, you gotta do that. How much do you get paid? It ain't worth it for $800. No. And then you don't have a hand. No. Yeah, but you have to do that every day. Eventually your hand gets cooked and it falls off. No, not $800 a day, $800 a week. Every day you gotta put your hand on the stove and burn yourself for a measly $800 a week. Yeah, but that's not part of the deal. The deal is that the pain is there. Because we're talking about mental pain, right? So it doesn't go away. We're not talking about realistically. This is a hypothetical situation, like a rhetorical question. Right? So every day you have to do that, and every day you feel the full pain, and every day you have to, so eventually you get exhausted. So eventually, but the other option is you can get a different job and make just as much money, not to put you so, right? You don't have to stay there. You know, because then, cause I don't think you'd be able to do it in real life. I think if in real life you had to do that every day and feel that pain, you would just get a normal job. Because I'm not talking about, like, you put it on there for 1 second and then you don't work for the rest of the day. I'm talking you burn your hand and then you go to work. So why not just go to work without burning your hand? Does that make sense? Okay. Right, yeah, you're right. Why would you burn yourself and then go to, like, that's how it feels though, because like, for somebody who's got ADHD and they're trying to do any task, like even the laundry, you have to overcome that strain of your body saying, like, if you were trying to, because somebody was saying having no executive function is like, because your body naturally says we're not burning our hand, and it fights you. So you have to build up, you have to mentally be like, okay, I gotta do this, okay, I gotta do this, okay, all right, I'm gonna do this, okay. It's like when you're jumping off of a building or something, you still have to work yourself up and be like, all right, I'm gonna jump, okay, I'm gonna do it, right? Like, it takes a couple seconds to, like, you gotta talk yourself into jumping, even though it's just a bungee jump and you're like, I'm gonna live. Like, there's a couple of seconds where you have to fight the urge to not jump off that building. I have to do that for laundry. I have to fight that urge for laundry. I have to fight that urge to do the dishes. I have to fight that urge because my body is broken. And because I have no executive function, I can't make myself do a task. And so it gets exhausting. Because other people can just do the laundry. Just do it. And so the same thing when I have to do a boring job, I have to do that. I have to, because it's a boring job, and I don't want to go. I have to fight to get in the shower. I have to fight to brush my teeth. I have to fight to eat my breakfast. I have to fight all those things. By the time I get to work, I am fucking exhausted and tired. And I don't have the energy to do the work that I don't want to do anyway. And then they want me to do, like, what? Write papers and, like, write people up and reports and all this stuff. And then I don't want to do that. So every task the entire day, I have to fight that feeling that you would get if you were trying to put your hand on a burning stove. And that's why ADHD is a disability, because it exhausts you. And so what happens is ADHD people, they just don't do it. They don't have time to do that. It's too much work. But if it's something we're interested in, and it's something we like to do, we get dopamine from it. And because ADHD is a disease where we lack dopamine, we do it because we crave the dopamine. And it's easy. So I can go to work and fight a dog that's trying to kill me because I get dopamine from it. And it's easy for me. Whereas another person would have a very hard time fighting a 90-pound dog that's trying to kill them because their fear and all that other stuff. And for me, it's excitement. Like, we're adrenaline junkies. That's what we are. Right? So for me, I'm like, bring it on. Let's do it. I'll fight this dog. Let's go. Because it makes me feel better because I get the dopamine I'm missing. I've always just... Oh, that's what I did. Yep, I need to be more ammo. I'm not sure what other people put on their guns, but I made mine very accurate, because I wanted to be able to shoot far away and hit things. I wonder what he puts on his gun. His accessories. Man, one of these supplements that I take gives me like slight heartburn, but it doesn't really quite feel like heartburn. I gotta figure out which one it is and maybe take it with food. I think it's the one that has ginger in it. I think I may have a sensitivity to ginger. Somebody is using electricity. I think I missed that guy completely. I didn't see any numbers pop up. I weighed myself today, and I was up 2 pounds, probably water weight, because normally I weigh myself before I eat. I ate, then weighed myself, so I don't think I actually gained weight. I think I just... that's the weight of the food and water in my belly. But I screwed up my intermittent fasting, so I have to get back on that. Because I was only eating early in the morning, but I screwed up my sleep schedule. I'm gonna have to fix that. I missed that one. Wow, there's a lot of people out here, I guess, because these are a lot of spawns. Nobody's hitting this? Welcome back. Yeah, it's really interesting, like, once you, like, start getting into your own psychology, and you're like, oh, I do this because of this reason. It's really interesting. I'm trying to figure out, like, how I can naturally boost my dopamine in healthier ways than video game addiction. Well, they say that there's like precursors to dopamine that you can take, supplements. I'm gonna try those. I have been... Now, I don't know about dopamine, but I know serotonin is made in the gut. And I believe dopamine is as well. Don't quote me on that. So, I've been drinking kombucha to, like, fix my gut microbiome, because I'm like, well, if it's made in the gut, that could help. And I like it anyway. It's not like I'm forcing myself to drink something I don't like. I never drank it before, though, so it's just recently that I tried it, and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. At least the flavor that I got. I don't like the other flavors. But, so I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to, like, figure that out. And then they say with people with ADHD, they don't methylate their vitamin B, so I take a methylated vitamin B supplement. And, a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, you know what? Like, maybe it won't fix me. But if it only helps a little bit, that's something. That's less medication I have to take. And with the PTSD and the anxiety, changing my diet has been life-changing. So, hoping I can do the same thing with the ADHD. Who knows? Although, the medication that they give me is, like... It's incredible. Like, I'll get up in the morning. I won't be able to get out of bed. I got my medication by my nightstand. I take it. I go back to sleep. Within 20 minutes, now I can get out of bed without having to fight myself. That is something that's never happened in my life. I have always had to fight to get out of bed. And I always wait to the last minute, which means I have to rush to get in the shower, which means I never have time to put makeup on. So I never wear makeup. I never look good. You know, like, in order to get to work on time, I would have to put my clothes out the night before. Shit like that. You know, and now, like, I get up with plenty of time. I just get out of bed. I'm like, wow, this has never happened before. But, they had me on something that was slightly different. I think it's a different form of the medication. I was having trouble sleeping on it, and then I don't know if it was by accident or if they ran out or something, but it's a slightly different form that they've got me on now, and I'm not having the insomnia, so I'm gonna tell her, I'm gonna be like, I like this form better. Can we stay with this? Because it's like, so they had me on one where it's like 75% one medication, 25% another, so it was like a mixture of two medications. And this is 100% just one medication. So this is working better, like I'm more alert, and I'm not having insomnia. So I'm gonna tell her and be like, whatever reason, I'm responding better to this one. And supposedly, I think the reason why she didn't put me on this is because this, it works, like it comes out of your system faster, so it doesn't work as long. But because but I also don't crash on it. Like, you know how like you get a caffeine crash? I was crashing on the other one. So if I didn't take my medication like one after another, I would crash in between and get really, really tired. This one, I don't crash, so it's okay that doesn't work as long, because that crash is the reason why I had to like piggyback the other medication. So yeah, like this is definitely working better, but I don't know if that's in my head. I don't think it is. You know, like, I hope I don't talk to her and she goes, that's in your head, they're exactly the same medication. But I don't think they are, because I looked them up. The formulation's not the same. Do you know anything about organic chemistry? Okay. So every chemical has a left and a right hand, so to speak. Because the chemical can form in the same way, but it's just, like, reflections of each other. But, and it's usually 50% composition when you make a chemical. But each of these, I forget what they're called, they don't work exactly the same. So some medications will take only the left-hand version, some will take only the right-hand version, and they do different things. They're technically the same drug or chemical, but they react slightly differently. And so the first medication was 75% like left hand, 25% right hand. And the right and left, they slightly do different things, whereas like one works on the executive function, the other one works on a broader term. And so they give you the mixture because they're trying to like give you a broader acting medication. And the second medication is just like all left hand. So it's very specific and it only works with the, you know. So that's the difference. And it's really kind of interesting how that works. But it's just the way that the chemical just happens to form. Like sometimes it forms with the like, you know, like let's say it's an organic chemical and has an OH group. Sometimes the OH group will be on the left-hand side, sometimes it'll be on the right-hand side. It's still technically the same chemical, but not really. What are they called? The Friendly Hermit, what's up? Excuse me, but you naturally look the fuck you mean, what? Consuming chocolate to be more physically active. Yeah, I do consume a lot of chocolate. I naturally look good. What the fuck you mean? What did I say? Oh, because I said I was on a diet, Hermit. Well, thank you. But no, I am getting a little heavy, and it's affecting my joints. So, for health reasons, I'm not dating guys right now, so I don't give a fuck what I look like. Because the only reason why to give a fuck what you look like is because you're trying to impress a man. Women actually like you better if you're ugly. They feel they actually do. Women are so mean to pretty girls because they're jealous. So the only reason to look really good is because men like you better. Men are nicer to you if you're pretty. Or if you look good, or if you're thin. If they want to screw you, they're really nice to you. Go figure. They are. But it's enough that the world operates that way that it gives you enough of an advantage. There's a reason why women try to look really pretty. There is a power to it. Also, there is a subconscious thing, and this is true for all humans. For some reason, subconsciously, we feel like pretty people are more successful. Subconsciously, we feel like pretty people are more ambitious. Thin people are more ambitious. When we subconsciously see a fat person, even if we're trying not to be that way, subconsciously we have a bias against them. And that slight bias doesn't affect your life too much unless you're in sales or something, you know? Think about it. So this is what they found out about sales. Here's the interesting thing. So they took a pretty girl and an ugly girl. A pretty man and an ugly man. And they said, here's the sales pitch, go out. And what they found is that for the man, his looks didn't matter as much as his skills. So if he presented himself as knowledgeable, they would buy more. But for the woman, if her looks, if she was ugly, men in general found her more annoying and wouldn't listen to her. Now, obviously, this isn't every man, but it was enough in the study that the majority of men found her annoying. So that's why in sales you never see an ugly woman, but you can sometimes see ugly men. So they'll have like nerdy looking men. And it's a subconscious bias that you can't control, no matter how much you want to. It's there or it isn't. And so I'm in sales. So it would help me, it would benefit me to make myself as attractive as possible, so that when I'm selling, people don't find me annoying or what, you know what I mean? Like, so those percentage of men that will find me annoying, I won't make the sale to, but if I'm pretty, I'll make the sale. And that matters to me because I want to make every sale. So in real life, it doesn't really matter because you don't have to talk to those people. But in sales or in business, you want every advantage that you can get. So there is a psychology to it. I find prettier people to be the opposite. There are some people that are like that, Hermit. Pressure yourself on others. I'm doing it for health reasons, Hermit. But it is going to increase my sales. 100%. Now, there is a subconscious thing, though, that women, the prettier you are, the more women dislike you. Which is why they don't use pretty women. Except in beauty, they don't use pretty women to sell to women. Because women hate them. But if in beauty, women want to be them, so they'll buy the beauty products to look like them. That's why when you're trying to sell a car to a man, it's a pretty girl. When you're trying to sell something to a man, it's a pretty girl because they're more receptive. They pay attention. They're like, oh, what is that? It catches their attention. You know? But when you're trying to sell stuff to women, if you want to sell a cell phone to a woman, you don't use a pretty girl. Look at Flo, right? Flo is progressive. She's not ugly, but she's not a fucking supermodel. Because they're trying to sell to men and women. So she is pretty enough that the men won't find her annoying. Or, you know, grotesque and won't look at her. But she's not so pretty that she makes the female clients be like, fuck that bitch. Because you don't want that subconscious feeling when you're trying to sell a product. Because you want the client to feel good about the product. So you have to work against their subconscious biases. So whenever you're selling, you have to do the broad. Because you're selling to the broad. Like, you can't go, well, this one person, you have to go, well, statistically, I will reach more people doing this. That just makes, you know, sense. Like, you can't, you have to look at it as a whole. You have to say, oh, well, if 95 or 85% of people feel this way, well, that's what I'm going to go with. Because I want to broaden the amount of people that will. Now, if you had a product that was very, very specific, let's say you were trying to sell to ugly women, because maybe you have a product that when they put it on, they'll become, so there are 2 and they'll become a 10. you would use a regular person to sell it, but then that regular person, you would show their transformation into the tent. You see what I'm saying? So like they would most of the commercial would be the regular person saying this is how I feel, whatever, and then it would be 10 seconds of her pretty. Rather than the pretty girl trying to sell the past, it was more effective because, you know, or like look at Asmongold, right? Like most of the people who watch his channel, they relate to him, right? So he has a very specific thing. Those people are going there because they want to be related to, so he works for that demographic. So it depends. If you have a very specific demographic, you'll change your targeting stuff. But if you're trying to hit the broad, you go with the broad, you know, makes sense, right? And then also there is a female version of what is pretty and a male version of what is pretty. Men and women, when they look at women, they have different ideas of what is attractive. And so when you're selling to a woman, you use the they call it like, what do they call it? Through the feminine gaze. So you would make the women look like what women think they should look like. And women tend to want to be thinner and more boyish. So that's why fashion shows all the models are super thin, almost anorexic, because women think that's it. That's what men want. But then men actually want more voluptuous women. So when you see a car, the woman has more meat on her bones. She's never a thin waif. There's a reason for that. It's because in fashion, they're selling to women. With cars, they're selling to men. They've done all this up, man. They do so much psychology and studies, and like they'll show people pictures of people. They'll ask you like, does this person look, you know, mean? Does this person look nice? You know, would you buy a product from this person? Do they look intelligent? And like they've done so much work on that stuff to like hack your brain, literally. Like everything you see is so intentional and studied out, and like none of it is by accident. It is all manipulation of, you know, they measure the chemicals in your brain when you see a pretty person. Are your oxytocin levels going up or down? Like they measure everything. Like literally marketing has become a science. It's crazy, but it's true. But it's also true. Like if you went to a veterinarian and she looked like a supermodel and she looked stupid, you might go, I don't know if I want to go to this vet. You know, she looks like she's kind of an airhead. Versus, so like a lot of times, like this is true. I dyed my hair blonde, and when my hair is dark and I walk into the room, people assume I'm the doctor. When I dyed my hair blonde, they assumed I was the nurse. There are biases against my hair color changed how they perceive me. So normally I'd go in, they'd be like, oh, are you the doctor? No, I'm the nurse. I had blonde hair and people would be like, so when do I get to see the doctor? Just based on hair color. And it's a subconscious, like they're not going, blonde people are it's subconscious how they perceive it. And it was just a hair color change. Everything, that's why, you know, like I want to appear smart. I don't dye my hair blonde. I want to appear knowledgeable. I leave it the natural color. I think I look better with the natural color anyway. Like I think I look better with a high contrast profile anyway. With, you know, dark red lipstick and dark hair, I think, and light skin. I think it looks really good on me. Yeah, like we have these subconscious biases that we don't even know we have, and it perceives whether or not you believe something someone's saying. It's crazy. It's crazy. Even if you're aware of it, the bias, you still are affected by it. You just don't know it. Are we doing more silos or something? Because I need to make bullets. Did you leave? Oh, there you are. I should maybe make some. I have to put some copper in here. I put steel in your copper. Oh, the steel ammo? How much steel do we have? Alright, I'll get some steel. Yeah, I'm gonna make some steel ammo and then I'll go get some later. I think I have a lot in my base. Let me go see. I'll just replenish it. I don't have your intermediate bench. I'm using yours. Steel here somewhere. Yeah, so like I'm trying to find like an image for myself. Like how am I gonna dress when I go meet clients, and how am I gonna wear my makeup, and how am I gonna approach them, and you know, all that stuff is really important. So I want to look like a knowledgeable dog trainer, you know, like I want to look the part. I want to look what they expect me to look like. You know, like how a doctor wears a lab coat, and you're like, oh, that's a doctor. You expect them to look that way. And so like I'm trying to be like, okay, well, how do I meet their expectation of what I should look like? And so, you know, wear athletic wear. I feel like they expect dog trainers to do that, and you know, just like certain things. But I don't want to do too much makeup. I don't want to get my nails done. I don't want to look like somebody who should be working in a beauty salon, you know? So there's like you have to like look the part. Also, they found, so there was a woman, a sociopath, I forget what her name is, but she founded a company, and she would, when she talked to people, she would lower her voice. And she actually built this whole fake company. And when they study her, they realized that her lowering her voice made people perceive her as more intelligent. So she would talk like this, and she would have like a lower female voice, and she would purposely lower her voice, and it made people think she was more intelligent. There's a bias against that, like people perceive the deepness of your voice. Well, you think about it, like Valley Girls, they talk like this, and they're like, you know, like we think that's stupid. There's a bias against it. There's a reason why the Valley Girl accent sounds really stupid to us. It's very high pitched, and it's also the cadence and the tone. Like there's a lot to go on. It's not just the pitch, which is another reason why, unfortunately, a lot of women don't get taken as seriously as men, because we have this bias. Now, I don't know if that is genetic or if that is something that is built into us because of our culture. I don't think they really know that, and the only way to really, really understand that would be if society changed so drastically from the way that it is now, where like we had a society where men were suppressed the way women used to be, and men weren't allowed to go to school, and they were perceived as stupid, then you could compare that society with the society and see if people then had the reverse, where they think high-pitched voices sound more intelligent. Or if that's genetic. I have a suspicion it comes from like hidden biases from the TV shows we watch and things like that, because they were very like misogynistic, especially in the 70s and 80s and 90s. So it probably is a bias that we're taught, and then we carry it subconsciously. You know, every movie we watch, if you want a dumb girl, she's blonde and she has a Valley Girl accent. So subconsciously you think that's stupid. So could be that our social media is imprinting that on us. Or it could just be that that's done because we already had the imprint in us to begin with, but I don't think so. I don't see why we would have a genetic predisposition to think that lower voices are more intelligent. I feel like that's more culturally imprinted, especially since there's a lot of TV and shit that shows us. But that's something that I have to overcome when I'm trying to sell. There, in my dog training world, there is a bias that people have that men deal with aggressive dogs and women use purely positive, and they feed food to dogs. So when I go in there, I have to overcome that bias that they think that I'm just going to feed their dog treats, and that they think that I'm going to be afraid when the dog tries to hurt me. Because there's this social bias, because if you look at the amount of males that are dealing with aggressive dogs, you know, like it's almost all men that train military dogs. It's almost all men that train protection dogs. It's almost all men who do that stuff. There's very few women, almost none. But if you look at the female trainers, they're doing tricks. They're trick trainers. Agility, tricks, competition. And so there is this bias because for whatever reason, that's where males and females went. Now there might be just a preference, like women just might not want to deal with aggression. And that's where they go. And so there's a bias toward it. So, but it doesn't matter why it happens. It's there. And when I go into cell, I have to overcome that bias that the person thinks, can you handle this? Which is why I do personal thing, and I show them that because once they see me handle the aggressive dog, that bias goes out the window, like, are you? But it's there, not in all clients, but it's enough that I have to have a program and I have to have a way to show that when I present myself. It's like almost like showing your work. Because men are perceived as braver and stronger, more courageous, more dominant, more assertive. So anytime a woman wants to go into a male-dominated field, she's got to sort of prove herself. It's almost like the man doesn't have to prove all those traits. It's assumed he has them, whereas like the female has to prove those traits. But then the opposite is true, right? Like men are not perceived as caregivers. So men going into nursing and stuff probably have the opposite problem, you know? It's just I don't experience that part because I'm obviously not male, so I don't experience that. But I could definitely see, like, well, if you think about it, like if a man wants to be like a nanny, he's probably not going to get hired because women perceive men as dangerous and women are perceived as safer for children. So that's why nannies are usually females, because people prefer to hire women. They feel like women are less likely to sexually assault, hurt, injure, they're more caring. And so a man going into a nanny job would probably have a very hard time getting a job, especially if he presented very masculine. Maybe a gay man would have a great time because gay men are kind of perceived more feminine. So a straight masculine dude would probably have a really hard time being a nanny. I certainly wouldn't hire a grown man to watch my kids. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like that. I mean, I would hire a gay man, but not like a grown straight dude. I'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you? Well, right. There's a lot of reasons. Yeah, like, because they're more likely to be aggressive. They're more likely to sexually assault. They're more likely to... Doesn't mean women don't do it. Doesn't mean there aren't female killers out there. You know, but... I think they should do a lot of research into why men are more prone to those kinds of things. Figure it out and see if there's a therapy that or a way that we could raise men so they don't grow up to be that way. You know, is it the way they're raised, socialized? Is it a genetic thing? Like, clearly, so they know that testosterone makes men quicker to anger, and so then they get into more fights. And that's true with all animals. Like, I've got my rats, right? When the females get into fights, there's a lot of noise. Nobody ever bleeds, ever. When the males get into fights, I have to sew everybody up because there's blood everywhere and the skin is ripped open. They get very violent. That is definitely testosterone. Well, also testosterone, Hermit, leads to less empathy in general. Now, that doesn't mean that men can't have empathy. It's definitely a scale. But the way they do this is they look at the extremes and they go, who are the most least empathetic people? Who are the most empathetic people? And when you look at the extremes, the most empathetic people, it is dominated by women. And the least empathetic people, it's dominated by men. Now, there's obviously a scale. There are obviously men who are very empathetic and they're in the middle. Most average people are in the middle. So they're looking at the extremes to see how testosterone and estrogen affect people on the extremes. And that's how they're deciding that, where most people are in the middle. So people misinterpret that study and they think, oh, men are not empathetic. And it's not true. It's like they're looking at the extreme, the outliers, not the mean, the exception to the rule. And so there is a correlation between testosterone. The higher your testosterone, the less empathetic. The trend is the less empathetic you will be. And then also, like, you look at like bodybuilders and stuff, they get steroid rage. That's because they're pumping too much testosterone into their body. There's a link with it. So it's definitely the male hormones that are affecting that. And I think it has to do with the increased, like, the quickness to anger. Because women, it's very hard sometimes. Most women anger slower than most men. Obviously, that is not true for all women. My mother was borderline, and, like, she would go from 0 to 100 because you sneezed the wrong way. So we're not talking about mentally ill people. We're not talking about the outliers. But in general, and I see that in the dogs too, when when a male is unneutered, they anger quicker than a female, which is why I use females in my work, because I don't want them to anger quickly, because then they're more likely to fight back, and I want them to hold back. But also, males tend to be more reckless, and we know that. Every teenage boy is like racing or doing something, or they choose reckless sports, and women just tend not to. And obviously, there's obviously outliers. There's females that race and things like that. But we're talking about like the mean, the average mean. So there is something to do with the hormones. And so it would be interesting to figure out, like, if we could figure out, we don't have to worry about the guys in the middle or the women in the middle. We need to worry about the outliers. How could we treat the outliers? Because too much empathy is a bad thing. If you have too much empathy as a woman, then you tend to be very agreeable, and also you get pushed around a lot. And so women who are very empathetic and they're to a point where it's a fault, it hinders them. They don't make a lot of money. They're not very successful. And so too much is bad too. Because we're out, obviously extremes are bad. It's not the mean. But I also think that we have set up a society where we don't allow men to be caregivers. And we say that we make fun of them sometimes for it. Or they get kind of socially punished for it. And if we had a society where men were more involved in caregiving of children, because there's a psychology that says there is a role for the father and there's a role for the mother. And if you have a same-sex marriage, one has to be the father, one has to be the mother in the role. And the mother's role is to raise the baby. From age 1 to 3, she is there. She meets all of its needs. It cries. She gives it food. She cuddles it. But then the father's role is at 3 years old, when the child needs to be independent. He takes the child out. He roughhouses. He plays it. He takes the child away from the mother, and he takes it out into the world, and he teaches it how to live in the world independently of the mother. So it doesn't matter if there's a same-sex couple, but those roles have to be fulfilled in order for the child to grow up and be secure, because the mother teaches the child how to regulate its emotion with other people. The father teaches the child how to regulate its emotions by itself. And if you're missing either one of those, then you wind up with those attachment styles where you have an anxious person who can't regulate their emotions by themselves. So anxious men tend to have mothers who are overly needy and hugging them, and fathers that were mean to them and didn't perform their role. And that's the same thing with anxious women too. Like the father teaches you to be independent. And avoidance have a mother who didn't hug and kiss, who didn't love them from 1 to 3. So you never learn to co-regulate your emotions with people. And then they learn to only regulate their emotions by themselves. Yours was a little bit opposite, Hermit. See, I'm an avoidant. I'm a dismissive avoidant. I do not know how to co-regulate my emotions with someone. So anytime I have to regulate my emotions, which causes a problem because anxious men are attracted to me because they like avoidant personalities. So if I need to regulate my emotions, I'm like, I need to go, I'll be right back. And I get in the car and I drive around and I regulate my emotions away from you, which pisses off anxious men because they have to sit there in their emotions. They cannot regulate them by themselves. So either I need to find a secure person who's like, okay, and they can regulate their emotions by themselves while I'm gone, or I need to find an anxious man who's done a lot of work on himself so that he's learned a little bit so that, you know, so anytime I get into a relationship and I'm like, I gotta go regulate my emotions, they flip out. I can't deal with this. You're gone. I'm freaking out. I'm upset. Where are you? I need you. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, dude. Regulate, like, holy shit. You know, like, I flip out and I'm like, why are you so fucking needy? What the fuck, dude? Why do I have to be there for you to not feel anxious? Because I don't understand that. Because I'm the opposite. When somebody's like, regulate your emotions with me, I'm like, no, and I run away. I have to do it by myself. That's the way I am. Like, anytime I get angry, that's why there's not, like, dismissive avoidance are very even-kiltered. There's not a lot of emotion and all that stuff because we take our emotions, we go off by ourselves, we deal with them, and then we come back. So you don't see a lot of expression of emotion because we don't do it around other people. And so a lot of people are attracted to dismissive avoidance because they're very mild-tempered. There's no ups and downs with them. But there's a reason for that. But then when you try to get close to us and you're like, hey, I need to regulate my emotion. Can I have some hugs and kisses? If I also have to regulate my emotion at the same time, I'm gone. Because I have to do it. I have to do that first. I cannot sit with you until I've done that. Which means that my partner will have to sit and stew in their emotions until I come back. And that causes a problem. But most men are the dismissive avoidance and most women are the anxious. It is less common the other way around. So if I'm trying to date somebody and he's a dismissive avoidant, what happens is we just avoid each other. Nothing ever happens. We literally just like go into our own world and we do our own thing and we never come around and we never hang out with each other and then we never date because we're just avoiding each other. Hero syndrome plus anxious attachment both conflict with each other very roughly. Yeah, men have hero syndrome. Yeah, I think that's more a male thing than a female thing. That's an interesting concept that they, yeah. Well, a lot of anxious men, a lot of women think they're weak. A lot of women think that they are, you know, too emotional. And so they struggle with that too. And so they get in. So what happens is those anxious men wind up because if you find an avoidant that's a female, it's a fearful avoidant, which is the borderline, which is they have both wounds. They are both avoidant, but they are also anxious. So that's why it works, because the anxious man goes, hey, she's giving me all the attention I want. And then all of a sudden one day she's like, get the fuck away from me. But don't leave me. Get away from me. Don't leave me. Get away from me. Don't leave me. Holy shit, I would go crazy if I had somebody like that. My mother was like that. Fearful avoidant. I avoided her at all costs. I was like, I don't want nothing to do with you. I would go to other friends' houses I always had Thanksgiving at my friend's house to avoid my mother. So anything I could do. She was crazy. But anxious men sometimes get attached to that. And because women tend to be that type, they very rarely, like, men, when they start to date me, and then I blindside them because they're like, what? Because they expect that I'm going to be avoidant, but then they expect I'm going to be fearful and come back. I can guarantee you that this guy, where I was just like, I'm not going to talk to you unless you're single, I can guarantee you, because he's dealt with the fearful avoidant, because that's what his girlfriend is, he's probably like, she'll be back. I'm not a fearful avoidant. I don't need him. I won't come back. It's different. It's different. I don't have the anxious wound where I feel like I don't ever fear being abandoned. I've never had a man leave me. I've always been the one that left. I don't fear it. And even if a man did leave, I'd be like, oh, well, then we weren't meant to be together. Makes sense. It's not a fear for me. I don't fear people leaving me. And that it's also because I'm comfortable being alone. So if people left me and they were like, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you, I'd be like, fine, I'll go play a video game. I don't care. It doesn't affect me the same way as like an anxious person. It's like, no, don't leave me. I can't live without you. For me, I'm like, whoo, man, now I don't have to deal with his bullshit and I'm alone and oh my god, this feels great. It's a totally different wound. And so like, if I want to be in a relationship, I have to overcome the fact that I feel better alone. It's a pretty rough thing when you're trying to be in a relationship. Which is why like anxious men, like they drive me crazy. They drive me crazy. I feel like, do you want me to turn your silver into ignates? Okay. I'm gonna turn all this steel. Well, we only got a little bit of steel. Did you just want the steel? Because I just took it. Oh, okay. Okay. It was only a little bit, but I wanted it. See, that's why I think everybody should learn their attachment style. Because then they understand their relationships and why they fail. And if you understand your relationships and why they fail and what's going on, then you can ask for what you need. So I can go to a man and be like, listen, I'm a dismissively avoidant, attached person. I am physically incapable at this point in time of regulating my emotions with you. If you cannot give me the time to regulate my emotions by myself, it won't work. But then, like, the other part, the caveat to that is that I have to understand that they need to regulate their emotions with me. So, like, a securely attached person would say something like, sure, go regulate your emotions, but tonight we need to talk about this. So you've got all day. I'll leave you alone. So they don't let you do it forever. They say, I need you to come back so we can talk about this. But an anxiously attached person, they can't even spend 5 seconds away from you, and it does not work. I cannot handle that. Because I feel like I can't breathe. And just imagine, oh, it's so terrible. Imagine, because you're with the person that you love, you cannot regulate your emotions. And then they won't let you go off and have a think on your own. Mine is a blind mix of I'm fine with people, but if I get that one person who feels human to me, that part of me dissolves, and I kind of hate being this way. But see, you might be avoidant, because that's what avoidants do. Like, once you find the right person, and you feel comfortable with them, and you feel safe, then the fear goes away. But you have to overcome the fear, and so what happens is, like, as you start to fall in love, or as you start to feel good, that spike in fear is really, really high. And so if the other person can withstand that spike, that little freak out that you have, then you can start to trust. But it's always you spike that fear. And that's where I always, like, lose the other person. Like, that's when we start having problems. Like, when I start to develop emotions and I'm like, I think I love you. And then I spike that fear and now I'm freaking out. And I'm like, I need to get away from you. And I start, like, I push them away briefly and I'm freaking out. And then they're going, nope, you're crazy. Because the anxious man is afraid of abandonment, so he thinks I'm abandoning him, and then he leaves because he thinks if he leaves, he can't get hurt. So, you know, like, it doesn't work. Now I say I've never been left, but this is, I'm talking about before we're boyfriend and girlfriend. This is like the initial dating stages. And this only happens if I actually truly like someone. So I get into a lot of relationships where I don't really like the person as much because I never have that fear and spite because I'm not afraid they're going to leave. And then relationships are kind of lackluster for me because I cannot form a relationship with a man that I genuinely love because I spike, I freak out, and they cannot withstand the anxious period. And it dissolves before we even have a relationship. So I've just learned not to try. Like if I like somebody that much, I'm like, nah, this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna scare him off, and I just leave. I don't even bother because I'm like, nah, he's gonna know I'm crazy. But then also, the dismissive void doesn't like to lose control of their emotions. So if I think I'm gonna lose control of my emotions, again, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna lose control. So it's very hard for me to get into a relationship. And I'm working on it. I am in therapy. Like, I've been in therapy for 2 years, and I was like, I know I'm fucked up. I didn't before, because I used to think, well, if you love me, you'd stick around. But now that I know about attachment styles, I'm like, this makes sense. Because I make him feel like shit, because I withdraw. And then a healthy person doesn't want to be with someone that makes them feel like shit. And that makes sense. Now it makes sense that I wind up with these fucked up anxious guys because they're not healthy either, and they tolerate the horrible feelings that I create when I pull away. I'm like, oh, great. That's how I create the bad dynamics. And so, like, I want to find somebody who's a securely attached person. So I need to fix that. And if I don't do that work, I'll never have a securely attached person. Because they look at me and they're like, nah, not for me. Which is probably why I always, like, going back to that marriage thing, like, I never really kind of had this huge drive to be married because I'm so comfortable being alone. Well, I have friends, but I mean, like, alone, like, relationship-wise. It's almost like I can take it or leave it, a relationship. The only time I struggle... What? Jody, what? What friend? Oh, let's see. Nope, I already have it. Oh, wait. Yep, already have it. Oh, there's a light cement floor and a light cement pattern. Oh, that's a wall. Do you need any of these? I have the blue wainscoting, varnished plank, retro simple ceiling, light cement pattern, dark brown painted wood. Okay. What I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna probably, like, disassemble these and, like, try and get some of the purple. You know? So if I get duplicates of the purples, I'll give them to you. Ah, okay. I think I have some of those. Let me see which ones I have. So it'll be under furniture, interior. Nope. Lighting, lifestyle, furnishing items. It's not under here. I have the American sofa. That's it. Like, I have the pattern. One. Oh, there's more than one. I just have the American sofa one. All right. Well, what we could do is we could just trade back and forth our purples. You know, as we create them. We'll just trade them back and forth. I don't have too many of them. I have the industrial dressing table, which is a purple, but I think you buy that one. This one you buy. I'm gonna go down to the beach. Are you at the beach? I'm gonna try to go to the beach because I think I got one more level. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work on my headspace and myself to become really emotionally intelligent. It started from, like when you're, a lot of people, they're like, why does this always happen to me? Like, why am I always the victim? And one day I just was like, but what if I'm not the victim? What if I'm doing this to myself? You know what I mean? And it turns out there is a huge part, like you create this yourself. Oh, I just hit level 50, yay! Nice. Oh, fucker, I'm stuck. What'd you say? Oh yeah, I saw that. That's why I've been using it. I saw you have 2 buffs on it. Oh, yeah. You could go to my base, take what you need to make the adrenaline shots. Yeah, but you can make me more that way. I'm gonna need a lot. I die a lot. It's not enough. It's enough for now, but it's not enough. I usually carry around like 30. I know. But the shield is nice. Doesn't it give you a shield? Oh, okay. I've never actually gotten that mimetic before. I just knew it exists. Yes. I am gonna have to go to a... I guess now that I'm 50, like, I'm gonna have to go to Black Bell and, like, get some materials and crystals so that I can make myself tier 5 weapons. I'm still using a tier 1 gun. Why? Oh, that's right. Well, wait. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting I'm not in the other server. What's the highest I can do? Tier 3? Alright, well, then that's what I gotta do. I keep forgetting that I'm not on this other server. Let's see, what is my 50th trait? Mathematics. Something good, please. Stardust Regulator. Advanced Stove Gourmand. Well, that's good. That gives me both on the... Oh, that gives me both on the stove. I don't really use Stardust Regulators. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the stove, because I don't really use Stardust Regulators. I've made them, they're expensive, and I don't really use them. Yeah. Well, here is, I've got Stardust Barrier. Improved Stardust Barriers, plus 50% HP. When the Stardust Barrier is deployed, it replenishes 50% HP for all allies and can be used 5 times. People probably buy that. Especially if they're doing something with Rosetta. I think that's what they're for. They soak bullets, I think. I don't know if they soak all projectiles. I think it's just physical damage. I'm not sure. The Stardust barriers? I know for sure it's physical. But as far as like the deviants, I'm not sure. But I mean, they are heal. 50% HP just because you deploy it for your entire team. And there are definitely silos where it's useful. What I'll probably do is after we make our stoves and we've moved permanently, I will probably respec that one. See what I get. No, that's what I mean. Like, I will keep it until we have our set bases and our set stuff. And then I'll... When we no longer need it, I'll respec it. This is so nice. You can just log on, do one of these like events, and then you have all you need to go around and collect boxes. Oh, the Weeping Angel dicks. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, those guys are assholes too. Oh, but you see, a lot of them, they shoot bullets, so that's the Stardust, whatever I have, that will stop them from shooting us. Most of them shoot bullets. Some of them, I think, fire. Most bullets. Yeah, I can't wait to, So I wish we had gotten the platforms. Well, I guess it you know, on the other server, what I was doing is I was, using the Stardust platforms to mine the Stardust ore passively. That was nice. I had so much I didn't know what to do. So definitely, at least my ult is gonna be stuck in an area where he can just passively mine that. And it's especially good when you have 5/5 diggers to put on them. Every day, 2,000 from each platform. I would get 10,000 a day. It's nice. Much better than having to mine it, because you would eat the food and you would get about 2,000, 3,000 with the food, and that was like after 20 minutes. But if you could do it passively and get 10,000 a day... Especially since we both have oil processing. It would never hurt for source. You know what's funny is like that dude that I was telling you about that was cheating on his girlfriend. There was a point we were having a conversation and I was telling him that I was on a diet and I had lost 10 pounds and he was like, he was telling me how he wanted my body to look and I was like, who the fuck are you to decide that? I was like, first of all, you ain't my boyfriend. Second of all, if you were, I wouldn't let you decide that. I was like so annoyed by that. He was just like, yeah, I don't really like girls with big tits, and I kind of like this, and then, you know, just don't lose your ass because I like big asses, and... I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me don't lose my ass? Like, who are you to tell me that I can't look the way I want to look, you know? I was so annoyed. I was like, you got nerve, man. Especially a dude where I'm not even his girlfriend. I'm like his side piece. That's what he wants me to be. You want to return the game, but all the negatives pull you right back? What's the negatives, Hermit? Like what are you not happy with? I don't know. Guy in chat, Hermit, is like upset with the game. He says, I can't come back because there's too many negatives to the game. Right, like I don't know. Well, he's not having fun, so I asked him why you're not having fun. I don't think he particularly likes this game as much as I do. It's more of I can't always be around to reset the base. That's my problem. Oh, you're upset because every 7 days it disappears. Opens up spaces, but I don't know on a urban server. Right, very, very soon. Or, yeah, you're right. I don't know if it's out. Well, that depends, because if it's considered a different platform, like, I'm not on Steam, so if I tried to log in on Steam, my character's not there, I have to log in on there, I have to log in on Loading Bay. I don't know. I don't know. You know, like that, I don't know how that works. Maybe, but then I can't have an alt, I think. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yeah, I just keep them separate, because why do I have to... Like, I don't do anything on my alt. Like, he doesn't play, he doesn't... I just level him up on the server, and he just is a passive farm. He's basically extra facilities, and that's all I use him for. Okay, so I put this down, it only says long-term storage shelf. Has to be on in the advance, okay. I'm gonna be right back. I know, it's terrible. I am so abusive, but you know what? Fucking deal with it. I'll be right back.
I fell with the barrel and I thought I was gonna die, okay?
May, do you want to die?
Maybe.
Okay.
No!
Now he knows where we are.
I turned my car on.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Bye!
Hey, I'm too short.
okay? Yo, my dog was just sleeping and fell off the bed.
God, that thing scares me every time!
So midnight out. Let's cut shit. Oh. How old are you?
Do you want to smash?
Sure, but you bring the carrot. He's 58, by the way. What? God damn it!
I knew it. Knew it. Say something real quick. I need to fix your audio. No, I think you're not showing up the stream. Trying to fix. Here we go. Okay, now say something.
Hello, chat.
Okay, now chat can hear you. They couldn't hear you before. I didn't realize that. I meant to fix that before because I was like, I bet you. Yesterday when we were chatting, people didn't realize I was chatting with someone because it was something someone said in a chat where it would look like. It looked like they thought I was responding to them. I was responding. Oh, and I was like, I wonder if I can't hear you, and they probably couldn't. Forgot all about. I'm really bad. This is one of the things that happens with me with like streaming is really bad with setup and stuff like that. I forget like all the little things, and it would be really nice if I had somebody who could set all this stuff up, get it all done for me, and then like I just sit down and go, because like all the little things that I have to do, I just simply forget, like, and then I'm in the middle of streaming and I'm like, oh, I gotta do this and I gotta do that. Just a lot of mental load that what time is it? Yeah, I mean, like, it's, you know, it's funny, when I found out that I had ADHD, I actually, like, went into this mourning, because it was, like, mourning the life I could have had, you know, because, like, like, ADHD people, they struggle with school, and they, you know, like, a lot of stuff, and, you know, I did all that. I struggled with school, and I struggled with, and all of the struggles that I had were normal ADHD struggles, and like I mourned that because I was like, you know, like, because they don't look for ADHD in women.
Mm-hmm.
I got told that I was depressed. They told me it's depression, and then they would reprimand me because they would be like, the reason why you're not getting better is because you're not taking your pills, and I'd be like, I am taking the pills, they're not working. Well, I don't believe that, you know, like I was basically treated like I don't know how my body is feeling, or I don't know what I'm doing, or I don't know, and I was dismissed. And how they diagnosed me as depression is because I had told one doctor, I said, you know what I don't understand about myself is I could really like something, but I have a hard time getting there, you know, like getting dressed and stuff like that. But once I get dressed and I go, I have a great time. But I have a hard time executing that. And they said, oh, well, you're depressed. That's how they diagnosed me with depression. And I said to them, I don't feel depressed. And like, well, you're probably numb. And I'm like, no, I don't feel numb. Very happy, contented person. I don't cry a lot. I'm not sad. I don't feel depression. I know what sadness feels like. I was like, and then even when something sad happens, like I lose an animal, I grieve for an appropriate amount of time. I don't hold on to that grief for years, and it's still hard for me to think about my dog that died because I was really attached to him. But I don't think about him every day. That only feeling comes up when someone mentions him, and then we start talking about him. I reminisce, but that's all normal stuff. I don't get stuck in the depression. I was like, I don't think I have depression, and they were like, no, you do. And that's how they diagnosed me with depression, is because I was describing the fact that I was having problems with my executive function. And I was having problems having the motivation to, like, jump in the shower. And I used to call it my adult temper tantrums. Like, I have adult temper tantrums. Where I would sit there and argue with myself, and I'd be like, get in the shower. No, I don't want to. Get in the shower. No, I don't want to. Get in the shower. You have to get in the shower. You're going to stink. Get in the shower. You got to work. Get in the shower. No, I don't want to. And then I would wait until the last minute and then get in the shower. So I could have all day to shower. I'd go to work at 2. I'd hop in the shower at 1. Why don't I get in the shower at 9 a.m.? Why do I wait till the last minute? And it's not that and like, so depressed people, they'll go weeks without showering. I don't do that. I take a shower every day. Yeah. But I wait till the last possible minute. Sometimes I shower right before bed because I'm like, oh, I gotta take a shower. I didn't take one yet. Like, and it's just one of those things where it's like, the biggest problem is, like, why do I wait till 5 minutes before I have to be at work to shower, and then I'm always late? I'm always late for work. So then my solution to that years ago was, I get to work early. So if I have to be there at 1, I'll plan on getting there at noon, and I'll show up at 12:30. So then I sit there for an hour to a half hour because I'm early. And I show up to all my appointments really early. Turns out that is a solution that ADHD people do. They're either really early or really late. But because I couldn't accept being really late, I was really early everywhere. So I'd be sitting in the parking lot for an hour because I didn't want to be late. That's not depression.
An hour is crazy.
Yeah, well, it's either that or be late and miss your appointment. You miss enough doctor's appointments, they tell you, well, you don't get your appointment, then you don't get your medication, or you don't get whatever, or you miss work. I didn't want to get fired. Yeah, so I would sit there, it'd be early. Even now, when I go to a client's house, I'll be like, yeah, I'll be there at 10. 9:30, I'm sitting there waiting for 10 o'clock to roll around. I'm just hanging out. I'll park somewhere down the block and just wait a half hour before I go to their house. And my clients are like, wow, you're really punctual. I'm like, actually, I've been sitting around the corner for about 45 minutes. Or I'll be late. Because of the time blindness. I think it's going to take me 5 minutes to jump in the shower. It takes me really 20. I can't mentally process how long it takes me to brush my teeth. I think it takes me 1 second to brush my teeth. It takes me 5 minutes to brush my teeth. I think it takes me 5 minutes to take a shower. It really takes me 20. Like, mentally, like, I cannot do the mental math of exactly how much time I need. So I have to give myself more than I need. Like, for example, like, one day I was like, oh, I'll go get Starbucks. I've got a half hour before I gotta be there. I was like, it actually took me 20 minutes to get Starbucks because they were busy.
Right.
But I thought it was going to take me 5 minutes. So I was almost late because I had to get a coffee. Because mentally, I couldn't realize that it doesn't take 5 minutes. It feels like 5 minutes to me, but it's really 20. Because we have this time blindness where time either moves faster or slower for us. Which I didn't know was a thing. Until I found out I was ADHD. I'm like, oh, that's why I have to go to work an hour early. That's why I have my stream, and it's like it starts in 15 minutes. Because if I was like, I'm going to stream every day at 10 a.m., what'll happen is I'll be like, oh, I got like 10 minutes before I have to be on stream, but then I don't do the mental math of how long it actually takes to turn the stream on, to get OBS ready, to test my sound. So I have to start my stream 15 minutes before 10 a.m. because guaranteed I'm still fucking with my shit by the time the stream turns on.
Yeah.
And it's just strange because hearing other people say, well, I don't have to do that. I'm I'm like, really? You just know? You just know how much time you need? That's why my programs, one of the reasons why my programs, I tell people I blame it on the dog. But I can't tell a person accurately how much time it's going to take me to do something because I accurately cannot measure time in my head. So I tell them, it's going to take between 1 and 2 hours. How long? I don't know. Depends on how quickly the dog recovers. You know?
Makes sense.
And they buy it, and it's sort of true. Because there's a truth to that. The dogs all are different timeline-wise, but a lot of it is also because I can't accurately measure. Like, what I had to do is I had to make the program then slow, over time, like, decrease it to get the timeline, you know, of like, oh, 3 weeks, okay, you know. That's how I wound up building my programs, I had to slowly decrease them. Although I don't really see that as like a, you know, a disability, although they do say it's a disability. But I was like, yeah, but once you learn that you need to give yourself extra time, then you can function, but I guess that's still considered a disability? I don't know. It was funny because I was talking to my doctor, I was like, I almost feel like I'm disabled. She's like, you are. And I'm like, oh. Well, that's probably why I feel disabled.
You are.
I didn't know it's considered a disability.
That was a weird thing to say, though. I mean, being honest, but still.
Well, I don't think it was rude. I think she said it because it made me feel better because I was talking about how I was struggling and I was like, I almost feel disabled because I can't do these things. And she's like, well, you are. Like, she's like affirming that, yeah, you can't do these things. It's not your fault. I don't think she said it the way I just said it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm just reiterating like what I remember, but I'm sure she's not
Nice about it.
Yeah, she's not rude, so she probably had a more tactful way of saying it, but it's been a while, so I don't remember exactly how she said it.
Somebody already killed all these enemies. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I was gonna go run around collecting stuff.
I might have enough resources for you to craft your weapons to tier 3.
Alright, well I'm gonna
Let's try.
run to the monolith anyway. And get the get the tower. And then just clear that zone out, so then I'll bring some home. Oh, you scared me for a second. I was not expecting that to be so loud.
Sorry.
No, it's alright. You know, it's really interesting. Because I have PTSD and I had to deal with it myself, and because I've recovered from it, and I understand how nutrition and behavior modification and all that stuff came into play, I use that to rehabilitate the dogs. And I actually tell my clients, I'm like, put them on omega-3s. Because omega-3s is one of the major things. Like, dogs aren't really magnesium deficient because they eat dog food. And they put that in there. But they don't put the omega-3s in, so that's one thing that the dogs are deficient in. Because dry dog food doesn't have a lot of fats in it, because it would spoil. So it's got a lot of carbs, but not as much fats as it should. It's got a little bit of fat, but not a whole lot. and certainly not a lot of omega-3s. And just my whole understanding of what I did for myself. And I use it on the dogs, and it's really kind of cool. You know, I have to modify it, obviously.
Right.
I actually feel really bad for people who aren't told that diet and proper nutrition is something that should be part of their treatment for depression and anxiety. Because, you know, if 80% of the people are magnesium deficient and it causes anxiety and depression, that's a physical ailment, not a mental ailment. And then 50% of the U.S. citizens are vitamin D deficient, and I think it's something like 80% of it's 50% of depressed people. Half of depressed people are vitamin D deficient. So, but vitamin D deficiency causes depression. So, how do they know that their depression is, you know, like doctors are like, oh, it's all in your head. But what if it isn't? What if that particular person, like myself, is just vitamin D deficient? What if the problem... Because, like, for me, that's what it turned out to be. For me, it was deficiencies. Which I would still be on medications right now, and I'd be sicker still if I didn't take it upon myself to start fixing my nutrition and doing the research. And the only reason why I was able to do that is because I could read medical journals. The average person isn't reading medical journals. Like, I didn't get this from, like, CNN, Fox 5 News, or whatever. I got this from reading medical journals that have studied deficiencies in people and in rats and things like that, you know, and the average person is not going to be able to do that research on their own. It's all medical jargon. You know, it's all medical terminology, and they couldn't even read it if they wanted to. They wouldn't be able to understand the terms. Fuck, I forgot to get the goddamn adrenaline shots.
Oh shit. I forgot to give them to you.
Well, now I gotta run back out there.
I'm almost done with this, so I'll return home in a second.
It's more of I can't always be around reset the base. That's my problem with it.
Huh?
I was reading what he wrote. That this is like something that was like we were talking about before.
Yeah.
I think the stream kind of reset itself. I don't know what's going on with that. It dropped because it went down to session is 20 minutes.
That's weird.
Yeah. It does that every once in a while for some reason. I'm gonna have to check my internet connection. See what's up. Because what happens then is, like, anybody who's lurking, I lose them because I think the stream ended. Intermediate.
Alright, I'll have to come back here and kill an elite. Grab this teleporter though.
So we need vanadiums. See if I have it in my base. You know what I worry about? I worry about that I missed my window to find a partner because I started working on myself so late.
Nah, that window's still open.
Well, a lot of people are married.
Yeah, a lot of people are married.
It's a lot less singles than when you're in your 20s. It's not a huge worry. It's not like I sit there and go, oh my god, I'm there, you know, like, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, man, I'm doing all this work. I hope this isn't for nothing.
Well, it won't be for nothing because you're working on bettering yourself in general.
That's true. That's true. At the very least, what it will do is it will stop me from getting into a relationship with the wrong person.
Right.
So even if I'm single, it's still going to be protecting. They said, I was watching a thing on narcissists, and it was saying the reason why people get into relationship with narcissists is because narcissists look for people without boundaries. And so the best defense about getting into a relationship with a narcissist is to have healthy boundaries. And I found that to be true by accident. Like, I had met a narcissist, gone on a date with him, and I had set healthy boundaries. And I told this to you the other day, where it was like, he was like, nah, you were too quick to shut me up. And because I had set a boundary, he got rid of himself.
Damn.
You know? He was just like, nah, you're too quick to shut me up, you know? And basically, I mean, all I was really saying is that I was not okay with him pressuring me into letting him come over and have sex at like a client's house. I think I told you the other day. And he started. I went on a date with him, and I was working at a client's house. I basically was babysitting their dog, and he was like, "Well, I'll just come over and we'll have sex. It's like a first date." And I was like, "Absolutely not. First of all, I don't sleep with men on the first date. Second of all, absolutely not. You're not. You know, like, my client trusts me to make sure that their house is safe with me and their dog is safe with me, and absolutely not are you coming over their house." And he kept saying, no, I'm going to go in there. And I basically said to him, if you don't stop talking about this right now, I'm walking out. So this part of the conversation's over. And so he had to shut up. And then he called me the next day and said, you know, you don't have a right to silence me. And I'm uncomfortable with you silencing me. And because you silenced me so easily, this isn't going to work out. I'm sorry. He felt like he was allowed to say whatever he wanted to say. And I said, so I was like, what you're telling me is that if you say something and it hurts my feelings, I need to bottle that up and keep it quiet, because I'm not allowed to tell you that it's not okay for you to speak to me that way because it infringes on your right to speak. And he said, absolutely. And I said, well, that's not going to happen because you can't speak to me that way. And he said, well, you're going to have to work on your attitude, because silencing someone, that is not okay. And that's a narcissist. 100%. And so because I had strong boundaries, and my boundaries were more important to me, whether or not I was dating this really attractive hot guy, and I set a boundary, he got rid of himself. And the reason why they do that is because narcissists look for people who have no boundaries, because then they can manipulate them and they can do whatever they want. But people who have strong boundaries are too healthy for a narcissist to abuse. They don't bother.
It's a good riddance, I guess, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it was like this awakening where I was like, that's never happened before. I have never experienced that before. But not only was it an awakening, but it didn't hurt my feelings. Because in the past, I would have been like, oh my God, I screwed it up. I'm so sorry. I didn't, And he said that, and that's exactly what I said. I was like, all right, good riddance, because if you can't respect that you're not allowed to speak to me in a way that hurts my feelings, then you're a piece of shit. And that was like mind-blowing to me. I was like, oh my God. I've never thought of it like that before. Like, where did this come from? Like, so like the work I'm doing on myself is working, and that was like proof of it. I was like so stoked. I was like, oh my God, like I'm getting better. Felt really good.
Make sure you pick up the stuff I dropped for you.
No,
Okay, I'll just get it back. It's fine.
no. Those are adrenaline
Yeah,
shots.
You don't want it.
No, I don't know what happened to it,
No,
sir.
you don't
They're
want it.
already gone. They're already spent. Can't have it back. Sorry. Sorry, gone. It's so crazy. Like, I used to believe that therapy was like bullshit, and then like now I'm seeing like the rewards of this. It's like it's exciting. At the very least, I am less likely to enter into another unhealthy relationship, and that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Because if I do go into a relationship, I want it to be healthy. Everybody does. Everybody wants a healthy relationship, but people don't realize how they contribute. So, like, the person who gets abused, they're like, it's not my fault he abused me. Well, it's not your fault, but you did subconsciously accept that contract. Because he stepped over your boundaries. He lied to you, and you convinced yourself it wasn't a lie. Like both of my ex-boyfriends that lied to me, there were times when I knew they were lying, and I convinced myself that they were telling the truth. I convinced myself that I was paranoid. So you enter into that contract, and you accept because your focus in life is not, I want to be healthy so I can find a healthy person. Your focus is, I like this person, so I'm going to do whatever it takes to be in a relationship with them. Totally different focus. So then you convince yourself that, and then it's very easy for them to say, well, you're the unhealthy one, that's why the relationship sucks. And you believe it, because that's how you really feel about yourself. And so when I found out I had PTSD, both of these guys told me, you're paranoid, this is your PTSD. This is you creating the anxiety in your head, and it doesn't exist. And in reality, they were both lying to me, and that anxiety that I was having was real. And I allowed them to gaslight me into believing that I was crazy, and that this paranoia wasn't real, and that I needed to be on medication for it. And the sad part is, the doctors that I was going to, when I told them about that, they reiterated, yeah, let's increase your dose. None of them said, did you ever think you're in an abusive relationship? None of them said that. Well, of course, I mean, like, these doctors aren't therapists, but the psychologists should have known that. But instead, the psychologists were like, well, we'll just, oh, you're having problems, your significant other is telling you that you're paranoid. Well, we'll just increase your dose. And so they increased my medication. And so I was being gaslit not only by my partners, but also by my doctors.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Yep. And in truth, the doctors probably themselves are not healthy. They probably are in relationships where there's like a bad dynamic. They're probably not safe, secure people to begin with. So, they probably don't even realize They probably didn't even realize that what was going on in the relationship because they couldn't see it themselves. I don't know for sure, but or maybe they just didn't care. And they're like, here's a pill, get the fuck out of my office. It's possible too. It's really sad. It's sad. So many people are going for help, and the help that you're getting is
Yeah.
it's just, here's a pill, feel better. But, you know, Oprah one time had said to a client or like a person on her show or whatever, she had said, when you feel anxious or angry, that's your body telling you that you need to change. And that's always stuck in my head. And then I realized when you feel anxious or angry, that's your body telling you that you have a boundary you're not enforcing that someone just stepped over. Right? So like if let's just use a simple example. You buy some food, like let's say you went to like Applebee's and you got yourself some food and you're like, oh man, I really like this chocolate cake and I'm gonna eat that tomorrow. You put it in the fridge and then someone eats it and you get mad. That's a boundary they crossed. The boundary is, that's my food, don't fucking eat it. So you get angry or you get anxious about it. You're either anxious because you know, oh my god, they're gonna eat it, let me hide it. Because you're not defending that boundary. Or you're in a situation where it's impossible to defend that boundary because the other person doesn't respect it. Or you get angry because you're trying to defend the boundary, but you're coming from a position of lower power. So whenever you get angry, right, it's because you don't have the power to stop someone from going over that boundary, right? So you're in a situation where your brother eats your fucking cake every single time and you get mad at him and he laughs it off and he's like, fuck off. Who has the power in that relationship? Brother, because he always eats your cake. He doesn't have to respect your boundary because you don't have the power to make him stop.
Sure you do. You put laxatives in the cake.
That doesn't make him stop. He just has the shits, right? So, but your point is important. Because usually it's because there's no consequences to their actions. So when I work with the dogs, a punishment is defined as something that stops a behavior. So when my clients are yelling at their dog and like, shut up, shut up, shut up, I'm like, did it stop the behavior? No, then it's not a punishment. But I'm yelling at him. It's not a punishment. A punishment is defined. If that was a proper punishment, he'd stop the behavior. Why does he not stop the behavior? Because he doesn't see it as a proper punishment. The dog doesn't care. He's like, oh, you're gonna help me yell? Yeah, we're barking together. It's not a punishment. So a real punishment is something. So in your case, that laxative is only a punishment and defends your boundary if he stops eating the cake because you put laxatives in it. But if he keeps eating the cake despite the fact that there's laxatives in it, it's not punishment. But that's where it comes from, is like, yes, it's true. The person who's getting the cake eaten does not inflict proper consequences to that. And in some cases, the only consequence is like no contact. I can't talk to you anymore. Or I have to move out or something like that. In some cases, that is the only consequence that some people listen to. And so you're coming from a lesser power because you know damn right well you're not going to cut your brother out of your life because he ate a cake. And so he comes from the position of power because he knows that too. He knows you're not going to do anything about it. Not anything that would stop him from eating the cake. Right? So, that's an interesting thing. It's like, that's why wives yell at their husbands more than husbands yell at their wives, because oftentimes the wife is the one who has less power in the relationship. Oftentimes the man is the dominant one who has the power. So when a woman's like, go the fuck out there and do the dishes and blah, blah, and he goes, no, make me, and he walks away, she has no power to make him, because she cannot inflict there's nothing she can inflict that would enforce that behavior and allow her to enforce that. There's no consequences that would change that behavior, because probably in that dynamic, the only consequence is if she left the relationship, she's not going to do that. And he knows it. So whenever somebody is really angry about a boundary, because they're not able to properly enforce it. Because if you have a boundary and you were simply able to be like, hey man, don't ever eat my cake again, and it happens, you have no reason to be angry. Anger happens when it's like over and over and over again, right? Unless you're an explosive person.
Yeah.
But a normal, even-tempered person could be like, hey man, you know that cake that you ate? How about you never do that again? And then they say, I'm sorry, and then maybe they'll go out and buy you cake, and they apologize, it never happens again, and then anger doesn't have to happen. It only happens when you come from a position of lower power. And I learned that from somebody who works with like presidents and leaders, and she's like, you know, when the presidents like hash stuff out, they don't yell and scream at each other. Leaders of the country, they sit there and they discuss things, and they may get a little, animated, but they never get angry at each other. And she's like, and she was the one who made the point. She's like, it's because they're coming from a position of absolute power. They have power, so they don't scream and yell at each other. And I was like, whoa, mind blown. When I look at the dogs who do that, the dogs who get bite back and they fight back, they're coming from a position of lesser power. The only way that they can exercise their power and their boundaries is to go to aggression. And I'm like, oh man, like, what a psychology. Like, that's wow. And the reason why the dogs feel like they have less power is because when they ask the owner, please stay away from my food, or they ask him, because I'll do it with like lick lips and things like that, the owner ignores them, and then they feel like they don't have power, because they feel like they think the owner is going, I hear you, I see you, I'm going to do this anyway, but really the owner doesn't have a clue what the dog is saying.
Yeah.
So then the dog is coming from a position of lesser power, and the only way they can get power is to intimidate the owner, which is why weak men use fear to intimidate. They want to be an alpha. I'm the alpha male, and then they scare the shit out of everybody else using their power. No, that's not. You don't see presidents doing that. You don't see anyone of actual power doing that. Your boss doesn't do that. Your boss doesn't come in, and beat his chest and be like, I'm gonna hurt you, you know? If he has actual power and you listen to him and he has respect, he just has to walk in and be like, do it, and it's done. It's the men who don't actually have power, and that's why I think you see it more in women. That's why I think you see women exploding more in that situation than men. Because men naturally have more power in relationships. Women come from a power. Nobody's afraid of a woman. But a big guy walks in the room and everybody's like, oh, don't fuck with him. He says jump, jump, because he's a big guy. So there's like a natural inclination where they're just kind of given power because of their size, or a man's given power because he's rich and powerful, something like that. It's just an interesting thing to think about, and it's like, huh. You know, women scream and yell because traditionally they have no money, where can they go? They can't enforce their boundaries. They have no choice. Because they literally have no power dynamic in the relationship. And one of the psychologists was saying that any time you're in a relationship like that, and it could be the other way around. Sometimes women have more power, but it's typically the men. But like anytime the man has more power, what happens is he exercises power, he goes up in power, and then she fawns or whatever, she goes down in power, and the power dynamic becomes greater and greater and greater. And she loses power. Every time she loses power, he gains power. And then you see the relationship dissolve and break. Because she has absolute no power. And she hits her point where she's like, I gotta leave. Like, oh, that's amazing. That's crazy. And it happens. And it could happen with men as well. Obviously, there are women who dominate and abuse their men. But it's not the norm. It's usually the other way around. And that's because men are bigger than women and physically stronger, and that's the only reason. I I love psychology, man. Like psychology is just like, it's just crazy. Like when you understand that, you're like, wow, like it's so. You know who was talking about this? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, do we actually have free will? Or is free will a myth? And they were discussing that. It was really interesting to watch them discuss, like, do we actually have free will or do we not? Because does the woman actually have free will if she doesn't actually have power in the relationship? And they had a whole discussion. Like would argue back and forth because then one guy would say, well, she has the power to leave the relationship, and then another guy said, what if she doesn't? What if she can't afford to live? And it was just, they weren't really talking about relationship. They were more talking about other things. But it's just an interesting thought experiment for sure. Do we actually have free will? What did you just break? Because something just broke and I got my mats back.
I didn't break anything.
Well,
I
that's
wasn't
weird.
at the base. Like
That's,
I just now got back to the base.
that's really weird. Something just gave me my mats back.
You know what it was from?
No, I just got copper back. I didn't. Oh, you know what it probably was? Somebody probably broke my campsite. Because you can go onto somebody else's campsite and say I don't want it here and break it. So somebody was trying to be a dick. That's what that was. Okay, so I have a long one. I think I should have been a philosopher.
Yeah.
I used to feel bad about like talking about this and stuff like this, but then I came across Neil's website where they have all these talks and they do that, and I'm like, oh, there are actually people that talk like this.
How did you ever feel bad about it?
Because I've had a lot of exes tell me to talk too much, and a lot of exes be like, you do a lot better if you just shut up, kind of stuff. A lot of friends who would get bored listening to me talk probably weren't really good
Respectfully,
friends.
you talk a lot, but it's not a bad thing. You know, there's people that don't talk a lot, like somebody's got to make up for that.
Yeah. Well, see, like when there's a person who likes to listen, and there are some people that don't like to talk, then I talk a lot because I don't like the silence.
Yeah.
But if you were talking about something, like I certainly could just listen. If you were like, yeah, I want to talk about something, and you just were like, so. And then also, like, I'm trying to stream, so I'm trying to, like, not have silence.
Right.
So there's that aspect too.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel bad about that though. Well, I'm glad you know now.
Yeah, I definitely now see that it's like, oh, it's just
it's a normal thing. Like
right, for a certain type of person, it's a normal thing, yeah. Well, I've also found out that it's part of ADHD because if we don't stimulate our brain, then we don't get the dopamine. So because we're lacking dopamine, we crave that kind of thought and conversation because it increases the dopamine in our brain. So it's almost like we're addicted to it. Which is another reason why I'm like, oh, I want to. It's not that I want to stop myself from doing it. It's like I want to naturally increase the dopamine in my brain. But one thing that I have noticed is that as I've been like trying to fix that, my desire to be on the video games has gotten a little lesser. So like, but I don't know if that's anything that I fixed or, you know, I'm on medication now. So since they put me on medication, it's almost like the video game addiction has kind of gone away.
That's good.
I mean, I always was able to like stop. When I went to college, I stopped playing video games because I realized I had to study. So I don't think it's like an addiction to the point where, you know how some people are addicted and then like that's their life and they don't work and they just stay home and play video games. And
Right.
it's not like that kind of addiction, but it is an addiction where like I do realize that it becomes my preferred activity. You know, like I'm totally okay sitting on a video game all day instead of doing something more productive like cleaning the house. Right. Hey Ray, what's up? What you doing? Hydrate. I can do that.
I do need to take a small break and get some food though.
Yeah. Yeah, go do that. I'll be here. I'll be streaming, so.
All right.
And then when you come back, let's do some silos or something.
Yeah, I'm done. All right, I'll be back.
All right, later. I'm just gonna end that call so he doesn't have to. I'm alright, just nomming on food. Yeah, man, like nomming on food. Food's good, dude. I don't know if you heard me. Last time that you were here, I started a keto diet. Been on it for like a month now. My I should have stayed on it, but I had lost like a lot of weight and I lost it very quickly. And the doctor that I was seeing at the time was like, "Oh my god, you're gonna kill yourself. Get off of that. You've lost too much weight too fast." Scared the shit out of me, and I came off of it and gained all the weight back. But it's going great. Like I've done a lot more research on it, and really kind of was like, is this gonna hurt me for real? You know, kind of thing. And I decided that that doctor was just didn't know what he's talking about. I need to skins. That's what I did. Or some sort of skins. This has been going really well. I'm focusing on health first and then losing weight. Here's skins. So I've been taking certain vitamins to make sure that I have everything that I need. And one of the things that I'm trying to focus on is like autophagy. Because there's studies that say that like if you focus on autophagy, that you won't have loose skin when you're done. And that's why, so the studies are coming out because of Ozempic. So they're like, why are people on Ozempic? Why do they look so old? What's going on? Why is Ozempic different from like just losing weight? And so it's opening up questions, and doctors are like, this is interesting. And so one of the things that they found is that Ozempic doesn't let you go into ketosis. So when you stop eating, you go into ketosis. So if you were just on a regular diet, and you were eating, because Ozempic stops you from eating, so you would go into ketosis normally. But Ozempic increases your insulin. It forces the pancreas to release insulin, which stops you from going into ketosis. And because it stops you from going into ketosis, it stops autophagy. And when it stops autophagy, it stops you from reabsorbing all that loose skin you don't need anymore, because your body would eat that and reprocess it. But also, ketosis protects you against your body eating your muscle cells. As long as you have ketones in your body. So basically what happens is your body, like, let's say you're normal weight and you don't eat for a week because you got stuck on a deserted island, you're going to go into ketosis, but your body is going to be producing ketones because you have fat in your body. And it's going to be saying, okay, well, we're in ketosis. We have ketones. We have food. We have fuel. We need more fuel, but we have fuel. We're not dying. But then you eat all that fat reserves up, and now you're not making ketones anymore. And the body goes, uh-oh, we've run out of fat. Let's start eating the muscle. And so if you have ketones in your body, it's telling your body that you are not yet starving and not to eat your skeletal muscle. But Ozempic stops the body from making ketones. And so the body assumes that you're out of fat reserves. And then it starts making glucose out of, because your body can make glucose from protein. It's called gluconeogenesis. And then what happens is it starts making glucose out of your own muscles. And that's why people on Ozempic are losing their facial muscle and their body muscle, which doesn't happen on normal starvation diets, where you're just controlling what you take in and eat, which is totally different than anything that's happened before. And so they're studying that, and so they're learning that there's a lot more to dieting and stuff and to nutrition than we actually know. So it's open. So it's opened up this new kind of like, well, we've got a lot more to learn kind of idea. So now they're studying, and they're like, well, maybe because some people can diet, lose a bunch of weight and not have loose skin, and some people can diet and have a lot of loose skin, but they're starting to say, well, we don't think this is completely genetic. Because look at Ozempic. Everyone on Ozempic, despite their genetics, gets Ozempic face eventually. They lose enough weight. So now they're starting to say, wait a minute, maybe it's not, because they used to say it's 100% genetic that you get loose skin or you don't, or age related. And they're like, maybe it's not. So now they're like, the science is starting to say, no. The more you're in autophagy, the less loose skin you're going to have, because your body recycles all the skin it doesn't need anymore because you don't have all this fat and it doesn't need to be so stretched out. So that's a new science. And so the whole point of that whole science lesson is that I am on a diet where I am trying to maximize my autophagy to see if I could maximize the amount of skin that's reabsorbed, so I don't have to lose skin when I lose the weight. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's new science. Not everybody's in agreement with it. I think that they're on the right track. I believe that that's what's happening. But we'll see. We'll see. So anyway, that's what I'm focusing on. And then also, like, I'm taking a lot of vitamins. Like, I'm taking specific vitamins that increase the collagen production, because of course that's important. I'm increasing stuff that's healthy for my skin, so that my skin is supported, so as I lose weight, it can be healthy. And then also, like, I'm taking some of these vitamins, they kind of like double for like trying to keep me looking young as I age. So we'll see. Just because I feel good about it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. We'll see. What have you been up to? You said you went to the store and buy groceries. You're not eating healthy, but tomorrow you're gonna get some steps back into healthy. Yeah, that's good. You know, like, the important thing about trying to eat healthy is just to remember that, like, okay, so you fucked up one day. It's not a big deal. Just get back on the bandwagon and keep going. Like, I've had days where, like, I fuck up and I'm like, shit, I ate really bad today. But then, you know, like, I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna get back on the bandwagon. Because if you have that mentality where you're like, I'm gonna get back on the bandwagon, I fucked up, but I'm gonna fix it. Then eventually, right? Because, like, okay, let's say you go all month, you fucked up once all month, right? Well, but yeah, right. So, but, like, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, so let's say you fuck up once a whole month. That is 30 days or 29 days, depending upon what month you're in, that you ate healthy. But some people, they beat themselves up and like, fuck, I fucked my diet over. I ate really bad today. And then they jump off the bandwagon. They're like, oh man, I don't have the, you know, they beat themselves up. But it's like, but that's 1 day out of 30. Just get back on it. Even if you eat healthy 4 days out of the week and you eat bad 3 days out of the week, that's still better than eating 7 days out of the week badly. You know how I started is I was like, I'm not going to be able to eat healthy every day. I was addicted to sugar and all this other stuff. So it was like, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to focus on breakfast. I'm going to eat a healthy breakfast every day. So I would just make healthy choices for breakfast. That was easy for me. And then I would just eat whatever I wanted for lunch and dinner. It's not going to make me lose weight, but it is going to get me into the habit of eating healthy. And then once I was in the habit of eating a healthy breakfast, I was like, I'm going to focus on healthy lunch. One little step at a time, and I'd focus on it until I mastered it. And it takes a long time to do that. Meal on banana sounds really good, actually. Skip where you have oatmeal. Oatmeal and banana actually sells, you know, probably really good. I like banana. I like banana, but I'm allergic to it if it's raw. Oh, but I love banana. Okay, I'm done with this. I've got this. So now I should go... Medics. Let's pick another one of these. We're not really switching weapons yet. When you have a buff, weapon damage, and weak spot damage, we definitely are using fast gunner. We'll use that one. So now I need to open all these. We have some adrenaline shots. Oh, he didn't give me. Thank God. Okay, I've got 20. Okay. And then in there. Okay. Right. Alright, now we just need to find something new. We do. I do want to do this. I think this is the next thing to do. Let's find a group. Let's see if somebody is doing spider. That's spider, I think. Garage. And then we need to go here too. There's gonna be ads, so like 2 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you guys are in ad space, and I'll be right back. So that way you don't miss anything. I gotta pee again, so I'll be right back.
I fell with the barrel and I thought I was gonna die, okay?
May, do you want to die?
Maybe.
Okay.
No!
Now he knows where we are.
I turned my car on.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Bye!
Hey, I'm too short.
It's impossible to steer this one. I don't think it's an on. I can't even win it. You can't even start your car. Are you okay? Yo, my dog was just sleeping and fell off the bed.
God, that thing scares me every time!
Let's get my knife out. Let's cut shit. Oh.
How old are you?
Do you want to smash?
Sure, but you bring the carrot. He's 58, by the way. What?
Alright, I'm back. I'm back. 20 seconds to go. Alright, we're almost out of ad space. That's good. Good stuff. 3 seconds. Counting down. Alright, where am I? I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna drive out there. There's your wrap. Oh, this guy's gonna shoot me as I drive away. Fly away. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. What's that? Ah, I don't think I have fire. I think I got rid of it. Got rid of all my fire. Oh well. Probably come back for that. Oh, my ear itches. I've had a very interesting week. You know, like, between, well, I'm getting clients, that's good. Oh, I have to put that ad in. I keep forgetting to put the Google ad in. I gotta put an ad in to see if I can increase my clients, and, overall, I'm very happy with how my mental state is going. I'm definitely becoming a healthier person, and that feels really good. And I'm happy the way that my business needs to go better, but it's picking up. It's not getting worse, so that's good. I need to improve that. I do kind of like the business aspect of it. There's just something about, like, I find it very fun. I would like to find somebody that I could partner up with that would understand that I have the business, that would understand how it works, and just kind of understand to just leave me alone. The last guy that I was talking to, like, he kept linking me, like, job applications, and it was pissing me off. And I felt like he was negging me, you know? And it didn't feel good. But I had to tell him, this is before I stopped talking to him, I had to tell him, I'd be like, yo, man, like, you need to just let me worry about my life and you worry about your life. You know, like, you don't even have a job right now. Like, you need to just let me worry. But it was kind of annoying because he kept linking me. He's like, don't you know you can make 100 grand if you do this? Don't you know if you were a corrections officer, you can make 150 grand a year? And if you did this and that, I'm like, I'm aware of different types of jobs. I'm aware. He's like, don't you know if you go be a human nurse, you could make a lot more money? It was just constantly like, he was just upset that I wasn't making $100,000 a year. And I was just like, bro, like, I own a house. You know what I mean? Like, I have a house. I have, you know, like, shut up, dude. Like, I have a house that's paid off. Like, I have a car that's paid off. Shut up, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Like, some people, that's all they care about is money. Like, I'm fine. Like, I am having fun developing this part of my character and learning about business. I'm having fun with this ride, and isn't that the point of life? To enjoy your life? I don't get another one. Isn't that the point of my life? To enjoy my time here? The point of my life is, what is money gonna do? I mean, okay, so money's great, but if someone just gave me, and this is true for a lot of people, right? If someone just gives you $1 million, it is a lot less satisfying than if you earned it yourself. And that's true of everyone. You know, like, free money is not as exciting as earning it yourself, because you get a high from earning it yourself. You get an ego boost from earning it yourself. Right? People who get given money, they don't feel good about themselves because there's always that belief of, you know, well, I didn't earn it, so I'm not good. You know, I didn't earn it, so therefore, you know, like, it doesn't make you feel better about your character and all that other good stuff. How do I get here? Oh, I can't yet. It's just on the map. Oh. Shoot. Well, what am I gonna do? I guess I'm gonna do silos. Well, I don't know why I didn't realize that I couldn't do that. Silly, silly goose. Well, that silver didn't get me anything cool. Let's get this going. Let's see if I can build some of these. Build this? Oh, the problem is this stuff is outside, so I don't know if I can move it. Hey. I think I'm gonna... What the fuck? What the hell? I was not moving my thing there. It was moving on its own. Weird. Let's take this whole thing down. I gotta move it. Because it sticks outside. That's stopping me from building, and that's not... And... Oh, maybe I gotta do this. Okay, that works. That's gonna make this easier. What the hell? Where are my buttons and stuff? One of my buttons is for sure stuck. I don't know which one. Okay. What? I don't know what's happening. Something's going on in my game. It's weird. It's doing some weird stuff right now. Alright, let's see if we can build this inside the territory. Okay. Do this, it's gonna be broken. And not because environment. No blueprint data. Okay, F you, man. That's right, that one was the one that was like broken. See, I did this stupid shit where I didn't save it. Where... Put it there.
What are you needing glass on? Talking in game.
I'm talking in game?
Okay. Said what wall?
No, how am
I guess
talking
I
in
have to
game?
watch your screen share because you said the back wall here. No, I'm watching your screen share now. You talking about this back wall?
Oh, those guys must not be talking. I gotta turn that off. That's interesting.
Okay. Let me check one other thing. So if I go to...
There we go. Now I don't have to listen to them. I was like, I'm talking. No, I'm not. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. I was like, who the fuck is that? Let me build this one. Let's see. Okay, this one might fit better. For a second, I thought my friend had come back, and I was like, is he talking to me? Who the hell is that? Okay. Shit. See, I didn't save just the building like a dork. Okay. That works, because now that's not sticking out. That's better. Hopefully this is all wood. I did try to make it all wood because I wanted to build it early on in the game. And I guess that guy must be talking to his friend over there. Scared the crap out of me. Like, who the fuck is this? I'm looking at the game and I'm like, how am I talking to game? Alright. I can swear I'm not turned off. I do kind of miss the time when everybody was talking in game. It did kind of suck for streaming, but it was kind of fun listening to people talk in game. But most people turn that off now. I obviously want to turn that off so that somebody doesn't say something bad on stream. That's the one thing about streaming. It does kind of suck is that there's certain aspects of video games that you cannot explore or enjoy the same way because of other people's behavior. Like there's a game, Deceit. There's a Deceit 2 out now. That's a game where they are really toxic to streamers, and so all of the black characters, they use racial slurs. So instead of saying, "Oh, it's the black girl" or whatever, they'll say it's the N-word. And they do that on purpose because they're trying to get streamers in trouble. I don't know if they still do it. It was more prevalent back when Twitch did not differentiate between streamers that were like victims of somebody trying to get them banned and being toxic, and streamers that were allowing it or encouraging it. And that was a very scary time to be streaming, like back in like 2018, because they were banning people they were banning streamers for what random people were saying on their streams. I had one time when I was streaming and I had Discord in chat and somebody saw it and, you know, like they just came in, but I didn't have any locked channels because it was new and I never experienced somebody purposely trying to get me banned before. And all of a sudden I'm there and it was just like what just happened, where all of a sudden I hear like voices and I'm like, where am I getting these voices from? And they're like, you know, chatting and they start saying the N-word and like a bunch of other stuff. And like now I'm panicking because now I have to panic and ban them from Discord and I can't stop them from talking and, you know, making mistakes and, you know, just I don't have a button to like shut them off like really quick. Very unprepared for that situation. And they knew I would be because they had done this before to little streamers. So, and then there's like some real fear because Twitch was banning streamers for that. Even if the streamer didn't condone it, even if the streamer was like, you know, trying to fix it, they were just banning you for it. And then there was a period of time where they were banning streamers for people coming and saying the N-word in their chat because the algorithm was going around. And so, like, somebody could log on to a stream that was off and say the N-word in chat, and because the streamer was not online and the streamer didn't ban them, the algorithm would ban the streamer. And that's clearly a bad move on Twitch's part because a lot of people were getting banned. And so what happened is people were going around finding little baby offline streamers and getting them banned by saying some really bad shit in their stream when they weren't even live. So then I had to, luckily at the time, there was somebody who gave me a bot that would automatically turn chat off when I logged out. And so it would turn the chat off, and then when I logged in, I would have to turn the chat on manually when I was streaming. And so that was amazing. And it doesn't do that anymore because Twitch has now become a little bit more mature and is better at dealing with these things. But in the early days, it was like the wild, wild west of definitely not a very good move originally on Twitch's part to have it like that. You know, definitely not something that was, and it was, there was a lot of panic and fear, and I remember my mods like freaking out like crazy, like, don't say this, don't do this, don't do that. Be careful what you say, be careful how you do this, be careful, you know, it's like, because it didn't matter if it was your fault or not, you know, be careful who you let in your chat, and it was just, back in the IW days, not that far, Panders, hey buddy, what are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Actually, I haven't been on Instagram in a while. You still making photography? If you guys love photography, you need to look him up on Instagram. He is so cool. Star Wars and a bunch of other stuff, right? Star Wars characters. His photography is really cool. I enjoy it. Very talented dude. Honestly, if you're not making a career out of that, it's a shame. I mean, it's not. I mean, look, I'm an artist. It's not a shame that you do your art for free. But, because we do it because we love it. But, it's always nice to see an artist be able to be compensated for their love, their skill. Always nice. Although not every artist, that's not every artist's goal. Some, you know, not everybody's goal, but in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to. In a perfect world, we would just automatically be compensated for our skills without having to learn how to sell things, learn how to, you know what I mean? Like, we would just be compensated for it would just happen, you know? It would be effortless. That would be cool, right? effortless. But you know what? I feel like we as human beings, I think we're gonna get bored with that. There's a lot of people who do lack the skills to be able to like create a business or promote their art, or like they just lack the skills. They're not capable of doing that, no matter how much they try. And so those people would definitely agree that it should be effortless. But then there's people like me who I enjoy when something is hard and I am able to do something that's really hard and do something that other people can't do. And it makes me feel good. You know, it's like, oh, I did this and most people can't do that. So I'm definitely one of those people that's where my life enjoyment comes from. I did read what you said. You said you've been working a lot lately. I just want to acknowledge that I did read that. I don't know why it's not letting me. I think it's because of this. I don't know why it's not letting me build this here. Overlaps building. I'm not sure what this issue is. That looks like it's built. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm still gonna have to build the side first. Well, you know, working really hard, that's a good thing, you know, sometimes. Sometimes. I am finally figuring out like all the kinks in my business. I feel like it's going really well. I feel like I'm finally getting to a point where things are gonna start falling into place. My dad did a really nice thing for me, which was nice. I had to repeat myself. He did a nice thing, which was nice. So when I was younger, I had a boyfriend who stole a bunch of money from me, and he basically used a credit card. I'm pretty sure it was him. Pretty sure. He basically used a credit card that was mine, and I didn't know he used it, and I was very naive back then and very stupid, and I didn't check my credit, and it came back to bite me in the ass because when I moved back here, they had sued me for it, and I didn't know I was sued, and they put a levy on my account. I started freaking out. I was like, Dad, like, they went after my business account because I have an LLC now. I learned my lesson, but you know what? I'm glad it happened this way because it could have happened where I got sued with the business. and then lost my home. So it was a lesson I needed to learn, and it was a stressful lesson, and thank God my dad was able to bail me out of it. But anyway, I didn't know that I had gotten sued for it, and they sued me back in 2013. They finally found me, and they went after my business, and I was like, oh shit, you know, like, what I was freaking out about was I didn't have 6,000 to pay it off. I only had about 4,000. I was like, I can't pay this off, but they've levied my account, so now I can't use my account and I can't buy things for clients. And I was like, I'm screwed. This is gonna screw my business. Like, I don't know how to dig myself out of this without shutting my business down. And then I went to a lawyer, and that lawyer was like, well, we're gonna file for bankruptcy. You're gonna go to Chapter 7. That's what you should do. And I was like, but I have excellent credit. I don't want to file for bankruptcy. If I file for bankruptcy, then my credit's going to be like 300. I have an 800 credit score. Whatever I do, I want my credit to be saved. I want to fix this, and I want to get this levy off my bank account so I can continue to do business. And they're like, well, you know, bankruptcy is what you need. That's where you need to go. I'm sitting there like, bankruptcy. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Somebody with 800 credit score going bankrupt? So I went to my dad. I was like, I don't know what to do, Dad, but this is what they're telling me to do. So my dad's like, you know, well, I'm going to go talk to some lawyers. So I'm like, okay. And so I look it up online, and it's like, so I was a sole proprietor, and it's like, you go bankrupt. What Chapter 7 does is it closes the business, puts you out of business. You're no longer allowed to do business because it bankrupts the company, because the company is part of you. And I'm like, if I do this, they're bankrupting my business at the same time. I have an 800 credit score. I was like, we can't do that. That's stupid. What am, like, I'm like, I don't have the 6,000 today to do that. You know, like, I was like, so I'm freaking out. I'm like, what do I do? And, so he was like, I got this, and he just went down and paid it. So, like, I owed him, I had to pay him back $6,000, but I was like freaking out. It was just something that I wasn't expecting. I didn't know that I had the debt. It came out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared for it. I would have just paid it if I knew I had it. I would have negotiated with them, paid it. So I don't think that any of that, I don't think there's any more hidden things going on. That I think that's the only surprise that's going to come out of the woodwork, hopefully. But I really don't think that there is. I don't think that there's any other stuff, because I thought I had taken care of it years ago because I had called the credit card company and told them the card was stolen. But I was in my 20s. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought that took care of it. Apparently didn't. So I thought it was all taken care of. So I handled it stupidly back then. It came to bite me in the ass. Bankruptcy, like, could you just imagine having an 800 credit score and then having to bankrupt yourself? And on top of that, they wanted $5,000 to put me into bankruptcy, and I'm like, well, why don't I just pay the debt? That is 600. Why don't 6,000? Why don't I just, like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what? I don't know. That was some really bad advice. I think they were just looking to get paid, and they weren't trying to advise me. I don't think they were giving good advice. Alright, that looks good. I'm not gonna make that. So now should be good. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I don't know why I couldn't put that in again. Right. These blueprints are so much easier. Like having to build that shit by myself is a pain in the balls. Pain in the balls. Alright, so we're gonna put that down. And oh yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely, it's free too. It's free to play. Yes, it's absolutely solo friendly. What I would do is like there are permanent servers. Like they started out the game where it was like every 6 weeks the server would close. If you're gonna play solo and you're very busy, play a permanent server. The only thing is you have to make sure you log in once a week to make sure that your base is still there. And you only have to do that if you're in a spot that you think someone else might steal. If you're in a spot that's not very popular, chances are nobody's going to build their base there. But if you don't log in 7 days, it doesn't erase your base, but it takes it off the server. So when you log in, if somebody has stolen your spot, you just have to move your base. So if you're okay with moving your base, if someone steals your spot, then you don't have to worry about it. But your stuff will stay. Like your base stays. It just kind of goes into the ether until you come back. And nothing can break your base here. The only way your base gets broken is if you purify it, but I think they've changed that because they've changed how it works. So I think that that's not even a thing anymore. So no, I need to get so yes, it's definitely solo friendly. I've got the server that I'm on posted. I think it's 148. So you could come on my server. It's still open. It's open until next week. So you could play on my server. Here is Panders, you missed this whole like story I told at the beginning of stream where like I was talking about this dude that I met and like everything was going great and then it turns out he has a girlfriend. And he tells me about it. He's like, I just want to let you know I have a girlfriend. I'm like, you're only telling me that because if I continue to go out with you, I'm consenting to be the other girl. He's like, no. And I'm like, no, that's why you're telling me. I was like, that's absolutely why you're telling me. Otherwise, why would you tell me? Like, I'm not saying, and he's like, well, because I'm honest. I'm like, you're not being honest. Because she doesn't know about me. You're dishonest. Like, you're not being honest. You're only telling me because if I continue to see you, I am agreeing to being your side chick. No, that's not it. No, I swear, that's not it. Okay, whatever, dude. Where is the... Oh, I can't make it yet. Because it's right here. That means... Well, that means I need a rain. So then I told the guy, I was like, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna be friends. You and I, we're just gonna be friends. We're not gonna date, we're not gonna see each other, we're just gonna be chums. And he was like, that's cool, because we had a lot of really good conversations. And it's like, I'm cool with like having conversations with you, spending time with you, that kind of thing. We're gonna do it in a friendly manner, which means we're not gonna fool around. And he was like, yeah, that's cool. So then the other day we went he was like, I want to get a reptile, I want to get a snake, or I want to get a spider. I was like, I know a place that sells both tarantulas and snakes. And he's like, really, where? And so I was like, let's go there. So I take him. And then he's like, you know, I'm hungry. And I'm like, okay. So he's like, I'll pay. Let's go eat. So I'm like, no, I got it. He's like, no, I'll pay. And I'm like, oh, okay. So then, and I've had guy friends who paid for me before. Oh, did it crash? Yeah, you know, it's been doing that all night. It has been doing that all night. I don't know why. No, it did it twice already. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my internet tonight. So yeah, so you know, close out of this stuff. I'm just closing out of some of these websites because maybe I have too many websites open. So that could be one of the reasons why I'm crashing. We're just gonna. I was working on some projects. So we're just gonna close out of some of this stuff. And then maybe that'll help. Yeah, everything was going great with me and him, and then yeah, it didn't crash. And then then he kissed me. And you know, of course I kissed him back. He's a really attractive dude. And then in the middle of the kiss, I'm like, you know what? No, we're not doing this. Okay, so there is alt. There's something I can't close out. Maybe that's what's crashing me. So I want to close out of, what is this called? Motion. I gotta get that removed from my computer. Something I put in my computer from my business, and it's garbage. It's supposed to help your scheduling and stuff, but it does not. It didn't shut down again, did it? Oh, ad break. Oh, the guy. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Don't tell me this. Like, don't tell me that. Yeah, no, so the guy, I told him, so I was like, so like we were kissing and stuff, and I was like, no. I was like, if I continue this because I like him, even though he's not good for me, I'm gonna wind up falling in love with him. So I told him, I was like, listen, I was like, if we're still hanging out 9 months from now, I'm gonna be in love with you. So here's what we're gonna do. I was like, I don't want to fall in love with somebody who has a girlfriend. I don't want to fall in love with somebody who thinks it's okay to cheat on a girlfriend. And I was like, and I had talked to him, and I'm like, don't you think you're cheating? He's like, it's not cheating. I'm like, why is it not cheating? And he's like, because I didn't have intercourse with you. And I'm like, what? Like, what? I was like, call her up. Call her up and ask her if it's cheating. He's like, I'm not going to do that. And I'm like, right. Right. Because it's cheating. So, all of my high levels, they all have, like, stupid shit, like, worn out. It's not ideal. You know, where his line... Oh, but see, not the only thing, but so... While we were sitting there, he was getting these phone calls from 2 girls. And they were calling us constantly during dinner. One was his girlfriend, and one was a quote-unquote friend. So he takes a phone call from his girlfriend, and he walks down the road in the rain to take this call, and comes back. And I'm like, that's weird. So then he gets this phone call from the friend, and I'm like, you can take that here. I won't say anything. Because I had a funny feeling that's not a friend. I have a funny feeling he has more than one side chick. So he takes the call and it's a FaceTime. He's sitting in my car, FaceTiming. And she says, what are you doing? He's like, I'm sleeping. She goes, oh, okay, I'll let you go back to bed. And then they hang up. And I'm like, why do you need to lie to a friend? Why can't you be like, oh, I'm on a date? Or I'm hanging out with my friend. We just went to dinner. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, that's another girlfriend. You have 2 girlfriends. And you want a side chick. But the reason why you were honest with me is because you're already juggling 2 girlfriends. You can't juggle 3 girlfriends. So you thought, I'm just going to make this girl know that she's the side chick and see if she accepts it. And then I won't have to juggle because she's the side chick. So she knows about them. So then I don't have to worry about that. And I was like, he's got 2 girlfriends. And I'm like, my mind is blown. I'm like, what? Like, how many girlfriends do you think you need? So then I was like, no. I was like, listen, this is how it's going to go. We're going to go no contact. You and I are not going to talk anymore. What you're going to do is when you're single, you can contact me. I'm not going to block you. And at the first time, like, that was just my go-to. But as I thought about it, I'm like, I don't want to talk to him anymore. I'm not worried to separate myself emotionally. Well, so, like, if I was just looking for just sex, and I wasn't as attracted to him as I was, because sometimes you can't help that you fall in love, right? So I have to, like, be mindful of that and be like, sometimes your body does some dumb shit. Sometimes your body is like, oh shit, we fell in love with the wrong person. So, like, why would you set yourself up? It's like, if you know you're going to cheat because you're drunk, don't get drunk. If you know you're with a coworker and you know you're going to get drunk and you're going to get horny and you're going to sleep with that person because you were weak when you were drunk, don't get drunk around that coworker. Right? So you got to know your own weaknesses. It's okay to have weaknesses. It's okay to be like, well, if I get drunk, I'm going to sleep with that person, so long as you recognize that you shouldn't be drunk around that person. So that's 5-3. I don't know what Gilded Oracle means. That's a 4-4. 5-4 with Feeling Blue. I might take that guy. I'm gonna take this guy. These 2. So then after I did all that, I started thinking about it and I was like, well, wait a minute. This guy has already shown me he has no integrity. Because integrity, the definition of integrity is that you do the right thing even when no one's looking. And I was like, so this guy has just shown me he has 0 integrity. Which means even if he, your phony fingers are not getting along, I get you, dude. Even if he breaks up with those 2 girls, he's already shown me that he does not have the integrity to do the honest thing. And he's clearly trying to stay with his girlfriend. Because when he met me, the first date, had he turned around, because he did break up with his girlfriend that day, but then he went back with her like 4 or 5 days later. Had he broken up with his girlfriend and told his friend we're over and then chose me, that would have been somebody who was like, you know what, I'm fucking up my life. I'm going to change my life. Let me do this. And I would have been like, all right, I'll see where this goes. Because he did the right thing. But he didn't do that. He went back with his girlfriend. And then he started telling me, well, you don't understand. It's really hard to break up with her. You know, you don't understand. Like, she's crazy and she does this and she yells at me and I just want to be friends with her. I don't actually want to date her. You don't understand. Like I'm having a hard time letting go of her. I don't know why I can't let go. You know, well then don't be pursuing shit with me. It's fine if you can't let her go. But then you were still in the relationship with her. So you shouldn't be with me. And he didn't even say to me, listen, I'm only interested in just sex with you. I'm only interested in casual. This is never going to go anywhere. I have a girlfriend. He never said that. He's been taking me on dates. He's been saying things like we went to the store. Here's what's really weird. When we went to the reptile store, he told the guy, as if we were dating, he was like, yeah, I want a snake, but she won't let me have one. Who the fuck am I? I've only been on 2 dates with you and I just met you. Who says that? So I'm like, I think he's saying these things because it's part of love bombing where they say these things and then the girl goes, wait, are you building a future with me? And I was like, I don't like that. That's weird. Yes, couple talk. He was doing a lot of couple talk, and that was part of the reason why. Because you know, I had done a casual relationship with a guy once, but he never did couple talk. You know, he was a guy who had he was going nowhere in life. He didn't have a good job. Like I had to pay for everything, and I was okay with that. Like I signed up for that. I was like, you know what? We'll do this. It'll be casual. If I'm bored, because what I was getting out of it was, you know, more the companionship than you know, the sex and all that other stuff. I was getting the companionship. I was bored. I was like, you know what? We could talk. We had good conversation, and I was like, you know what? I'm cool with that. I get to go out. We have a dinner. I get to enjoy activities. I get to do couples things with no strings attached, and he gets what he wants. And we were cool with that. It was a you know, at the end of the day, like though I stopped doing it because my emotional I started to feel bad about myself for doing it. I couldn't stop myself. Like I started to get lower self-esteem because I was like, you know, I started feeling used, even though like I was okay with that agreement. I started to suffer emotionally, so I stopped it. So that was the last time I was like, no, I'm clearly not the type of person who's okay with this kind of situation. I'm not going to do that again. Because I didn't get feelings for him, but I started to feel less than because I was like, why won't this guy date me? Why am I not good enough for him to want to date me? Which was a dumb mindset because it's like, because you guys entered into this. You know, like, why would he think about that? But I think I was getting upset because I was like, why is he not falling in love with me? Why is he, you know, like, why is he so cold to me? And I was just having really bad thoughts. So I was like, I have to stop this, you know. So I was like, I'm not going to do that again. So this guy, when he was like, well, I want to enter into a casual relationship with you, then I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And I didn't know that completely when I first went out with him, but I did kind of know it. It was one of those things that like I was thinking it subconsciously and then it came out in like the interaction. And it's very, very clear because it was triggering for me because it was triggering for me because like some of the stuff he was doing, like I've been cheated on twice by 2 men that I loved. And it was triggering to me because the stuff that he was doing is the stuff that they were doing. You know, the lying, walking off to take a phone call. And it was just making me think of my ex relationships where they would walk off to take a phone call. Where they would like he was, I'd be on a phone, like I'd be talking to him like this, and then he would just mute me, and I'm still talking because he probably was taking phone calls from them. And then I would stop talking and I'd be like, "Are you there? Hello? Are you there? Hello? Are you there?" And then I'd hang up, and he wouldn't notice until I hung up that I was like, "Where the hell are you?" And so that tells me that I was on mute and he was talking to somebody else. I'm like, that's rude. I would much prefer you to be like, "I gotta take this. It's my girlfriend and we be friends." And I'd be like, "All right, cool. Take it. It's cool." Then have me have a conversation with no one. Like, even when I'm streaming, there is somebody listening. But that's what it was. It was like I was having a conversation with no one. And I was like, I'm not cool with that. You know? Like, you can't. And then I was like, this guy has no balls. Like, it just seemed to me like the kind of guy that was just like really weak. And I was like, because he was presenting himself as like, "Oh, I can't break up with her. I love her. I can't break up with her. I can't, I love her." I told him flat out, I was like, "I don't think you have any intention of leaving your girlfriend for me or anyone else right now. I think what you're doing is 100% calculated, and you're doing exactly what you want to do." And he was like, "No, no, no, no." And I'm like, "No, I don't buy it. It's her fault I'm cheating because she's mean to me." No, that's never it. That is never it. That is absolutely never it. Because you always have the option, if you're in a relationship and someone is cruel to you, you always have the option to stop seeing them. That is never it. And when he was just like, "I can guarantee you my exes said that shit to the girls they cheated on me with. It's her fault. She's a bitch. She's mean to me. She doesn't give me love." That's what every cheater says. If you read any forums and you look at anything, and it's always like, he told me that she treats him badly, and that, he just can't get out of the relationship because they have, kids, or because they have, a house together, or because whatever the fucking displacement, no accountability. Right. No accountability for their actions. And then, and then also the thing that really got me, because I was like, "You are 100% cheating." He's like, "No, I'm not." And I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, "I don't see it that way." And I'm like, "You don't see it as cheating. You were with me trying to get me to give you a blowjob. You were with me. And you were hiding the fact that you were with me from your girlfriend because you know it would upset her. And you don't feel anything for her. You don't feel any remorse. You don't feel..." So I was like, ooh, this guy has no empathy because he feels 100% justified in his actions. No empathy for his girlfriend. I was like, do you think that's going to change if I'm the girlfriend? No, like, you don't just stop having empathy. You're either an empathetic person or you're not. And I've been... Did I just... Oh, I hope the stream didn't go down. I've been in a situation where I was being abused. And my abusive boyfriend, he was stonewalling me, so he was ignoring me. I felt lonely. I felt, like I just wanted human connection. I didn't have any friends at the time because he, part of the abuse was he cut me off from my friends. And I went on a date with another guy. And on that date, I started talking to the guy and I was like, look, I'm in a relationship with somebody. I'm trying to get out of it. Same shit that he was saying. The same shit he was saying. And the guy was like, what are we doing here? And I was like, I don't know. But I just need someone to talk to. Because I don't know how to get out of the situation because I'm afraid of this guy. And I sit in a house all day and I don't talk to anyone. And the guy was like, are you looking to cheat? And I was like, no, I'm looking to get out of this and I'm afraid to leave. And I just don't have anybody to talk to. And I don't even know why I'm here. And so I get it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand why some women believe men when they say that. But the dynamic in a relationship is different for men than it is for women. Women are more often put in a situation where they really do truly think they're going to die. That doesn't excuse cheating. And men are less likely in that situation. And so when men cheat, it is, for a different reason. And I wasn't looking to cheat. I wanted out. I wanted help. And so what I was really asking for was I was on that website because I really didn't have anybody to help me get out of that. And I was looking for someone to help me leave without me getting killed. And so this guy was like, I don't think you're looking for another relationship. And I was like, no. He's like, and I don't think you're looking to like have a casual relationship. And I was like, no. And he's like, what I think you need is a friend. And we became friends and he helped me talk through it. He was like, this is what you do. Like he was able to, I needed to talk to someone to have the strength to leave. And so I understand how some women believe men when they say these things. Like, oh, I can't leave. I feel bad for her. Like, she's gonna kill herself if I leave. But at the end of the day, I didn't cheat on him. At the end of the day, I realized what I was doing and that I didn't want to be the type of person who had cheating on their record. Because then I felt like, well, I'll never be able to say that I never cheated again. And like, okay, once a cheater, not always a cheater, maybe. But I also recognized I was trying to solve my problem in my relationship the wrong way. And I was trying to get my needs met with someone else because he wasn't giving me. And that's what, like cheaters typically try to do is they either like the thrill of cheating or they're trying to get their needs met, so like this guy was telling me, he's like, yeah, well, we haven't had sex in like 11 months and I just kind of, and I'm like, well, that's a relationship problem. Like, you need to figure that out. Like, why is that not happening? You know what I mean? Like, you need to figure that out with her and get that resolved, or you need to leave. Like, you don't solve that by not talking it out. You don't solve that by bringing another person into the relationship and violating the trust of the other person. That's not how you solve that. And so I was really thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I was cheated on by both my guys. And so, like, I caught the guy cheating before I went on that date. Because I was like, well, he cheated, so clearly this relationship is not, is open. So it was less that I initiated it first, and it was more that he did it. So I was like, well... But it wasn't, like, out of retaliation or revenge. It was out of, well, he's getting his needs met somewhere, then I'm gonna do it. And it was a very unhealthy way of thinking. And I was very lucky that the guy that I went on a date with was able to help me see that, you know, you're fucking your life up. It was not one of my proudest moments. And I don't think I would have cheated on him. I think I would have felt too guilty in the moment. But I don't know. I didn't know I was being abused by that guy. I just knew something was very wrong in the relationship, and I was in a lot of pain. I was very, very unhealthy back then. Mentally unhealthy. I'll go this way. I had a lot of shit I needed to learn. But yeah, I mean, I sort of felt justified, as in, like, well, he treats me badly and he calls me names and he says all this stuff, so why should I stay faithful, kind of thing, you know? And I think that there's probably a little bit of truth to that. Like, I feel like this guy probably does feel, if she really does treat him like that, he probably does feel a little justified, where he's like, well, I could cheat because she treats me like shit, so why should I honor this agreement? But the difference is, I had the integrity to be like, you know what, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna break off the relationship and end it before I do anything else. And he doesn't have that integrity. He is like, well, I'd rather do it this way because then I can keep her and I can keep everyone and I can just do it this way. We're obviously clearly very two different people. But I've never ever had the desire to have multiple partners. I didn't want to be in that relationship anymore. I didn't want to be cheating because I didn't want to hang on to him. My desire at that point was I didn't want to get away from him. I didn't want to be around him anymore. But he was abusive and I was afraid to leave because I was afraid it's going to hurt me. So it was a different situation. Doesn't excuse what I did, but it was coming from a totally different place. I had to get over here and put my tent over here so that I can come down here and farm. Yeah, and I mean, like, it just sucks because it would be nice. I really, really do wish. I really wish he had been able to break it up with her and then end it and then move on. I really wish he had been somebody who was just on the fence of breaking up with somebody. Instead, he chose to continue cheating. And that sucks, because I really did like him. You know? But that was a relationship that was going to be a very, very, very bad decision for me, no matter what happened. It wasn't going to be good. Wasn't going to be good. I'm kind of proud of myself because that was really hard to do. I actually was crying when I told him because it was very hard for me to say the words, I never want to see you again. It's really hard to say that to somebody. Really hard. Alright, I need to get some gravel and some blocks. That's gotta get placed here somewhere. I think I have to put it down here. It sucked. I really wish we could have just been friends. Like, that would have been fine. Because as friends, like, I wouldn't have to have worried about, like, his integrity. I wouldn't have had to cared if he was cheating on his girlfriend. It wouldn't have been my problem, you know? And, I mean, I would have advised him, like, stop cheating on her, but it wouldn't have affected my emotions or my well-being. And, you know, I wouldn't be in a position where I'm going to get hurt. I really wish I could have. Kept that. See, now I wonder if they're doing World 1. Let me go to World 1, because there might be a bunch of people over here. Everybody seems to be doing everything in World 1. And I do kind of, like, miss chatting with them and stuff. We had some great conversations, but if he's gonna keep trying to bring it into the romantic field, it's not gonna be good for me. And I'm like, nah, I'm not signing up for this. Nope. 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 Oh, it just sucks, man. I wish people were better. People in general. Why do people treat each other this way, you know? Like, how could you be dating someone and sleep around? I just don't understand. Like, especially if you love that person. The weird thing that he told me was like, well, if you had yelled at me, I would have been able to break up with her. So why would I yell at you? I've known you for 2 days. Like, why would I be like, you know, you need to break up with her? And I was like, are you telling me that you're addicted to very toxic women? And if I was a toxic woman, you would have been able to date me? I was like, that's very unhealthy. So at that point, I told him, I was like, actually, you know, it's very clear that you wouldn't be able to date me anyway, because I'm not the type of person that yells and screams at people. If that's the type of person that you'd commit to, ooh. Ooh. Then it is better that you stay with your chick. She's just what you need. Not for me, man. Hey. I'm reloading. Where are you, bitch? What? My bike? Why is my bike upside down? What the? Listen, I know there's a stereotype that women are bad drivers, but this video game is trolling me hardcore. Women are not parking their bikes upside down. Let's calm down, video game. Let's calm down. Damn it. take your fucking thing out and get your goddamn shield on and stop fucking around with this game. Oh shit, I didn't put it. I don't have my thing. Oh, this is stupid. I'm not gonna be able to take my shield out because I don't have it. Why do I back up like this? I didn't put my deviant in the hole for these assholes. Oh. Alright, well, I'm gonna get this and then leave, because clearly I have to go get my deviant, because I can't put my shield on, because, I'm a knucklehead. I'm a knucklehead. Isn't it crazy how, like, there's like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he was talking about, you know, like, do we have free will? And they were having this, you should watch it, like, it's on his channel, Star Talk. And they were debating philosophically whether we actually have free will, and they were talking about, like, the psychology of what we do and how we do it. And it was really good, interesting thought experiment that they were doing. And, you know, it's sort of like, do we actually have free will if we're so like, if you have a certain attachment styles, right? Do you actually have free will if your attachment style is dictating who you date, right? So, like, if you're anxiously attached, you're gonna fall in love with avoidance, you know, who are avoidantly attached. So, do we actually have free will if our attraction to our partners is dictated by how our parents raised us and whether or not we are secure or not? It's like mind-blowing, you know, like, I guess the free will part comes in where it's like, I guess we have the free will to go to therapy and get that fixed, but at the same time, like, is it free will if you don't know this stuff? And then do we have free will, like, if there's a whole psychology behind selling to us and stuff, do you actually have the free will not to buy the product? If they're using the psychology to sell you the product. You know, it's a really interesting, like, what exactly comes into play? Oh, it's such an interesting thought. Are we pre-programmed in our actions based on, like, our personality and stuff like that? Interesting to think about. Like, we all think we have free will, but if somebody is using psychology to sell you something and you're not aware of what they're doing, and it works, because they were saying, one of the things that they said was, like, let's say you are a expert at karate or fighting or whatever, and you spend months and days improving your skills so that they are reactionary. And you get out in the field and somebody picks a fight with you and they go to throw a punch at your face. And your reaction is to block that punch. Was that free will to block that punch? Because it was reactionary? And you didn't have to think about it? Or is it free will because you were able to program yourself so that the reaction becomes the block? So maybe the free will happens earlier on. Or like a comedian who is trying to deal with hecklers, and he builds up this repertoire of ways he can handle hecklers. And so that when someone heckles him, he could just spout out the response, and it becomes so, it becomes such a secondhand, like reaction or whatever, so that someone heckles him and he immediately responds, and then he gets the laugh from the crowd, and he doesn't have to think about the response. But then does the free will come in when he practices the response so that he has it when that happens? Or is that a lack of free will because in that moment he didn't think about it, it just kind of happened? I don't know. Like, there's some of the things they were talking about. And so obviously they were going back and forth with the discussion, and some of them were like, no, that's free will because you premeditated the response, and then another one was like, I don't think it's free will because in that moment the response just comes out. These buttholes, stop it! And then I guess it depends on like how you define free will. I don't know. It's an interesting thought. I thought it was a very interesting conversation to listen to. It really had me thinking, because of course they were like philosophically discussing this. I think most people would say, yeah, we have free will. But it's like, they were also discussing like drug addicts, right? Like drug addicts don't have the free will to stop. We recognize it's a disease and they don't have the free will to stop. And that they need medical attention. So they were saying, well, maybe free will is there in some situations, but not others. Because like you don't have the free will to stop seizuring when you have a seizure. Your body is just going to do what it does. But maybe that's why it's considered a disease process. It was just a philosophical discussion. I mean, obviously, you know, people would not consider... I mean, I guess that is kind of an interesting thought, though. Like, a seizure is your inability to have the free will to move your body the way that you want to move it. In that moment. Or your inability to even stay conscious. Where is this guy going? It's so fascinating. Psychology is so fascinating. Because then if you say, like, well, if your genetics control certain aspects of your personality, then that's not free will. Because you respond to things a certain way because you're programmed that way. But I don't know about that, because you can definitely you can definitely do a lot of work with your personality and change how you react to things. So but if someone is not self-aware enough to do that kind of work, like for me, for let's take my example, right? Like, so like because I was avoidantly attached, getting involved with men who are anxiously attached, and that is like a pattern that I had. That was not a conscious thing that I did. I did that because that's what I thought my body was telling me that I was attracted to. And then in that case, did I really have the free will to enter into a healthy relationship? And you can argue that the free will part comes from, well, you do the work to get yourself healthy, so then you can enter in. Like, okay, I'll agree with that. But like in the moment, before I knew that I was unhealthy, did I have the free will to get into a healthy relationship? Because I wouldn't have, because I was just going off of how I felt. Really interesting stuff. Really interesting thought process. I mean, obviously, if we accepted that people didn't have free will, that would be a terrible thing for laws and stuff like that. Say, oh, well, people don't have free will, so. But I don't know, like, there are definitely people who, like, have been put into situations where they've been asked to do some terrible, terrible things, and they've chosen, you know, like, they've chosen, like, death over doing something really terrible. And so I don't know. How do I get up here? Do I gotta go up there because I've got boxes up there? I gotta put boxes down. Just something. Or can I do these stairs? Let me see if I can get these stairs. And those are the stairs I need. Right here. Yep. Now I can get up. Well, it's pretty bare here. I thought I had more stuff here. Now I gotta put my. Maybe I should have got the healing one. This feels very empty. Because I don't have anything in here. This is larger than I thought it was. No, this is hooked up to electricity. I want to get this started. Well, we don't need blueberries because we got corn and mushroom. I need fertilizer. That increases the breeding. That's what I need to do. Let's see if I can make that. I'm so glad I said what I said. It was really hard to say what I said. I'm so glad that I did that. I need mushrooms, and so I need to start making fertilizer. And then growing brush. Compost. Standard brick. I don't know. Sometimes I think too deeply about things, I think. Let's get these combos going. I don't know if I want to live in a world where we believe we don't have free will. I don't know if I want to live in a world where it's like, well, your psychology is set up this way, and you're bound to make these mistakes no matter what. And this is just the way it is. Like, I don't know if that's like, I think it's comforting to feel like I live in a world where I am in control of my actions completely. I mean, in a way, we sort of are. I guess that's like therapy, right? Because, like, the whole basis of therapy is that you are trying to figure out why you do certain things and change that about yourself. Inspire someone. Right? Like, the whole point of therapy is, like, so you can fix certain aspects of your thinking and all that good stuff. What's the next step? Let me see how much I weigh. Pretty heavy. Why? Oh, let me put these. Oh, I can't put these eggs in there. It won't let me. I guess I'll just let them expire in here. Then maybe that's why. Like, I've always known, like, with anxiously attached dudes, like, I've always known that they will always behave a certain way, and they're almost like identical, right? Because that's the whole point of the anxious attachment, is that they have a certain wound, is they almost act exactly the same. And I've always known that, like, they won't change without therapy, and they won't change without, you know, so maybe that, like, ties into this, where it's like, you know, unless they choose to go to therapy, they don't have the free will to choose any other option than what they've already chosen. What is this? I don't know what this does. Let's see if I have some. There we go. Let me drink. Can't carry that much around, but well. balls. I have to like drink that, so let's see. Can I split this? What? That's good. That's a lot still, but at least I'm not overweight carrying it. This needs to go on my bar. Fill up my gas. I gotta have that on my bike. I think I need to think more into this. Like, this is a very interesting thought. Hey, Shade, what's up? Yes, let's go do stuff. I don't know what we need to do, Shade. What do you think we need to do? I need to get a backpack extender. One. Is that you that texted me? Oh. He's on 146. Oh shit, did he go to 146 as I was there and then I left? Oh my god, I'm gonna feel so terrible. Wait, there's no way. Because it was closed. There's no way that was because of me. Nobody to fuck this guy over. Campsite. Yeah, see, my campsite did break today. But then it was there still, which is weird. PVE01-X, that's the server I came from, I believe. Oh, it was on 142. Thank you. Now I feel better. For a second, I was like, oh shit. But I remember him saying we were on the same server, so I don't know why I freaked out. 9 hours? Oh, that means tomorrow morning we need to... That means tomorrow morning we need to go. That means at the end of this night, we need to pack up and move. I didn't realize it was so close. Well, that's okay. I could just break the foundation of this. You know what I'm gonna do? Is I'm gonna save this blueprint. How do I do that? Oh, interesting. Why? Copy building or let's delete this. Let's delete this because we know this one is broken. Let's delete this because this is one I'm never going to use again. Let's delete this. This is the original that I did. From the other server, but this is not in wood. What is this? Yeah, we can hop in a call. Oh, this is this building. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm going to run to the bathroom before I hop into a call with you, because then I don't have to worry about taking my headset off. Oh, this is my winter house when I was with my ex. I think the reason why I can't save is because I have too many presets. It like automatically saves your house when you leave the server, which is kind of dumb. Get rid of these ones that I'm not going to use. Now I can add blueprint, save single building. I'm not selected. Wood farmhouse. What? 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 That's a building? Okay, well, what if we do this? Wood farmhouse. Confirm. Okay. And that works. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we can hop in a call. And then let's go do some silos or something because I'm bored. Can you make us some more adrenaline shots? Hey, him a bug. Let's see. He's called me. Streamer mode detected. Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, my friend? Making us adrenaline shot.
Yeah, you're already out.
No, it's just I want extra because if you're not on, then I'm not gonna be able to make those. I'd have to set up the regular ones. So if you could make like 20 more, then I'd be good.
I'm making like 15.
Yeah, that's good.
Just because I don't have a lot of Stardust.
I can give you some. I can give you some. Yeah, it's just in case you. I'll give you half of what I have. And then you can just. You've given me a lot of that anyway. Put it in this top crate. I don't know where you want it.
Okay.
Balloons. Would you have a wedding over here? Who got married?
Nobody, but I might as well use the decorations.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've never actually seen a party like this. I guess maybe this is what this would be like a Sweet 16 if you had it at like a venue or something. That's what it kind of looks like.
Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like something that like
Go
a
do Monolith.
yeah. It looks like something like definitely like something that somebody would do at like a venue, you know, like because a venue would go all out like that, and then it looks so professionally done. Versus like something you do at home.
Yeah.
You know, like when somebody makes the cake at home and it's like lopsided and falling apart. Okay. Do I have one of those? I have 5 of these, like. I have 5 blue. It's like 5-1. That's a 5-4. Maybe I'll bring a gel over because I'm dying.
A gel.
The healing gel, the festering gel.
What
What do the red ones do? Like the blue one, it gives you extra attack power, right? What is the red one? The festering gel. I don't think it does anything special.
Whenever your sanity is below like 30% or something. Something like that. I don't know. It has to do with your sanity, Rihanna.
Alright, we'll bring it over because it's the best one I have. I know the blue one like gives you extra DPS, but I don't really use this for DPS. If I was gonna go DPS, it definitely would be a different. I want the pink gel because that one gives you like extra healing, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's hard to get.
Yeah, I'm noticing. Like I've been like farming. I have like 13 blue ones and no pink one ever. I didn't realize how hard that was. But yeah, it's So what is this festering gel thing? Deviant power every 8 exit, which is. Oh, so when your sanity is below 30%, it's deviant power. So it basically restores itself faster when you're crazy. That's kind of lackluster, I think. Compared to the pink one. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. Like if you're running around and you need it more often. Oh. It's certainly cool looking, that's for sure. How many bullets do I have? Okay. Something that one of my one of my supplements, like, it doesn't give me heartburn, but it definitely feels like spicy or something. You know what I mean? Like when you eat spicy food, it's got that like hotness to it. It feels like that in my throat. So I don't know what that is. And I thinking maybe I might have like a slight allergic reaction to ginger.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an allergic reaction, because usually when I have an allergic reaction, like, nose will swell up or something. So maybe a slight intolerance to it. Maybe it's not an allergic reaction, it's just an intolerance or something. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe I like take it with like food or something.
Did you eat anything with ginger in it?
Yeah, the supplement.
Anything?
Yeah, the supplement has NAC and ginger in it. NAC is supposed to be it's like what is it? It's NAC, ginger, and curcumin. And curcumin is supposed to be, it has anti-cancer properties. And what they found, and this is real, this is like quite powerful. When they did the study in rats, they gave rats cancer. They gave 100 rats cancer and 100 rats were the controls. Well, they gave 200 rats cancer. So in the rats that did not receive curcumin, 95 of them got cancer. In the rats that got the curcumin, only 55%, 55 of them got cancer. So half of them were protected. That's significant. So I have been getting these like ginger curcumin, like basically turmeric gummies, and I've been giving it to my rats. And what I've noticed is that not all of them are cancer free. One of them had a super aggressive cancer, which like in a week she was dead. That was really bad. I don't think there was anything I could have done for that. That was just like she got it. Destiny was she was going to pass away, and that was it. But the other, like the mammary tumors, they normally will grow so large that they will get bigger than the rat's body before the rat passes away. So they can live up to 3, and at 2 they start to get the cancer, but they don't live the whole year. Their last year, right? Because the tumor kills them. But less of them have been getting the mammary tumors. And in the ones that do get the mammary tumors, and it's sadly almost all females because it's estrogen based, they live to 3 because it slows the growth of the tumor down so much that even though they'll have a significantly sized tumor when they do pass away, they don't pass away from the tumor, and it never opens up, you know, because they sometimes will get really, really big and open up and fungate, and it's terrible. So I'm convinced that this does have cancer protective powers. Doesn't cure them, but then again, like, I don't know how many of them would have gotten cancer that don't have cancer because I've been giving them one of these pills every day. It's a gummy, you know? So because I've seen that in the rats, I was like, I'm going to take this shit. And so these pills, the NAC is something that is supposed to keep you looking young.
Oh, wait, hang on.
So that's like a vanity thing. It's supposed to, NAC is supposed to increase your collagen production in your skin and keep you looking young. Ginger and curcumin are supposed to be anti-cancer. and it's part of like because I told you I was doing the Brian Johnson blueprint thing. It's part of his regimen. But since I've been taking the NAC, I've noticed that I look younger in my face, and I'm not like crazy. Like I've taken pictures, and like I was starting to like my face was starting to sag, and I was starting to get jowls. And now if you look at my face, there's like it's almost like I've gone back 5 or 7 years. It's crazy. Thanks, I was just out of that. Not only that, but my face is like super soft. I've noticed that, and I don't know if it's like increased like oils, but it doesn't feel oily. It's just weird. Like I've noticed a lot of changes in my skin and stuff since I've been taking this, and so like I'm kind of sold. This stuff is like vanity. This is like I don't want to get old, and then I want some anti-cancer properties. The ones that really mean a difference is like the vitamin K, because I don't get a lot of that, and then the regular like essential pack. That's the one that I've been taking. That one because I started out just taking one at a time because I wanted to see like how they affect my body in case I was allergic to one. That one is the one that stops me from having my muscle pain. I do not know what is in that I was deficient in. But that's the one, like, I have no pain in my body anymore.
Yeah.
So, there's clearly, like, a deficiency there somewhere. But yeah, man, it was almost like, I guess you could say, like, what do they call it? Myelitis or what is that other I forget now, there's a disease that literally translate to muscle pain, and it's just like a fibromyalgia, I think is it. And that's just a generic term that just means you have chronic muscle pain and they don't know where it comes from because it could be like anything. You just have muscle pain. I'm pretty sure that that's what they would have classified me with if I had gone and told the doctor, hey, like I have these muscle pains. But it's just a generic term, it just means muscle pain. And so like they don't have a cure for it and stuff like that. But I was like, I wasn't able to sleep and all that other kind of stuff. Oh, can we see if somebody can get us some backpacks?
Yeah.
Maybe we like take a trip to the vending machines or something. Yeah, so I'm just stoked about that because I've been trying for like 4 or 5 years now to figure out how to get rid of my muscle pain. And I started with the magnesium, and that took about 30% of my pain away. It wasn't fully gone. Now it's fully gone. I feel like I did when I was 16.
Hell yeah. I wish I felt like I was 16.
Dude, for like $180, like get his pack, take his medicines. Maybe you're missing something. See if it affects your mind. That's what I felt like. I felt like I was 80 because one of the things that was happening is I wasn't able, like, I had no flexibility. I wasn't able to bend over, touch my toes and all that stuff. And I just was like, well, I guess I'm getting old. But even though I was trying to like stretch, when I was younger, you could stretch and you would get better and better and better as you stretched. But this, it was like, I'd try to stretch, tomorrow I'd be worse. I'd try to stretch, tomorrow I'd be worse. I wasn't getting better. I was just getting worse and worse with the stretching. And so like I was very stiff, my whole body, very stiff. And then a lot of pain because of the stiffness. And then also the generalized muscle pain. And I'm telling you, like, the first week I took the essential pills, like, I was able to touch my toes again. The flexibility was back. I know it sounds like I'm, like, telling you about some, like, magic shit, but that's really what happened. Like, it was that quick. So, I've already taken a month's worth of it. And I just bought another pack. I was like, I'm sold. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. Like, I feel great.
Who cares what other people think?
Right. And really, like, all you have to do is just get his essentials and just try that, because that's the one that, like, got rid of, like, all my muscle pain and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I would recommend trying it. Just get his pack. It's like $200. Like, what's good? What's it gonna hurt? Take his vitamins.
My bank account right now.
No, I mean,
that's
no,
$1
no, I
on
mean,
that.
no, I mean, like, if you had the money,
Yeah.
doesn't hurt. No, I get that, man. I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stay on it, but you know what? It's like, fuck it. As long as I have the money, I'm gonna do it. But still, like, the essentials is only like $16. If you had to try one, that's what I would try. $16, not bad. Because he's got like a vitamin K supplement in there. He's got red yeast. You don't need that. He's got the NAC and the ginger. You don't need that. That's literally just a vanity thing. Right? Like if you're trying to get rid of your pain, you don't need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to work because I've been taking like regular vitamins and stuff. They never work. But he puts like amino acids and stuff in it, so it's different. It's not like a regular vitamin that you would take from the store. So I'm thinking it's like something like the amino acid or something. One of those things that I was missing. Also, he puts in there the methylated vitamin B, but I had already been taking that because I had bought methylated vitamin B, and that didn't stop my pain. So that's not it. So I know that's not it for sure. So probably I was deficient in like amino acids or something. Probably one of those things. I wish I knew for sure, because then I would just, like... I guess it doesn't hurt to take them all. You know? Fuck it. I don't think it would be any cheaper if I bought, like, one amino acid, because they're pretty expensive. You buy them from, like, GNC or something. I wish that this was like more mainstream and insurance would cover this.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. But that's, I just wish the world was different. Like I wish we adopted a more Eastern kind of, you know, preventative medicine approach to illness.
Yeah.
A more holistic. I used to think a long time ago, because I'm very into medicine, I used to think, because Western medicine thinks that Eastern medicine is a joke. You know? So, like, I had adopted that mentality of Eastern medicine is a joke. You can't heal your body with food, you know? Like, I used to have that kind of mentality. That's a lot of the medical people think that. It's not a, well, I guess unless you're an Eastern medicine practitioner. Western medicine is crazy, man. Like, I love Western medicine. You know, I don't believe we should just be like, oh, just eat this and you'll be cured of cancer. Like,
yeah.
Absolutely not. But to completely. I don't like to rule something out anymore. Did we? Oh yeah, we know. They're doing some studies into ketogenic diets, and they're finding out that cancers are disappearing. There's a dog that a veterinarian put on a ketogenic diet, and his mast cell tumor disappeared. So then she started doing it with more than one client, and she's got a bunch of dogs now that have responded, and their cancer has gone away or gone into remission.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And the reason why they believe this happens is because cancer cells are, the mitochondria in the cancer cells are deformed. And so they are very inefficient. And so in order to use ketones, they have to be efficient. And what happens is the cancer cells, because the mitochondria is broken, it uses glucose. It doesn't use ketones. So when you go into ketosis and you don't have a lot of glucose forming around, you starve the cancer and it dies. And so there are some cancers that are more responsive to it than others. Brain cancer is one that is very responsive. Pancreatic cancer is supposed to be really responsive to it. So there are certain cancers where it's like, this works, and other cancers where it's not working so well. So like lung cancer, they did an experiment in rats, and it actually increased the metastasis, so the lung cancer spread faster. So they're doing research because they're like, well, maybe it works for some cancers and not others. But yeah, I want them to do more research on that because and I think the idea is it comes back to that autophagy shit, where it's like, because you're in autophagy in ketosis and you're starving the cells, you're doing both. You're re-eating the cancer cell, your body's remodeling itself, and then at the same time you are starving it so it can't grow faster than your body can eat it. So that's the science behind that.
Alright, let's kill this spider bitch.
Yeah. You know what I forgot to do? Well, I'll do it later. I forgot to sniper. This is the first server that I keep forgetting to do that. Toilet.
You still running around with that crossbow?
Yeah. There's a toilet and there's a guy and a mermaid. Why are women mermaids? Oh, I guess a sailor and a mermaid? Oh yeah, it's a sailor. He's got a peg leg. Well, that brings new. Yeah, that brings a whole new meaning to the word peg me. Peg me, and then they peg me, and then they give you a peg leg. This is a very spooky song.
It's probably one of the best cutscenes in the game.
Yes, I agree. I was just gonna say that. Oh, bitch! She got me. Oh, Indian. Oh, I was wondering why I was healing. I accidentally deployed my stupid healing. I was standing in my gel, going, why am I healing? It's funny. I remember the first time that I was like trying to do this on professional, and like the fog come and I die, and I'd be like, what do I do? When you were playing, how long did it take people to figure out that you shouldn't stand in the fog?
Talking about the purple mist she throws out.
Yeah, unprofessional.
I don't know. As soon as I seen that it was like hurting me, like, I was like, oh, I don't look good.
On my server, it took people a while. Like, I would have to tell people, and then even then they weren't getting it. People on my server weren't the brightest crayons in the box.
I don't think people in this game are the brightest crowns on the box.
Yeah, I think that's true for a lot of players in general. What'd you
To
say?
be fair,
What
I
did-
was watching the
no,
cutscene. I was watching the cutscene while you did like the first 2 bars.
No. Wow. The first time I out DPS you got an excuse. Get out of here. Get out of
No,
here.
I literally watched the entire cutscene.
Get out of here. It doesn't spawn me in without you.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Whatever. You got an excuse. You got excuses for everything. Whatever. You said that would never happen, and it happened. I don't care. It happened.
Want to run it back?
It happened. Let's go do it. Let's go do another one. See how I do.
All right.
No, not this one. No.
Why not?
Because if my DPS is better than you, I'll do better in another one. If it isn't, I'll do worse. We'll see. It's gonna be the same thing. If it's a one-off thing, then it won't happen from now on. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to waste time on something we don't have to do.
What else is there to do?
Well, we can. Well,
There's one other silo.
I need to do the other silo, and I need to open up. Well, there isn't. Oh, there's only 3 bosses right now.
Yeah. 3 bosses, 2 silos.
What is it? Silos. And then, yeah. What else can we do? I mean, we could go around and clear out all these towns, probably. What else could we do? What would be actually...
Gotta go kill this elite.
a useful...
Down here. Bro, where is he?
I wish there was like a spot, like a secret spot where I was like I could find like nobody else like figured it out. It's like I could run there and be like, "This is my spot." And nobody else takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you die?
I shot some guys without putting my shield on. Dumbass.
Did you get that kill? Did you get the elite kill for this area?
I must have, because this area is done for me. Okay. What kind of music do you like?
Mostly everything. I just don't listen to country and I don't listen to classical music. I'm a big fan of rock, like hip hop, rap, I like jazz music.
Okay. I think. Let's see. I'm definitely not a big fan of country. I'm trying to think about classical music. I don't really listen to it, but it's not that. I think it depends on which one. Like, I can tolerate it, but yeah, I'm not a. It's not like I don't hate it, but I don't actively listen to it. I think I could
It puts
listen
me to sleep.
Right, I was just gonna say that. I was like, I think I could listen to it if I wanted to fall asleep. Like, I think I could fall asleep to it.
But yeah, probably rock is like the biggest like genre that I listen to.
Okay.
What about you?
I used to listen to a lot of rap and R&B and reggae when I was in high school, and since then, like, I've kind of expanded to a little bit of gothic music. Let's see, what do I listen to? I don't like the new rap. I've tried to like it. Some of it I like, some of it's okay, but I think I think for the most part, most of the songs I'm not a fan of. Just has like a different flavor. Like I don't like the auto tune that they
Yeah.
use. Like it's annoying, and I
don't
think
like the mumble rapping.
right. Because like rappers used to actually have a good voice, and now it's just everything's auto tuned, and I'm like, eh. Let's see what. So I think like because of that and the change, I've gravitated more towards like probably like gothic rock. You know, like what's her name? Jesus Christ. I'm not good at remembering like bands and stuff. Like I never have been, but if I see it, I'm like, oh, I like that. You know.
I'm trying to think what gothic rock would be.
So like the what's the blonde who sung the song I could be your whore.
Oh, Maria Brink.
Yeah,
I
what's
love
her?
her.
Yeah, what's her band?
In this moment.
Yes, I fucking love her.
I've seen her live like 3 times. It's great.
Oh, I'm so jealous. So jealous.
Well, my city hosts a big rock festival every year. Like it's a 4-day weekend show.
Nice. I love everything about her. I love her style. I love her music. My bike just flipped over on its back. I think that is a bug with those like
That's not how
wheelie.
you're supposed to ride bikes.
Yeah, I think that's a bug with the wheelie mechanic. I did not press the button for wheelies, but I can't. It's been happening ever since they added that super. Um.
So like Maria Brink, okay.
Yeah.
You might like Amira Elfiki.
What band?
No, that's her name.
Oh, and then I have not listened to her. Yeah, I've been kind of into that lately. That kind of oops. Go no further. How'd you get down here?
The road.
It didn't.
I don't know what to tell you. Where are you
it,
at?
Well, it's telling me go no further. Oh, it stopped. Okay, I got scared and just stopped. I thought I was gonna kill myself again.
Yeah. I do like female vocals a lot. That's what I mainly listen to. Emotionless in White is also a good band.
It's been gothic in my heart, but never had the opportunity to be gothic because of my work and stuff. So I've always like I'm always like slightly gothic, you know, like I don't think I would be like one of those goths that like were all black and you know were one of those like pastel goths or something like that, but I definitely would be more of like a conservative goth for sure because I like to look elegant. And like sometimes the goth kind of looks I don't want to say trashy because I don't think it looks trashy. I just think it looks like low class. So like it
Rhea Ripley is.
so like a, you know, yeah, I mean there's a way to do it and like look really classy, and then there's a way to do it and just look kind of like you're still trying to be a teenager.
Yeah, but I like that trashy look.
You know? Yeah, but I mean, but like, that's fine if you're like hanging out and being casual, but I don't think that's fine if you're like trying to like look professional. You know, I think it just depends. I don't want to have black hair, because it makes my skin look, not pale, but just like, sort of like it washes out my face. And I know that's sort of like the point why some people do it, but some people look really good and it doesn't wash their face out. Like I've seen some girls who are like gothic and they don't look washed out from it.
Yeah.
You know? So like it just doesn't look good on me with black hair. Because the black hair looks again, it doesn't like if I had naturally black hair it'd be one thing, but you can tell it doesn't look, just looks so like it looks like I did it myself. It never looks like looks like I don't care. You know what I mean? To me, it just feels like I don't. Like I said, it doesn't. I don't look trashy. It just looks cheap. I guess that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And so, like, there's a way to do it and look really good. And then there's a way to do it where you look cheap, like you just, or like you look like a drug addict. You know, like remember Courtney Love? How she'd always like do her makeup and it always looked like she put her makeup on in the dark.
Yeah, but that was her niche, you know.
Well, yeah, because she's grunge.
Right.
Right. And so that was the point of grunge, is they wanted to look like they didn't bathe. You know, they had greasy hair, and so like that's not gothic, that's grunge, but that looks cheap, and that's not in anymore. Like it was in the 90s. It's not in, you know, it doesn't look polished, right? Like the point of it was it wasn't polished. But like I don't want to look like that. I don't want to look like I just woke up with a heroin needle in my hand. It's not in anymore. Like in the 90s it was in, you know, but not.
Do you know who Rhea Ripley is?
No. You'll have to send me some of this stuff. You'll have to educate me. A lot of this stuff, like, I've just been finding on my own, like, exploring. And just stumbling upon it by accident.
Man. I'll send you a GIF. I haven't sent it yet.
Oh.
There you go. That's Rhea Ripley. Goth Dobby Mommy.
Where'd you send me the kid? Oh, you know, like, wait, where did you send?
Oh wait, no. I sent it to my fucking my best friend. Whoops.
He's probably like, yeah. What it is?
Alright, there we go.
Okay, but see, she doesn't look washed out because she's got some color to her skin.
Yeah, but like she's a wrestler, so I think she has to.
Right, but like that doesn't see how that hair color looks like a natural black. There's some there's some ways where it's got too much blue in it and it doesn't look like a natural black, and that's what I'm talking about. Like if that's a classier goth look compared to like having the blue color, the blue black where it looks cartoonish. Like, I had dyed my hair red one time, and I said the same thing. I went in there, I was like, I want my hair candy apple red, but I don't want it to look like I did it myself. I don't want it to look like I bought a cheap wig. Oh, I got a ring, man. I don't want it to look like I bought a cheap wig from, like... Oh, it's a 4-4. That's incredible. That's the highest one I've ever seen.
Bullshit. Dude, I never get Rain Mans out of those little fucks.
Really? You gotta kind of like farm them. What I do is at the end of the servers, I will park my base here and just kill this bitch over and over again every 15 minutes. But I've never gotten a 4-4. I don't think that was possible until recently because it was always 1-1-1-1-1. I think they finally upped the numbers. But see, like, I don't do the black lipstick. I think I look better with red. I look much better with red lipstick than black.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. So I'll do the goth look with lipstick. I'm very, very pale. I never go in the sun. And so the black is too harsh on my face. Yeah, I just don't... I just don't like the look on me.
Where'd the little bitch go?
I'll have to send you a picture of me with like red. But again, like, I also don't look good with really, really dark eyes. Like, she has like the top and bottom. I look better with just the top of my eyes done because the shape of my eyes look almonds if I do it that way. But then they get too round, and I think it ruined. I mean, I think it makes it look older, and I think it ruins the shape of my eyes if I do the top and bottom. Like, I look really good with like a fox eye or a cat eye. Versus that overall smoky eye. Just because of the shape of my eyes. Like, even when I put like false lashes on, I will only put them on the outer corners. And it doesn't look good. Like, for some reason, it doesn't look good for me to have mascara on the bottom, lashes. It just... I think it makes my eyes are already very round. And it makes them more round, and then it looks like I just stuck my finger in an electric socket, like staring. You know, it doesn't look right. So like I like to make my eyes look more almond shaped. And I've noticed that when I do my eyes that way, like, definitely men respond to it better. There's definitely something about making my eyes look almond shaped that, like, I've never had a guy not compliment me on my eyes. Like, always. So, wow, you have beautiful eyes. So because of that, that's why I like to accentuate. I'll get you. Let me see if I can find you a picture real quick. You see that lipstick and stuff on her looks really, really good.
She just looks good in general, to be honest.
Yeah, but she just has like the right face for that color. There's like color theory, you know, and like certain, like for me, like I look really good in like hot pinks and cobalt blues and purple white looks really good on me. Black looks really good on me. But there are certain colors that look really bad, like orange washes my face out because it makes my face look red. I tried to dye my hair orange one time and it was like I looked sick. Like it was like the orange hair against my face. Even though people were like, "Oh my god, I love it. It looks so good." I was like, "No, it doesn't." It makes my skin look too red. But then again, like I wouldn't be able to wear black lipstick and stuff at work. It would have fired me. It's just certain. Sometimes you just have to. Yeah, sometimes you just have to conform to have certain jobs.
Yeah.
I one time accidentally got my hair dyed the same color as hers. It was black like that. And my boss complained and said, "You're gonna have to strip your hair."
What the fuck?
Because he was like, you look too gothic. Strip your hair. So I had to strip it. When I work in the medical field.
Oh.
They're very, very concerned. I mean, I think in like human medicine they're less concerned, but I'm not sure. I mean, you don't see too many gothic nurses running around and stuff, and that's because there are like unspoken rules. Like they don't want you to look like that because they're afraid you'll scare children or you'll offend religious people. Not considered professional. Some people get away with it, certainly, but the people that have gotten away with it, I've noticed, are really super attractive women. You know?
Yeah.
Super attractive women get away with a lot of stuff. And they always do it in like a very elegant way. It's never done in a trashy way. So they get away with it. Where are they all my pictures? Maybe I'll send you one from my yeah, I've always like leaned gothic. If I had been able to just do what I wanted to do, that's what I would have done. But yeah, when you start like doing professional stuff, like there's just a stigma, and it's just, I mean, like even like I have piercings all over, and I got in trouble for that. Like they would constantly
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah, they constantly be like, what do you got these fusions for? Yeah. I don't have too many piercings. Like, I did it, like, I have my eyebrow and my lip done, and I wanted to look good. I didn't want to look like, I didn't want to ruin my face and have, like, so much metal on my face that I looked scary. I never wanted to look scary. I got a pretty face. Like, why would I ruin it? I guess some people have pretty faces and they do it anyway, and that's just the look that they want, but I thought I just didn't think it would look good on me. Too much metal. I think it would ruin my looks. I don't have the right face to pull that kind of stuff off, but it wasn't something I would want to look like anyway.
Yeah.
A couple piercings.
I always wanted to do gauges, but I was always like, I didn't want to like feel the pain of stretching my ears. I heard it was pretty painful.
Probably. I've never stretched my. So this is me with like my eyes done to like a cat eye. Wrong person. I almost sent it to the guy I'm not talking to. That's not me with like. Oh, I just got murdered. It's your fault. Good penis.
Oh yeah, my fault. Yeah.
I'm trying to find a picture of me with red lipstick. Yeah, my skin is so pale that black is too harsh, I think. And it's, I know that like there's a lot of like women who have really super pale and they can put black on, it looks good. But I don't think my skin is the right kind of pale to pull that off. But then also like there are certain women that like accentuating their lips because that's their best feature works better for them. And for me, because my eyes are my best feature, wearing black on my lips takes away from my eyes.
Can you res yourself?
Yeah, probably. Nope. I was busy doing something else.
Oh my god.
I lost my teddy bear. Can you still res me?
Yeah, I can still res you.
I thought you were coming, so I didn't res myself. I didn't realize you were so far away. I'm looking for my pictures, man.
Yeah, but you noticed that you died. So I thought you were gonna res yourself.
This is kind of a bad picture of me, but this is what I look like with lipstick. This is a bad picture because I didn't do red lipstick. I think that's better.
No, I can't.
You can't res me. Oh, can you just send my stuff to me then?
Yeah, I did.
That's what I look like with red lipstick.
Very pretty.
Yeah.
I don't know why you said it was a bad picture of you.
Because I could have done my makeup better. I wasn't like my eye makeup there. I think I could have done it better. I used to do my eyes like that because I didn't know how to do like the fox eye, and now that I know the fox eye, I think it looks a lot better. Like the first picture, I think my eyes are better there.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's a bad picture.
Yeah.
I am not happy completely with how I did my makeup. But it is what it is. So are we clearing out another?
Well, you haven't cleared this one out yet. So I'm gonna teleport you over here.
Let me just dump this stuff real quick. So that I don't get heavy again. Yeah, that's the thing that I never understood, because I never thought I was an ugly person, but I get cheated on, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like, not that like ugly people should get cheated on, but you would think that like somebody would want to hang on to something that was nice looking instead of just cheating on it. Okay, you pour me. I would think like if I was dating a really attractive dude, I wouldn't want to cheat on him. I would want to like, you know, keep that relationship good so I didn't lose him. I don't know. Like I don't know. Maybe my logic is flawed. Maybe I don't understand people. And like if you saw my two exes, they were so ugly. They were not attractive men at all because I was going through this phase with them where I was like, if I go out with a guy who's not attractive, he will appreciate me more and treat me better.
Yeah.
And they treated me worse.
Damn.
Yeah, that was an eye opener. I was like, well, I got that logic wrong.
Waiting for the lunar event to pop off. This is like a good area to farm.
Okay. Yeah, I got that logic from when you see like beautiful women and they're dating like ugly guys. And you're like, how is this, you know, attractive model dating somebody who's like ugly? And, you know, people say, well, it's because he treats her well. You know, or he's got money. And so I thought I would test that theory out of myself, and I was like, all right, well.
Or he's really funny.
Right. So I thought I would lower my standards visually to try and find a man who had a better personality, because that's more important to me than what they look like anyway. And they treated me like shit. And I was just like, I should have just dated the attractive guys. Then at least they would have been attractive.
Please drink a sanity drink.
But I'm not even insane.
You're halfway. What do you mean?
I didn't know it had to be more than halfway.
Yeah.
I thought you said it was 30%.
Wait, isn't 50 more than 30?
No, I thought you meant that.
No. If your sanity drops to like 30 or below, I mean like 30%.
Okay, I thought it was if you had only 30% of your sanity left. I misunderstood it. Where am I going? Where'd you go?
Of course, there's a. Oh my god, I hate them.
Oh shit! I fell. Oh, look at you. Well, but this sucks because if those little jerks spawn when I'm doing this, then that means that I can't run around with max. Well, no, that's not true because I could have no sanity, but. But my health could still be low, so my logic is flawed right there. Where the hell are you?
I'm up, like, towards the top. The area.
Oh, how the hell am I gonna get up there? Are you out?
Nah, I can revive in 6 seconds.
Oh.
There's a fucking lunar spawn up here.
I used to think that I was really, really ugly.
Bro! You may want to pop your deviant. Oh.
I got shot in the ass. get you without dying? Weird. Oh, I was just about to get you. Oh, maybe not. Oh, come on!
Oh my god.
Where the hell did he go? Oh, he's in that. Great. These guys just suck.
Yeah.
How did you kill 25 of these?
Because other people are running around Blackfell doing it too.
Oh,
Oh my god, bro. Fucking other little fucking enemies throwing shit at me. Oh my god, I hide from this dude.
Fuck! This guy is like, what a piece of shit. They're like bosses.
Yeah.
And he's gonna fucking heal. He just did. Piece of shit.
I have an idea.
What are you doing?
Oh, that doesn't work on him? God damn it.
I think you missed. Missed.
The fact that we're level 50 and he's like a level 26 is...
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can walk over here. That's just ridiculous. I give up with him.
It's so dumb.
I just give up with him. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, he literally one-shots you. That is ridiculous. And he just healed. Did somebody just roll up?
Yeah.
If this motherfucker kills this guy in 2 seconds, swear to God, I give up.
It's impossible.
This guy comes in here with the biggest dick I've ever seen in my life. Oh.
All that for a blue crate.
Well, but I mean, I got one. That's my first one I've ever killed. Technically, I was dead the whole time. Those guys suck. Yeah, like how? They're clearly not intended for one or two people.
Yeah. I mean, there's ammo you can make to kill them easier. But like, it takes a lot of resources.
That's the Stardust ammo.
Yeah, and you know those little like red chipsets that keep dropping?
What?
They're like little red, like.
Oh yeah. Like I got close.
Yeah.
Oh.
You gotta use those because they're like anti-meta. Yeah.
They're stuck in my asshole. Yeah, the first time I encountered one of those, I was like, oh, the hell? Isn't it kind of like screwed up that like the world makes you think that like pretty people get treated better, but they really don't sometimes. You know, like sometimes like prettier women get treated worse because they get targeted because they're pretty. Like they say that prettier women get targeted more for like murder. You know, because like serial killers see them and they go after them, and so like a lot of pretty girls get targeted for that. So it's more dangerous to be prettier, but they say, but the difference is more people care if you disappear. I don't, you know. But you assume that if somebody's prettier, that their life is easier. That's really not in reality. Like that bias, like led me to think, oh well, I must not be pretty because I wind up in all these bad relationships. Which is kind of a dumb thing to think. Because in reality, I think it's the other way around. I think that, you know, people who aren't so attractive wind up in better relationships because people want to date them because they generally care about them. Sometimes, you know, it's not like, you know, like an ugly person never gets targeted by somebody who wants like a trophy wife.
Right.
So they don't have to deal with that stuff. So there's like pros and cons to it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just thought because I had all these like bad relationships and I was just really ugly. I was like, that must be it. I'm just ugly.
No, you're not ugly. Trust me. Just people are assholes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's something that I kind of figured out as I got older, and then like I've like removed from how I used to look when I was younger, and then I look at myself and I can see myself in the same perspective as if I was a stranger. You know? That makes sense. Like I can look at a picture and be like, wow, I look really good in that picture. Whereas like when you're 16, you look at yourself and you just like, you know, really hard. I think people are just really hard on themselves when they're young anyway.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of dudes who think they're ugly, and they think that the reason why they're not successful with women is because they're ugly. But the truth is they're not successful with women because like maybe they're too nervous, or you know, like maybe they, you know, like, you know, they don't have the right haircut or something, like they just don't take care of themselves right. They look scruffy. Or something. Like there's something they can improve upon that would, like I've seen guys like they look all scruffy and they don't take care of their beard, they don't trim their beard and all that stuff. But you can tell if they did that stuff, they would be extremely handsome looking, and it's just because they cover up their good looks with like poor grooming habits. You know? I don't know if that makes
Yeah, but
sense.
like, there's also women that like go for that scrub though.
No, because like the scruffy look that's done intentionally to look scruffy, it's still groomed. Because they're doing it intentionally. I'm talking about like guys who don't care and they don't put any effort into their looks. There's a difference. They look depressed. There's a difference. Like there's intentionally trying to do something for style, and then there is I don't give a shit because I don't care about myself because I have low self-esteem.
Yeah.
And then also that's part of it, right? If they're doing it intentionally, they have high self-esteem Where if they're doing it because they don't care, even the way they carry themselves is different.
No peace. Back up here.
What do you say?
This fucking meta-human thing.
He's back?
Yeah, they spawn back. That's why. People kill him all the time. In Blackville.
Now I know why people are like, Black Belt group, Black Belt group. I was like, what, you can't run Black Belt by yourself? That was happening in the last server, and I was like, why can't you just run it by yourself? And then I tried, and I was like, fuck this! Quit. I was so tilted last server. Like, I'm done. I can't do this. Normally I like a challenge, but they made this so that you kind of sort of have to, like, run with other people.
The fact that, like, they don't give you this type of ammo like this early in game, but they spawn them in early, like, stages is really annoying.
Yes.
I'm just gonna fast travel back home. Honestly.
See, when I first started out doing this, thanks for the follow, Reinsta. When I first started doing this, when I did the normal server, I would just run around with no health and like, because I kind of liked the fact that it was like dangerous or whatever, and I just run around, pop everything, and I literally would have like 1 health or 2 health because I never worried about my sanity and stuff. And so like, it's not that I hate things being hard, it's just that yeah, they didn't give us a way to deal with the stuff, and so that pisses me off because I'm just like, okay, so the stupid fucking things that spawn, you can't kill them early on. Like, they're impossible to kill, so then there's no way for me to combat that other than, like, now I know about the sanity, but I didn't know about that. You know? And it's just like, even still, like, that's frustrating, because it's like, I don't know. It's frustrating. I just think it's a frustrating dynamic, like, because it's not really skill based. Like, you can't get out of it with skill. You literally just have to craft something.
Yeah.
That's what frustrates me. If it was skill based, like, oh, I could just, you know, like, run faster, or I don't know, whatever. That would be less tilting to me because then I'd be more control of it. I could get better. Whereas this, it's like, no, you can't get better, you just have to craft this item. It's not the kind of challenge. To me, it's not even a challenge.
No, I agree. I don't like it at all. It's just mad annoying.
Yeah.
Dumb mechanic.
Right. Like, it's very frustrating playing a game where, like, there's nothing you can do against somebody that has better gear.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's just nothing, there's no skill involved, like, it's just you're screwed no matter what. And the only way that I'm not frustrated in a game like that is when I get to the point where I'm the person that has the skill to get the better gear. And like, you know, like with Warcraft, like when I first started out, like I couldn't get on a raid team. I had to figure out how to get on these raid teams. Considering that, like, there is a block, like they won't let women DPS for some reason. Like, you could be a healer, but if you're a female DPS, they don't want you on the team. And so I didn't realize that in the beginning. I didn't realize that I wasn't getting on the team because I was a female. Because I'd seen other females on the team, but I was a female DPS. And then I just started lying and saying that I was a dude. I just dropped on myself.
What'd you do?
I just dropped something in my lap, but it like rolled. For a second, I thought it was like a log, but I don't even know. Oh, you know what I think it might have been? It might have been one of my pills. Well, it's gone now. I think I might have had a pill up here. And take it.
Yeah, see, I can't even craft the ammo that I would need those. Just because, like, it's not unlocked yet. It takes tungsten.
Yeah. Well, everybody's coming to this dig to hell. You want to do this? What do we get from this anymore?
I don't know, to be honest. Probably like 5k energy, like something like that.
I don't even know. Because you used to get controllers. I'm not a fan of the first 2 weeks. I get bored.
Yeah, the first 2 weeks was more like grinding for materials.
Even still, like, it's materials that you can't even use endgame, so you have to regrind anyway.
Yeah. Well, a lot of like the water pumps and stuff, they take standard parts.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I get you.
Wait, where is this? Oh.
Can we make water
Why
pumps
wouldn't it
yet?
just spawn me?
We should be able to, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't want salt water. So
No, no, I'm just saying, like, can we even make them yet? Like,
yeah, we can make them.
my, which thing is, like, stupid.
What's it doing?
So I watch my stream from my phone so that I can see what it looks like. Because sometimes people are like, it's glitching or whatever. And when I watch it on Twitch, like, or OBS, it doesn't show me the lag. And, it's not loading chat for some reason. Which is fine, because I'm not really chat from there, but it's just
Oh wait, where are we supposed to go?
Where are you?
In the middle?
Are you at the
Where are you
dig?
No,
Where are you?
I haven't done this thing yet. I've never done dig to hell ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I almost heard it was dog shit.
It's really easy.
Oh, it's done. Look at that.
Yeah,
Oh damn.
you gotta, like, run down and go down the hole, and then... I mean, it's really easy,
Okay.
because there's so many people that come to do it, you can just... Okay.
Yeah, I just got a shitload of materials. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
It's
Oh, I learned how
shit
to make a crow
if you're trying to do it by yourself, because there's two sides. You need at least
Yeah.
2 people, because even no matter how good your weapon is, like, they will catch up and they will come back behind you and they will start killing the guys. So it's kind of a pain in the butt. You're by yourself. So I think that's why people didn't like it. Because
Alright, let's go do the silo.
how did this guy get a shiny bike? These must be stickers.
I think it is this thing.
Well, I'm gonna go up here to this. So my brain doesn't want to work ever. Like, today's a bad day. My words are just not there. Like, there's some days where, like, my language is there, and then there's some days where, like, literally, I cannot think of the words I want to use. Today is a bad brain day for some reason.
Yeah.
It's literally, like, some days... Yeah, some days it's like, I feel like, you know, like when a computer is loading?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. It feels like my brain is loading, and I just have to wait.
You got that AOL dial-up. Okay.
Right? Yeah. I now know that's like the ADHD, but it's still frustrating when I know it is not.
Mhm.
Like some days my brain is just on point, and it's just like firing on all cylinders, and I can think of everything I want to say, and my thoughts are coming out, and you know, like, and then there's some days where it's just like I am trying to get a thought out, and it's not processing. It's weird. Even despite the fact that I'm on medication, it like medication doesn't always help on bad brain days. I wonder what that is. I wonder why I have some good days and some bad days. There must be some sort of like fluctuation in something. I wonder if it's like a hormonal thing or like has to do with eat. I don't know. Is there any bounty task? I want to get like better 1-3-1 things. I'd like to get 5 5s of those, like 2 of them. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Room players shit on everything. People are still playing that spec. I thought they even nerfed it.
No, they nerfed the dino.
Right, but it wasn't.
Not much of a nerf.
Oh, okay. I thought they.
It's still like really strong.
Oh.
Just boring.
Right. That's what I used to run.
I ran it for like a week. I don't want something that does the work for me. That's just what it felt like.
Well,
I know this game's not like too challenging, but, you know.
well,
I like
the
a challenge when it's there.
the primal is supposed to do as much damage if you have it correct.
Yeah.
It's just
Like,
hard. It's just harder because you're not at full health. The primal,
Wait
you're
till
always.
Prime Wars come out and I'll fucking one of the top DPSers, guaranteed.
I believe you. And I'm gonna be like, he's mine. Tell him first. Because you'll get all these, like, you know, people, like, being like, hey, you wanna be my friend? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how it was the first server when I had, like, sniper and I was doing all that DPS. Like, all of a sudden I went into a prime war and I did this tremendous amount of DPS and people, like, friending me left and right. So, yeah, okay. Or it's like in Warcraft where, like, you know, you get in a dungeon and you do a tremendous amount of DPS, then all of a sudden all the little newbies are like friending you. what happens. Everybody wants to carry. They get snobby, you know? Or like they're good players themselves and then they'll friend you because, oh, this person's on my level. On one hand, though, I kind of understand because if you're doing top level content, you don't want to have friends that can't do top level content.
Yeah.
Then you can't do your top level content.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody. Well, some people can solo like the new Nightmare silos, but like it looks rough.
Yeah. I think you have to have a certain spec and then you have to have all the goodies.
Mhm.
You have to have all the heals and all that stuff.
You have arrow leaps?
Maybe.
That's crazy.
The arrow leaves? You want some?
Yeah, love some.
I thought you gave me some. I didn't realize that wasn't. You gave me a
No.
bunch of stuff. Let's see, where are they?
I gave you spring legs, chrono armor, and the weaver.
Trade. Why isn't it letting me go into trade? Did I trade in yet?
I guess not.
Well, I think I dropped it on the floor. I think.
Should be able to.
Why can't I separate that?
It'll be fine. You can do it after this.
It's not letting me do it. I wonder if you're not allowed to do it in here.
Maybe not.
Huh. Yeah, man, like, I got really lucky. Hey Porter, what's up? I was on my other server, and I wanted the arrow leap because I found out that, that helps you run around and get these things quicker when you're doing the lunar thing. So then I was like, well, shit, that's a snail. But the snails are really hard to get. And I just said in chat, I was like, does anybody have a snail for sale? And some guy's like, well, I got a 4-4 I don't want, and he just gave it to me.
Nice.
I really like it. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I want it. Give me. I mean, you couldn't get luckier than that. And he didn't know I was a girl. Like, I got really lucky. Like, it wasn't a like, that happened because you're a chick. No, it was like, this dude just happened to be in a really, really giving mood. We don't have to kill these, you know?
Oh no. Just doing it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wasn't sure. Okay. Pyro Dino, level 1. I have like 200 controllers I didn't use from the other server.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with them now? Just throw them out?
You could transfer them over there and like trade them to the guy with the fucking little crab leg box, little spider box dude.
Oh.
Yeah, you have some stuff that he'll trade for him.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe the
But it's not
backpack
worth
that I want. That's like the coolest backpack in the game.
Yeah, I love this backpack.
I guess my character's gonna have to sleep with your character so she can steal your backpack while you're sleeping.
Well, that's not happening.
How do you know?
Cause I ain't taking this off. This and the panda one, best backpacks in the game.
But you'll be sleeping.
You don't think I'm gonna feel a backpack sliding off my back?
Yeah, but that's why I said my character's to sleep with you, because then you'd be naked.
Fair point.
My character's gonna have to be a femme fatale or some shit. I don't know. Shot that thing. I tried to hit it, it would have died. Did we miss one? What is that? Oh. That's one of these things. Then do we miss some of those? Isn't there like 3 or 4 of them in a dungeon?
There's 3.
Did we get them all? Oh, okay. Let's see. I didn't see. What'd you say?
I said, oh my god, I keep missing.
That's okay, you're white.
Yeah, my aim's not very good.
I know! Just look at any toilet after a dude uses it.
Okay.
Didn't have a joke for that, okay? Didn't have a joke for it. Leave me alone. Sometimes they fizzle. Dude. Dude. I was like, what is that noise? It's your guy over there just doing his thing. I think I got everything. Ah,
What's up?
I tried to leave, and then it accidentally canceled it out. I think our DPS is probably around even. Because you definitely were like ahead of me too. Like I think we're probably even.
Yeah, maybe. I'll give you that.
Well, because you were ahead of me, like one-shotting stuff. So some of that stuff, and you know, it's like it's level 20, so some of that stuff like just got one-shotted.
Yeah.
That they skews the DPS meters sometimes too. When it's too easy to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, let me look at my medics. Probably could. Wait, what? Let's see.
There's one where you swap weapons, you get a 25% damage increase.
Right, I do that when I take that and then like bounty hunters like or whatever, so that I swap between the bullseye. This is a really good. This server has all the right things for the bullseye. It's got the mark strike. Some of these servers like they don't have the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been switching weapons, so I'll do that one last.
What's really good because like when you swap weapons like to bingo, it weak spots them with the first hit, and then you swap back.
No, I know, but I don't have a bingo, so that's why I was saying I'll pick that one.
Weren't you gonna make a sniper?
You know what? I might as well because it looks like there's something else for me to choose. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to choose the swap weapons. Yeah, I should go do that now. Go make a sniper. It was so funny because I've got my why do I have a fish on my back? What the fuck? Do you see that? Did you do that?
I do. Yeah, I did.
What is that?
It's a fish.
Yeah, but how did you do that?
Well, I obviously didn't do it, but
Why?
Let me see if I see it on my-
Why is there a fish on my
Where you
back?
at? Come over here.
You can see it on my stream.
Yeah, I see it on your stream.
What the hell?
I can see. Is it?
Is it supposed to be
Where's the
my?
pike?
Is it
Press
supposed?
I.
Is it supposed to be my melee
Is
weapon?
it your? I
What
think
the
so.
hell?
Press I.
Oh, because I didn't have a melee weapon and somebody dropped a pike? Oh, that's hysterical, but why is it wobbly?
What's a fish? What do you mean? Why is that wobbly?
But isn't it supposed to be frozen?
Well, there's pike and there's frozen pike.
This is the first time I've ever seen this thing. So I didn't have a melee weapon equipped, and so somebody must have dropped it and you automatically equipped it. That's hysterical. That's disturbing.
Well, it's your fish now.
It's fun. I've had the frozen pike before. I've never had the live one. I didn't realize it was alive. It's really funny. I knew it was in my melee spot. I was like, it's in my melee spot. What the hell's going on? Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. I've never seen that. Oh. I'm forgetting to make the sniper. I'm gonna ruin it.
Hey, you should make the sniper.
No. It's not gonna be as good as yours because I believe I took the. Yeah, it's a
Start
lot.
off of it.
Yeah, I took the stars off of it. So it'll be good enough. I'm just gonna mark things with it.
Well, hang on. Do you use the other gold sniper that you have? It's a 3-star. You could swap those out.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply bullseye. So what's the
No,
point?
I'm saying you can swap the stars over. You know what I'm saying?
I can make a 6-star of this because I'll swap the stars from this. I'll just swap it when what I'll do is I'll make a primal at tier 5, and then I'll swap the stars, and then I'll make a sniper at tier 6 or whatever, tier 5 or 6 or whatever it is. I have enough to do that with all the stuff. And then I probably have stuff to like upgrade stuff too.
No,
Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste it on tier 3 weapon.
You got 7 more hours. There's
Yep.
no way I'm gonna be awake for it.
No! You're gonna miss all the good spots.
Yeah, I know.
How do we keep you awake? I've always had to think for gothic guys too, man. Like, certain types of gothic dudes, like, I've never dated a gothic dude, but I've always had a thing for him.
Oh, I made a hot tub. Kind of a hot tub.
Is that supposed to be like you seducing me? You made us a hot tub?
No.
What does that have to do with hot goth guys?
I don't know.
I said hot goth
Bring it.
guys, and then you were like, I made a hot tub.
My brain just did its own thing, you know?
Yeah, it did. That was funny. Hot, cause like it's we keep hot goth guys in tubs. I've always had a thing for like, you know how like they like in The Crow and stuff, like the bad guy has like the long black hair and stuff. The only problem is you only ever see that in the movies or if they're like metalheads. In real life, they're actually trans women or something like that. You know, like guys don't actually wear their hair like that. And like metalheads, it's not the same as a goth. You know, they have a different type of personality. I don't hate metalheads; they're just not the same. Isn't that weird how like people's personalities like do coincide with like their style?
Yeah.
It's so like if you see somebody who's like a metalhead, you can guess quite accurately as to some aspects of their personality. Like you can't guess how intelligent they are because that is not relying on it, but you can guess certain aspects. I don't know, it's just interesting.
I wish there was a yoga emote, because I made like a little yoga mat place over there in the corner of my fucking upstairs.
You wish there was a yoga emote?
Yeah.
Like if you like got down and did some yoga, like downward dog, something.
Something like that, yeah.
Isn't that the one where you stick your ass in the air? I don't know.
I have no idea. I don't do yoga.
Either. Client of mine did like she did hot yoga and she was like where they like go in this room and like they turn up the heat and then they do yoga and I'm like, are you crazy?
That sounds terrible. Oh my
Right?
God.
I was like, why would you want to do that? I would pass out. I'm a cold person. Like my body runs hot and I have a hard time cooling my body off. And so like in the summer, like I get dizzy if it's too hot out.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, but in the cold, I literally like there was one time I was training. It was like freezing out, and all my clients are in parkas. You know, like they're literally wrapped up. They're all freezing, and I'm literally in just a sweatshirt and some yoga pants. And they're like, "How are you not cold?" And I'm like, "How are you freezing?" I would just run really hot, you know, and it's just running around, and I'm like, I'm not even cold. I definitely was like born to be in like the Antarctic or something. Maybe not that cold. But
not that cold.
Maybe not that cold, but definitely not the equator. I would hate it. Oh my god, no. Be that hot all the time.
I don't know how people live in Arizona, to be honest. Like when they tell me like they get fucking temperatures of like 112, I'm like, no. Why would you want that in your life?
Yeah, I'd pass out.
Yeah.
When I moved down south, like it was so humiliating because like people would think I was out of shape because in the summer it's really hot out, and they were all walking around like my ex-boyfriend, like he's just walking in the heat and he's not even breaking a sweat, and I'm like, I'm getting dizzy, like we had to sit down, dude, like I can't take the sun, you know, like it was such a bad reaction, you know, like I just couldn't. I was gonna pass out. I could not cool my body off, even though I was drinking water and it was like ice cold, and I couldn't cool. I was so dizzy. I'm very, very heat intolerant. I can tolerate 70 degrees. 112? No way. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's
I agree.
partially why I think I'm a vampire, because I hide in the sun. You know, like no, I don't want the sun. Yeah, and in the summer here, even though it only gets into like the 80s, what I have to do is when we go to the park and stuff, I have to either take clients at 9 o'clock in the morning because it's too hot in the afternoon for me. So it's like 8 or 9 in the morning to get in the park before it gets hot, or after 5. I cannot train in the summer between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. It's too hot.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're like, and my clients will be like, there was like that's one lady. We're at the beach, and she's just walking down the beach, no problem. She's got nothing going on, you know. Like, and I'm like, I'm gonna pass out. And it's embarrassing because I feel like I'm out of shape when that happens, but it's literally just, it's the heat. I can't cool my body off fast enough. And it's not like I'm wearing like a lot of clothes, and it's like, well, just don't wear all those layers. It's literally just like, I'm not cool my body off fast enough for some reason. Body wasn't built for cold. I mean, for the heat. You know what really sucks right now? I have a foam mattress, and I've been waking up in the middle of the night constantly as it's getting warmer because the mattress is holding onto the heat. And I bought, so it started happening since I bought this feather down blanket. It's like a duvet, and it's all feathers. And I've never had a blanket that's so warm as feathers. 'Cause I used to buy the cheap ones that had the regular stuffing in it. The blanket is so warm that it now heats up the foam underneath me. And I can't stay asleep because my body temperature gets too hot. So I've been waking up like crazy. So now I'm going to have to get like one of those things that you put on your bed that keep the temperature stable underneath you. Because I can't sleep well. Because the foam gets too hot. Whereas before I was freezing because the blanket that I had wasn't warm enough. And I'm like, oh, fuck. First the blanket's too cold, now the blanket's too hot. Can't win. I don't know how people sleep in extreme heat in the summer. I cannot fall asleep if it's too hot out.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'll be up all night. I don't know how people do it. How the hell?
Every time I would literally have a fan going and crack my window.
See, that depends. Like right now, I have the heat off in my room. Like I just close the vents, and my room gets really cold, so I don't have to like crack the window or anything because the room itself is cold in the winter. And then that's why I have like one of those blankets because I prefer to have a cold room and then have nice warm blankets because then if you get too hot, you can just take the blankets off.
Yeah.
And in the summer, the AC is on like 60-something degrees, or you know, it's a cold. Same thing. I keep the room very cold. But I wouldn't do that if I was just playing a video game because I would be freezing. But I can't sleep unless the room is cold. If the room's too hot, I can't sleep. Can't even get to sleep. I'll toss and turn. So that's why like I don't understand. Like I don't know. Oh, you know I need to make some. I don't understand how people fall asleep like in Florida or something without an AC. Like what? No. Probably only
So
need
how does your little farm work? You can't even get up in the fucking spaces.
the mushrooms do it. That's what the mushrooms are for. The mushrooms plant it and the mushrooms pick it. And so then it's supposed to have at the very top, which I can't make yet because we're locked out, it'll have one sprinkler, and the sprinkler will go all the way down to the bottom. You can't make it any taller. That's the tallest that it goes. And there's a reason why it's half instead of like one full thing. Like it's, you use the small pillars because technically that's like 3 floors or something like that. But if you use half, you can get 6. So it's like 6 stories high is the highest. And then it will water all those. Now you don't get sun in the bottom layers, but it doesn't matter because watering them at the right whatever water they need gives you 70%, so they only grow 15% slower, but you only need to use 2 watts of power. So it's a trade-off. So it grows 15% slower, but you can get almost 200 plots for 2 watts of power, which makes it very efficient overall. Whereas, like, you'll see most people will have, like, the plots of land and they have these giant building and they have, like, 17 sprinklers. But then you can't use your electricity for other stuff. So that's why, see, people are just very inefficient. That's why a lot of these people are, like, having 17 alts, because they're really inefficient. Instead of doing something like this, where they could do everything on one character, they'll have one character that has all the plots laid out flat. It's like, that's so dumb. Because they don't have enough electricity. And I'm like, you just do it this way. I don't know. So then I usually have 2 mushrooms. I'll have, like, if I could get 5 mushrooms, I will. 2 mushrooms, we'll pick it and plant it just fine. And then the rain men are, what they do is if, like, if one of the plots accidentally gets over watered or something, they'll go and fix it. And so they fix the water. So they'll either water, something that's not getting the water, or they will take the water out. Because if you overwater, it stops growing. Are you making my building pretty?
Well, I don't want to fall off the steps.
No, that's fine. It looked different to me, and I was like, did I do that? Yeah, and I usually make the top of their glass. And then I think some sunlight comes through on the side of the plants that are on the bottom. I think some, but not much. But yeah, you can't access it. You need the mushrooms to do it. That's what the mushrooms are for. They're my little farming slaves.
Excuse you?
You heard me. Farming slaves.
Let's see.
So if you like gothic stuff, are you gothic or are you like what's your style?
I dress like a country guy. Like, I wear a lot of flannel and shit. But
So you're sort of like me,
it's
like
comfortable.
you're sort of like me, like people wouldn't know what I'm into by looking at me.
Right. Yeah. I like clothes.
You like what?
Like comfortable clothes.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't worn like heels or something in a long time for the same reason.
Yeah.
Because I've got somewhere to go. I used to wear them all the time, but since I gained weight, like it's just not. They weren't comfortable to begin with, and it's even worse, you know. So I just stopped wearing them. I wouldn't say that I dress like badly though. Like, I mean, I was wearing a dress the other day, but I was wearing sneakers with it. So I was wearing like a casual dress.
Yeah.
It's just way more comfortable than trying to wear like heels with it. And I still looked good. It's just then my feet don't hurt, you know? And again, like I think heels are more for dudes than they are for women. You know, like if I have to dress up for like a wedding or something, I'll definitely wear heels, but yeah, like I just once I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm not interested in dating, like I just was like, I'm gonna just dress comfortable. That I'm dress however I want.
Makes sense.
I am trying to figure out because I do want to kind of like I want to do for like social media. I do want to have like a little bit of a gothic edge to like separate myself, but I don't want to like go overboard. I want it to be like just the right touch so that it doesn't scare people away from contacting me. I'm trying to figure that out. Kind of give myself a little different of a style because now that I own my own business, I kind of do what I want, sorta, right? Like I still can't like piss people off or push them away, but
Right.
I've got no boss telling me, you know, well, you can't wear that.
Yeah, you are the boss.
Right. So I'm trying to like reinvent my style so that it can be more me. Which is something that oh shit, fucking primal, and I just mine some steel and all those troops are chasing.
Stop taking her still.
Right? Isn't it funny, like, we came out here, was like, let's go here, and the whole beach is full. You know that?
I have not.
Yeah, the whole beach is full. There's 5 or 6 people here. Oh, before, like, I thought you came back. Because our neighbor's next to us, I guess he has a girlfriend or something, or a wife, and, she was talking in game, and I didn't hear her talk, but then he's like, what, you're talking in game, I can hear you, what's your problem? And I thought he was talking to me. I was like, am I talking in game? It's funny. I thought it was you talking to me, and I was like, oh, wait, what? Because I thought you had gotten back in Discord. I didn't realize I was hearing somebody in game. Took me a couple seconds to be like, oh, that guy's not even talking.
The fuck do you mean target building doesn't exist, game?
Oh, you have to exit out of the building and then go back in.
So dumb.
It does that when you're trying to change. It specifically does that when you're trying to change what the building looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Specifically, like the glass for some reason. That one is the one that, like, I noticed a lot of issues with. It took me a while to figure that out. It used to piss me off when I was like trying to change my thing. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, just purring. You know what? Every time I click on one of those, it always gives me a 4-4. Like, there's no way to get a 5-5 in those? You know, like when they give you the packages and it's like, choose a deviant, and then you choose the cat, and it always gives you a 4-4. It never gives you anything else.
Well, so those packages, they come set with 4-4 and GP2. Every one of them.
Let's see. I thought it was random.
Yeah, no.
So I guess there's no way to get a 5-5 cat.
Unless you farm them.
I've never seen one in the wilds. Like, do they?
They are at like settlements like Greywater and Deadsville, stuff like that.
Right, where the cats spawn? I've never seen one. I've only ever seen the orange and the blue. No. Black and the orange.
Yeah, they're. I think they made those more rare because like they're more sought out now than the other ones. Just because their ability.
Oh.
Yeah. What are your mining platforms used for?
So I was using the Stardust one
Mhm.
on my other server, and I was using it was just to mine Stardust because I was living at Blackfell and I didn't feel like traveling through the world to mine that
Right.
stuff. So it's just that's what I was using it for. I don't think I would build more than one or two of them if I was farming something like tungsten. I'd probably build one and just farm tungsten so that I didn't have to farm it to make bullets since I'm using a primal and it just eats through them like crazy. But other than that, I probably wouldn't go crazy with those. Mostly for the furnace ore. That's why I'd like to get spots like next to each other in Blackfell so we could get all that stuff.
Mhm.
That cake is distracting. My kitty got away. What the fuck does that mean? What the hell are you smoking in chat?
It's global.
Um,
So,
at least they're nice in this game.
yeah.
Like some games, like Global is like, what? Like they'll literally, like it's full of trolls, you know? Like Warcraft is full of trolls.
Right.
They'll say something like, I hope all the Democrats die now that Trump's in office, something stupid, and then all of a sudden you see all the Democrats being like, "What's wrong with you?" Like they do it on purpose, like trigger people. There was one troll in here, and what he was doing was he was going around. So people were building at the Prime Wars. They were building those towers, and he would go around and break the towers. So you get done building a tower, and he'd break it. And people were getting pissed because they were like, why are you doing that, man? And he was like, why are you building it? Don't build it. Like, because we're trying to, some people don't have the GAT guns that are, extra powered. We're trying to help people out. And he'd be like, yeah, well, I'm not going to allow it. And he'd literally go around every server and, like, knock them down. Just to troll people.
I dealt with one of those before in a server.
What, troll?
Yeah. Where you would like tear down the giant staircases.
You did that? Or...
No, I dealt with somebody.
Oh, dealt with. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just trying to piss people off. It was kind of annoying because I was one of the people building it. I was like, dude, can you stop? And he was like, oh, what's the matter? Are you pissed off? And I'm like, oh, man.
I think I got everything.
Yeah, looks like it.
No. What? I did all those.
Did all what? No, they're good. You're seeing it wrong. Everything's good. I don't see any spots that you haven't gotten. Sometimes there's a glitch. I'm gonna have to, like, break some of this stuff down to move, though.
That's fine. I don't care.
I hope that by breaking it down to small, like 4x4 or something like that, it doesn't stop me from putting it down. Because usually what people do is they break everything and they just put the thing down, and that's a lot faster. I'm wondering if I should do that, but then I have to get somebody to rebuild all the stuff, and I'm like, is it worth it? It might be.
It says target building does not exist.
What'd you say? You went all out with your base, man. It's like a full-on, like, mansion.
What? No, it's not. I actually don't like the look of it.
Well, you're gonna rebuild it, so. You'll have more time to fix it, like, once you find your permanent spot.
I wish I could bring my other, like, blueprints from other characters over. That'd be great.
You could have if you were on the same server. There's a way for you to go to their house and save their blueprint.
Yeah.
Let me see, can I do it to your base? Go to here, and then I go to add blueprint, save single building. Yeah, if I click on your house, I can save your blueprint. Now, I don't know. No, I don't know if that's
like in a character with like a server with my other characters though.
No, I know. I'm saying that's how you do it. That's the only way you can do it. But
Yeah.
you could bring them here and do it. You could bring them here as like a level 1, put the hologram down, and build, because you could put it in Hive and just build the hologram on your territory with the other character, and then it would save it to your new character too. You could do that as well.
I'm not too fussed about it.
Okay.
There's just one build that I did like
Oh,
though.
Okay, mister.
What?
Don't complain about it!
What?
Like, I went through that whole explanation, and you're like, yeah, I don't fucking care. Damn.
I'll just rebuild it, it's fine. If I could bring Eternal Land builds over, that'd be great.
Turtle Man.
No, Eternal Land.
Oh, yeah, you can't. That's stupid. Pretty stupid. I have this deer that I found, you know, and I'd like to put it down, but, can't
How did
feed
you
it.
capture a deer already?
Spectral soup. Spectral soup.
Uh-huh. It allows you to capture animals?
Certain ones. Like, you can't use it on bears. You can't use it, I don't think, crocodiles. Like the larger ones, but yeah, anything smaller. If you stun them, you can pick them right up
Well, how'd you stun them?
with special mushroom soup. Do you not know how that works?
Oh.
It's like a flashbang, so like every like second it'll go, and then if you Yeah, and if anything, like even enemies, like if they're in the light, they'll get stunned.
I don't
So
even see spectral suit.
you won't unless you get it. You have to collect it from the environment. I've already collected it, but I brought it over. Like I transferred it because I saw the deer and I was like, I want it because it's pretty. So I had a bunch of them made already, but it's like in one of the towns.
Mm.
If you haven't collected it, you won't have it. But also, you can only make it on the advanced, so you wouldn't see it anyway. Pretty sure. Let me check. Pretty sure you can only see it on the advanced. Where the hell should... So it's one of those. But you need to have deviated mushrooms anyway to use it. Let me see if it's here already. Safety sandwich. Oh no, you can make it here. Spectral can. So yeah, you don't have the recipe. You need to have deviated moral, and oh, it's deviated moral. It used to be deviated mushroom. They changed it. Okay. Well, purified water, aluminum, deviated moral, and mushroom, and stuns nearby monsters for 3 seconds every 5 seconds. No
How long does it
effect.
last for?
I just said. Stuns nearby monsters for 3 seconds.
No, how long does the buff last for?
I think this is 900 seconds. It says 900. Was that seconds?
Maybe?
Couple minutes. Like you can have it, like if you do a, if you run through like a silo, it'll pretty much last the whole silo.
Interesting.
Hey Siri, what is 900 divided by 60?
The answer is 15.
Oh, so that's 15 minutes. Maybe it is last 15. Thank you. 15 minutes? Then, I guess that must be 900 seconds. Yeah, that kind of sounds about right. It does last a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but a lot of people, they just use the weaver and they just run through the silos and like do that.
That's what I usually use.
Yeah, but it's good because you know, if you're trying to like if you're getting overwhelmed and things are like, you know, so like when I was using my sniper, I would use that so that something came up behind me, it couldn't kill me. It's really nice to have that. But then I discovered you could knock rabbits out with it. And then that's, yeah, so then I just went around and started. Because it's easy, because before they had the thing where you can knock the rabbits out with the tranquilizer arrows, you would kill them constantly. So I would use this because you'd kill low-level deer and all this other stuff. So this doesn't kill them, it doesn't hurt them, and it just knocks them out. It's a lot easier to just pick them up. The only problem is, if you don't pick them up within the 3 seconds, or the 5 seconds, it like recharges and then wakes them up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's not hard to like, just... Yeah, it's pretty useful. And it's cheap. Well, I mean, unless you have another use for moral, but...
I usually don't grow it.
I grow it for like a few... I get a few spectrocan mushrooms. I have them like on hand in case I need them. And that's like if I'm like hunting animals. It depends. Like right now, so goats are really good, right? Like it'll knock goats out. But now that you can do the tranquilizer arrow, well, okay, but goats I think you still have to shoot. So I don't know. The tranquilizer arrows made the spectral soup kind of like something that you don't really need to have, because I mostly was using it so that I didn't kill whatever I was going after.
Yeah.
But even still, like with the goats, like if it's like a level 5, you'll still wind up killing it unless you like make a level 1 bow, and so then I didn't have to carry around like all this extra equipment. I still wonder what happens to those other animals. I'm going to Eternal Land and see if I have them.
Pick that up first.
What?
I must have picked that up first.
Pick what up?
Uh,
Oh, thanks. I'm gonna go to Eternal Land and see if I can see what these goats look like. I'm gonna be upset if we lost them. I don't think I did. I think it's just not showing me what they look like, but we'll see. Oh, that's where all my space twisters went. My temporary backpack. Well, oh, my stuff must be full. I still some of this stuff. What did I do with this? Maybe I lost him. I wonder why it's being stupid and it's not telling me what they look like. Because usually it shows like a preview. Oh wait, so yes, this one says rare pattern and it's not showing what it is. Okay, so I should be looking at it. So maybe I did lose him. So if you don't pick them up and put them in a box, they don't get transferred over.
maybe.
That's really stupid. I just assumed that everything would transfer over. Unless it's in here. This is space time backpack. It's selling all this stuff. Easy to get rid of. So much of this like unprocessed oil, crude oil. It's like, from, like right from my what are they called?
Pumps.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of acid too, but it's just not worth it. Like it's just not transferred over.
Yeah, and acid's like really easy to get on the server. Like,
Yes.
imagine if we were eating deviated chops and going to fucking beach parties.
Wait, what'd you say?
Imagine eating deviated chops and then going to beach parties.
Oh, right. I didn't think of that. This war I usually keep like a stack of like electronic parts or something like that, just in case I'm missing like one or two. And I want to like transfer it over, but other than that, I don't really keep this stuff. Fills up your little backpack thing, and then I don't know what happens. Like, I guess if it's full, maybe like the stuff doesn't transfer over. I don't know. I have so much more. I think because wait, where did I get all this one? Oh, because I had to move my base and those mining platforms, I think, were just going crazy. And instead of getting Stardust, or they were getting whatever in the area. I didn't realize there were still people on that server, and so like my base like disappeared because I hadn't been on in like 7 days because the server had ended. When I came back, somebody was in my spot, and I was like, "What? What are you guys still doing here? Why are you still here?" There was like 2 or 3 people in the spot. I don't know if that was like one guy in his alts, but still like. And the funny thing is, I guess because the server was like kind of glitching because it's over, it overlapped my base on his base. So literally, like, my base was on top of his stuff. Which I thought was interesting. Yeah. I was gonna, like, leave it there and see if he said anything, but Like literally, my base was inside his base, and because it's mostly just crop plots, it didn't affect me because my base was up high. But like he couldn't get in his base because it was filled with my crop plots.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Reported.
What?
I said reported.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, what the guy would say about that. Like, if he came on, and you know, because technically I was there first. Yeah, one of the servers that I was on, one of the people was like, he had like 25 ults, and he took over an entire beach. And some of the people on the server were so pissed. It was like this big sink. They were like going over there and reporting him and all this other stuff. And apparently, though, like he had asked the devs, you know, like, is this okay? And they were like, yeah, as long as you're not blocking an area that they need. But it was just random space on the beach. It wasn't even like a good spot. It was just a random spot on the beach. And I was like, why are these people so triggered then? They were mad because the base was so big. I don't understand some people. Like the things that people let piss them off. You know, like I can't even imagine being one of those people. Like going through life and being like really pissed off because somebody did that in a video game. Why? That is like energy you've expended for no reason. Now you've just spent all that time in a negative emotional state instead of laughing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It blows my mind. Like, I would much rather ignore that. I mean, like, it'd be one thing if he built it in an area where it was like, I need to be there, or you can't access a dungeon or something. Nope, it was literally not bothering anyone.
Do either of us have large refinery?
No, we don't.
Damn.
I'm sure somebody has it, and
Yeah, I'm sure somebody plays it for us.
yeah.
Dude, this person has like 15 medic spec, memory specs.
15 memory
insane.
specs. What do you mean?
Yeah, in his vending machine.
What is?
Like where you can like replace your.
Oh, like he's been farming.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get them from normal silos.
I didn't either. Maybe he transferred them over to sell. Maybe the dude. Oh, you can't. Yeah. Right. I don't know, man. I don't know where he's getting them. I guess they are available. I don't know. Some people kind of have. Some people are just really good at like farming shit.
better they get really fucking lucky.
He's clearly not lucky. He's clearly farming. Like, if he's got 15 of them, he knows what he's doing. Whenever somebody has that much stuff, that's not luck. That is somebody who's doing something we don't know about. I've never played a game where, like, there weren't, like, secret little ways to gather shit that players keep secret for whatever reason. It never ceases to amaze me. Like, sometimes when I play video games, like, there's some people, like, they think that they're doing a good thing by giving away, like, secrets. And, like, there was one guy that I was playing with in the beginning, and he was giving away, like, all the ways to, like, because the game was new, and he's telling everybody, like, well, this is what you do, and this is how you do it, and that and the other. And I was like, why don't you just shut your mouth? Because, like, now we're gonna have a hard time selling shit, because you just taught the whole server how to do it the efficient way, which is, like, he was copying from me. And it's like, now you just taken, like, all the advantage that I have away from me, because he literally was doing tours in my base. He was like, this is how she's done it. I'm like, why are you even in my base? Get out. And he's, like, showing the whole server, so they copied me. And then, so then I had to find something else to sell, because he was showing them how to, like, do the farming, and I couldn't sell the mutated stuff anymore because everybody was doing it. So then he started bitching, and he was like, I don't understand, like, I can't make any EL and blah blah blah. And I'm like, because you're a fucking stupid piece of shit, and literally gave away every secret that I had. So then I'm, like, making money on something else, and I don't remember what it was. And he was like, how you doing that? And I was like, fuck off, dude. Let me just tell you so you can tell the whole fucking server and take them through a whole nother tour of my fucking base, so that, you know, get out of here, stupid. He was mad at me. He was like, why are you being such a bitch? Like, why are you, like, get out of here, man. You're just an idiot. You're stupid. You're irritating me. Why am I doing that? Because I don't want to have to compete, that's why. It's like sometimes when I go to clients' houses, they want me to teach them things, and they ask me questions like, well, how do you do that? Well, how do you do that? And how do you do this? And I don't understand. And I have to be like, well, you gotta hire me to do that. And they get annoyed. Like, what do you think? I'm gonna sit here and give away all the secrets? And, like, they get annoyed because they're like, but it's just information, you know? And I'm like, yeah, that's what you're paying me for, though. My information. They get annoyed. Blows my mind. I'm like, what do you think? I'm gonna sit here and give that away for free? Then what do I have to sell you? It's almost like They can't comprehend the idea that the knowledge is what I'm selling. They think I'm selling the act of physically training the dog.
Right.
You know, so like in their mind, they're like, yeah, but you didn't do any work. You just told me how to do it. The work was done 20 years ago when I went to college and I studied, and now you're paying me for it. I don't know. It's just interesting how people think.
Yeah.
Which is why they're bad at making money, because any skill that they have, they're giving away for free to people because they feel bad charging for it because it's not physical. It's not something they can hold in their hand. But that blows my mind because I'm like, but teachers exist and we pay them for their knowledge. But I guess they don't see it that way. They see it as like the teacher's not getting paid for the knowledge in her brain. She's getting paid for standing in front of the class and putting the knowledge on the board. And I'm like, what? If that were true, then you wouldn't have to have the knowledge. You could just copy a textbook. Why would a teacher need to have a degree? Why would they have to actually have the knowledge?
Yeah.
It's really interesting how people think. I was reading through. I don't know if you know like what Nextdoor is, and I joined it because I was gonna like advertise on there. And one of my neighbors, I now kind of am gonna stay away from this person. I kind of dislike them, and they constantly bitch on the platform, where they're constantly bitching about how, you know, this business works and that business work and this business work, and they were complaining about their vet, and they were like, what a piece of shit my vet is. You know, I went in there and I couldn't afford to get my dog treated for this. And you would think that they care, but they're heartless, and they tried to charge me for it. And I'm like, yeah, they're gonna charge you for that. She was just pissed because she didn't get it for free. And I'm like sitting there like, why would they work for free?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I felt like texting to her. The problem isn't that your vet won't give it away to you for free. The problem is that you keep buying animals you can't afford. That I didn't. You know, like in her mindset, she's like, well, now my animal's gonna suffer. That is not your vet's fault, bitch. That's your fault because you don't have the money to pay for your vet care. Now my animal's gonna suffer. Yes, that's your vet's fault because they didn't. You're right. They didn't work for free. Yeah, and the thing is like I know they get it because like if they went to school and they did all that stuff, there's no way they would do anything for free. These are selfish people. I'm so glad that the majority of the world is sane. Could you imagine if the world was run by these people? Like these self-entitled people. I would hate that world.
Yeah.
I also really hate people who hate capitalism. Like they'll all like take capitalism down with this, that, the other. I really hate those people because they don't even realize everything they do. They're literally like they would hate being in a world that didn't have capitalism. They're literally buying stuff. They've got like iPhones and everything. I'm like, well, if you don't like capitalism, go live in the woods. Stop buying stuff. If you stop buying stuff, capitalism will crash. If everybody in the world was like, I hate capitalism, I'm not gonna buy anything, every business would go out of business, and there'd be no such thing as capitalism. It would work. At least stop buying stuff. Don't buy the iPhone. And literally, like when you ask some of these people, their reason is because they want the iPhone for free. But the iPhone wouldn't exist without capitalism. Why would we invent it? Why would we invent these things if people weren't going to pay for them? Why would we do that? Why would we have all these pretty colors and these options for people to buy? Why wouldn't we all just make everything black? Or just one color, you know? Why? Why would we do that?
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. It's only there because of capitalism, because you like pink and you like brown, and we gotta sell to people. And if we want you to buy my car or whatever, I gotta make it in the color that you want. That's the only reason why we have options. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, I really, really hate people who like hate capitalism. I went on a couple of dates with a guy who was like that. And all he did is, as soon as I said I was like, I run a business, I just started it. It was capitalism sucks this, capitalism sucks that, capitalism this, and I was like, alright, you know, this isn't gonna work out. I'm just being nice because I don't tell you to F off in the middle of this date, but I was just like, oh, my brain was hurting. Then go live. I don't understand. Go leave. Go. There's plenty of non-capitalist countries. Go live there. Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if they had a point that came out of like reality, but they don't even know what they're saying. You know, like if they were literally living in the middle of the woods, and they were like off grid, and they were like farming their own food, they were busting their ass, and they were doing all that stuff, and they were like, I hate capitalism. I'd be like, I'll listen. Because your ass is literally working your ass off in solitude on a farm that you created with your own bare hands. But you're living in a house with a fancy car, and you've got a job. Like, I can't deal with that. It's just like they're living in a fantasy world. They don't even know what they're talking about. Like, those people who really live off grid, those people are fascinating. Because they literally teach themselves how to farm, teach themselves how to grow animals. Like, they teach themselves all this stuff, and it's fascinating to just listen to them. And they're not the ones who are spouting, like, down with capitalism. They're the ones that are like, I did this for health reasons, or I did this because I feel better because I'm living with nature. Like, they do it for, like, spiritual reasons, you know? It's never somebody who's like, I hate capitalism. You never see those guys living in the woods. Ever. What scares me is like those are the ones who are like trying to like make like you vote, you know? If you're gonna vote, please live in the woods. Please like live what you're preaching. At least do that. Because then you're coming from a place of experience. And you're rooted in reality, because now you're coming from a place where it's like you've done the hard work and you're for sure that that's the life you want to live. You're not coming from a place of ignorance where you're like, this is what I want because you think reality is going to be one way, and you're just making this fantasy up in your head and you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, those people kind of annoy the crap out of me. And I get annoyed by like vegans who, I don't mind vegans, but I hate vegans who push it like religious people push religion. You know? Because like there's two different types of vegans. Like there's a type of vegan who's doing it because they literally don't want to hurt animals, and it's an ethical thing, and we're leaving a society where they don't have to kill animals, and so they don't. And I'm like, I respect that. But then there's the other type of vegan that's coming from the moral high ground, where they're like, I have the moral high ground because I don't eat animals. And then they're the ones that are like, I'm better than you, but also they'll like preach to you, they're like, humans weren't meant to eat meat and all this other crap. Meanwhile, the only reason why they're alive is because they're taking supplements because they wouldn't be able to support themselves on their plants. Because you can't get taurine from plants. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So how then are we supposed to not be meat eaters if the only way to get taurine is by eating muscle meat? Like it doesn't yeah, it doesn't make logical sense. So I'm like, I'm okay with someone saying I'm doing this for ethical reasons. That's coming from a logical standpoint. Okay. You don't want to do it and you're not doing it. With somebody who's saying I'm doing it because this is how we're meant to live. Because this is science. Now I'm like, don't fuck with science, bro. You know what I'm talking about. Like I had this class. I was taking this English class, and the English teacher, he was like, "Okay, we're gonna do a thought experiment. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna read 2 papers, and we're gonna have a discussion about it." And one paper was why are we carnivores, and it was like talking about like, well, we got intestines this way, that, and the other, blah blah. And it was talking about all the science that proves that we could eat meat. And then there was another paper that was talking about why we are herbivores. This, that, and the other, blah, blah, this whole thing. And I just sat there. It's like, I'm not participating in this stupid argument. And the teacher, like, called him and he was like, if you don't participate, I'm failing you for the year. Like, this is a mandatory deduction. And I was like, I can't participate. Yeah, I was like, I can't participate. He's like, why? And I'm like, because this whole thing is a mute point. And he's like, no, you need to participate. I was like, fine, I will. Okay, so first of all, you said that in order to argue this, we had to use science. So let's break this argument apart. Neither one of these people are using science. They are omitting science. They are omitting the fact that there's a third category, that we are omnivores, and they are basically twisting science so that they can prove a point that is illogical, irrelevant, and not based on science. Therefore, according to your own rules where you said I had to use science to argue this, I cannot, because the argument is illogical. And he felt so stupid. I was like, and I looked at him and I was like, I'm sorry, that's why I didn't participate, because I would have had to make you look like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like I didn't like say it in those words, but I was like, I didn't want to offend you, so I didn't say anything. But now you look like a fucking moron. And he had to eat his words, and I was like, sorry, I didn't want to be like this like know-it-all, self-centered, whatever, but like, how do you argue it? It's illogical. You can't do that when you're arguing a point. You can't omit science to prove your point, because omission is a lie. That's a lie. And that's what they did. Both of those people lied in their paper to prove. I bet you both of those people thought they were like so smart. You know?
Yeah.
Look at me prove my point. Yeah, I was not a big fan of like having to say that, but when he pissed me off, he was like, I'm gonna fail you. I was like, okay, well, here goes. And he looked so stupid. He was just like, okay, well, the discussion's over. And I must look like such a bitch in front of the class, which is what I didn't want to look like. That's why I kept my mouth shut. You know, like if you can't say something nice, you just keep your mouth shut. And I'm like, well, now I look like a big freaking bitch in front of the whole class.
It's his own fault.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was kind of nasty to me. I tried to be like, I can't. It's a viewpoint. Like I tried to be nice, but like, I also like didn't know how to articulate that without sounding like a snotty know-it-all. You know. That's why I didn't say anything. If I could have said it nicer, I would have. But I just sometimes like. Sometimes I don't understand how to sugarcoat things. It's like a flaw in my character. Because I just don't practice it. I just don't do it. I don't sugarcoat things. So, like, I have a real problem with it. It's like really hard for me to like have conversations with friends and bring up like a difficult topic. Because you know, especially like when you talk to other women, right? Like men are pretty good about like dealing with blunt information because that's how they talk to each other. But women, they like to sugarcoat everything and make it sound nicer and deliver it softly. I'm so bad at that. So I made a lot of my friends like accidentally cry because I've had to bring up points. I'm like, this is not my intention. Because of the way that I say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I make a really shitty woman.
I mean, look, some people are just blunt and some people are not, you know?
Mm.
People get too sensitive for the most dumbest topics.
Well, yeah, today definitely people are way too sensitive.
Like if somebody can't take constructive criticism, you know, that's
Yeah.
a double issue.
Yeah. Taking constructive criticism is the only way that you will ever be truly successful and grow in such a way that you can get to the point where you're the best of the best.
Yeah.
You can't become the best of the best if you don't take constructive criticism. You don't have to agree with it. You know, like you don't have to follow the advice. But if you listen to it, like sometimes it doesn't sink in for like years, you know? Like sometimes somebody tells you something and then like years later you're like, you know what, they were right. But it's still impactful even though you don't learn that lesson for years. Like there was one woman who I wish I listened to her. She used to tell me all the time, don't lift your back with your knees. I was like, whatever. I was like 18. I was like, whatever, what do you know? Don't lift your back with your knees. Whatever. And then I threw my back out and I was like,
Oh shit. Fucking bitch was right.
yeah. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, now I wish. And she warned me. I was just annoyed because here I am 18 years old and she's telling me how to lift a box. You know? Like, don't tell me how to lift a box. Get out of here. And now I'm like, man, I wasn't mean to her, but at the same time, I was definitely annoyed. And don't tell me how to lift a box. Old lady. And now I'm sitting here with a ruptured disc in my back going, man, did I eat those words? Not only did I eat those words, but I took it up the ass at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
At least I wasn't mean to her. Oh, I feel so guilty right now. If I was like such a bitch and I was like, shut up, lady, you're a bitch. Something like that. Oh man, I'd feel so guilty. I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, got it. Thanks. And then there's like some constructive criticism that was just downright wrong. Like if I had followed it, like that's why you got to take it with a grain of salt because sometimes the constructive criticism they mean well, but they're wrong.
Yeah.
You know, like when people give you life advice and they tell you to do something, or like a lot of the business advice that I get is wrong. You know, like if you don't run a business, don't give business advice, but people do it.
Yeah.
Like, what's something? Let me think. What is something that's about the business that was just outright wrong? Let me think. Well, somebody had told me, like, well, if you had more options, people could buy. Like, if you had way more options. But that's because they're ignorant to the fact that there is such a thing as the paradox of choice. If you have too many options, you can't choose. How do I sell this stuff? I can't sell this stuff. I guess I have to dump it in the ground. That sucks. I mean, that makes sense. That doesn't let you sell the game, doesn't let you sell seawater, because then you can just stand there forever. Now I have, like, a ton of seawater I have to discard. It's annoying. Does it let you, like, shift click this stuff or something? Batch to start. Oh. No buffs. Let's see. What are you doing?
Debating about taking a nap so I can wake up in like 5 hours.
Yeah, go do that. I'd rather you take a nap than not be here for us to move. Unless you're gonna be able to stay up.
I don't know if I can, to be honest.
Then go take a nap.
Might.
We've got 5 hours, so what time is that? 4 now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m. That's not a bad time to wake up.
Yeah.
Are you on the East Coast?
Yeah, I live in Kentucky.
Oh. Yeah, so then it would be the same time, 9 a.m. I don't know if I fell asleep if I could get. No. I'm not tired now. I don't have to work until 4, so like I could go to sleep at 9. But then I could get up at 9 and stay up all day. The question is, can I fall asleep? If I can't fall asleep, then I had a couple of people that were saying they were going to buy from me, and then they just don't hear from them. They must not have the money. I kind of figured, though, like, one person, I hate to do this, but I rolled up at our house, and I was like, oh, these people don't have money. It's like, run down.
Yeah.
And then I rolled up into another person's house, and there's a young couple that just got married, and it's like this big house, and I don't know if they just bought the house or they're renting it, but I was like, oh, these people ain't gonna have the money either. They're like 20s and they just got married. They're not gonna have the money. And then I never heard again from them. I said, oh yeah, we'll buy, and then they made me write them out an estimate and all this other stuff, made me jump through hoops. That's the part that pisses me off. Just fucking say you don't have the money. You know?
Yeah.
Like, don't make me write out an estimate. Don't make me do all that work. Just say, okay, we don't have the money right now. People, I guess, are embarrassed.
So I don't see why. That's...
It's very, very common. They just, like, even like adults. Like, I'm not just picking on this like 20-year-old couple. Like, I had this one guy who was like really kind of a pain in the ass because he wanted to hire me for his like daughter's dog and kept like having me like, he kept texting me, yeah, we're gonna hire you next week, send an estimate, or can you change this, or you know, what if we did that? Just wasted a lot of my time like going over options and stuff like that. And I could feel that he was like stalling, and I was like, dude, just don't contact me back if you can't buy.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone. It's not like I get pissed. You don't have the money, you don't have the money. Some people, I guess.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Happens a lot. I would say every 20 people, 19 of them can't afford it. It's quite common that people can't afford it. Like, I think people's have misconceptions on how much a dog trainer actually costs. I think they think, that's a dog trainer. How much could they possibly get because of Petco? Because Petco does $40 an hour sessions. So they think, oh, it'll probably cost me about $60 an hour because it's a professional dog trainer, and then they find out it's in the thousands. And they're like, oh. Yeah, I just don't think that they are expecting it, and then they're like, wait a minute.
It's funny.
I had a couple of clients once tell me, my doctor doesn't even make that much. I was sure your doctor does. But it's just people look down on dog trainers, and they think that we should be cheap. But then it's like, that's a lot of work to train your dog. And it like, I had one lady who was like, my dog doesn't even make that much. Like, you know, like, it's not even like you have formal education. Like, she was just like, really, like, I was just standing there and she was just really being, but she was angry. She's like pissed that I quoted her that much. She was like insulted. And I'm just like, I don't know how to handle this. I'm just gonna sit here, you know, like, and you know,
Yeah.
trying to play the emotional card where it was like, how could you call yourself somebody who cares about animals, blah blah blah, this that, and the other. And I'm just sitting there in my head thinking, what strategy do you do it?
Find somebody cheaper that you know, be able to fix your, not fix, but like help your dog.
Why I told a lady that just recently. So by accident, I called this lady because she had put in there that her dog was aggressive. So I called her and she's like, oh, my dog's not aggressive. And I'm like, oh, she's like, I need my dog housebroken. Like, then why did you put that your dog was aggressive? Like, I'm thinking in my head, like, you just fucking wasted $20 to buy, because I don't do housebreaking because it doesn't pay. I just don't do it because people, they buy a puppy and they want me to housebreak their dog for $40. Like, it's every time I've called for housebreaking, it's exactly what they want. So I don't do it. I don't even call them. And there's dog trainers out there that charge $100 an hour, and they'll do it one session at a time. Let that, you know, college student handle your shit. Like, pay them. First of all, because they don't have real businesses, so they don't have to pay Uncle Sam 30% of what they make. I have to give the government 30% of what I make. So if I charge you $100, now I'm making $70. And then I drive to your house and I have to pay the gas, now I'm making $40, you know? Like, and that's if $100. So you want me to do that for $40? Like, what am I making? $5? Um, yeah. Well, people don't realize how much it costs to actually be in business. But then also, like, there are those college students out there that are doing it really cheap. So I'm like, so I told her, I was like, first I was like, oh, you want housebreaking? So then I said, would you be okay if I did this over the phone? I really don't need to be in person to tell you how to housebreak your dog. And she's like, fine. I'm like, okay. I was like, I normally don't do this. I don't take housebreaking cases. So what I'll do is I'll come out. I'll give you one session because I'll look at your place. I'll look at your setup. I want to see how big your crate is. I'll give you the advice. I'll write you up a paper. I'll give you that. And then you can call me over the next 6 months because it's going to take you about 6 months. That's the other reason why I won't take it. Because if you have a baby, you have to wait till it grows up. It's like you can't housebreak an infant. So I was like, over the course of 6 months, I'll give you X amount of hours to call me and we'll discuss the dog training. She said, that's fine. The day before, she calls and she goes, hey, I just have a couple of questions. And I knew it. I like my son was like, oh. I was like, this lady's either going to cancel or she's going to bitch about the price. And I call her back. She's like, hi, how are you? Listen, I'm going to give you 125. And I'm like, excuse me? And she goes, I'm going to give you 125. I'm like, deposit? And she's like, no, like, I don't think it's worth 500. I'm going to give you 125. And like, that's it. Like, for how, like, it's absolutely ridiculous that you're charging $500 to housebreak my dog. And I'm like, okay, well, ma'am, I'll tell you what. And I told her something you said that I told you. It was like, there are cheaper people out there. You got me off that website. Contact somebody, you know, like there's college students out there and stuff. Contact one of them and they'll do it real cheap if that's what you're looking for. But I cannot do it. And she's like, excuse me? And I'm like, I'm refusing to take your case. But it's just housebreaking the dog. And I'm like, right. But then I have to drive to, you know, all the way out to Nassau. That's a 2-hour drive. And then you're already like complaining about the price. Like, I'm not even sure. Like, in my head, I'm thinking, I'm not even sure you're going to pay me when I get out there. And I've had that happen before where people just, you know, I'll give you 125 and they go, well, I have 75. It's a trick that people do because they want to pay you what they think you're worth.
Yeah.
So already I'm like, this is not worth my time for $125 to drive all the way out there. And so then she turns around and she goes, no, you know what? Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the 500. I'll take the cash out and I'll give it to you. And then she hangs up and then I'm sitting there and I'm like, no, because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to get out there. She's not going to have the cash. And even if she does, is it worth it? Because she's going to be angry at me if she doesn't get the results that she thinks she's going to get, which are unrealistic. Because another trainer told her that the dog could be housebroken in 2 weeks. They wanted $3,000 to housebreak the dog in 2 weeks. I'm like, ma'am, your dog is 8 weeks old. You can't housebreak a dog that young. It has to grow up. Like, you can't housebreak an infant. A child has to be like, what, 2? Like, however old you housebreak, you know, like a child. But, like, everybody knows that. Like, did you raise children? You know? You can't housebreak it until it's old enough to be housebroken.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, this other trainer told me. I'm like, well, go with her then. Well, she's really expensive. I'm like, she's also lying to you. But, you know. So I told her, I was like, and then she goes, well, I respect your decision. It just wasn't worth the headache. For $125. Even if she did give me the 500, I'm just like, you know what? Like, the people who price shop, they're pain in the ass. Like, people who price shop, they expect to be treated like the queen. But they don't realize that the queen would pay like millions of dollars to go out to eat or whatever. Like the queen just spent $10,000 to eat there, and you've paid $2 or $10. Like it's not the same service. But they're like, oh, but I should get treated like that because, you know, like this is what they want. They're annoying. They're not. It's interesting. The person who can't pay is the one who's the most self-entitled.
Yeah.
Rich people are great. Rich people pay their bill right away.
In general.
Yeah, I wonder where the psychology of that is. Where's that come from? You know? They don't have...
They were probably just like spoiled, you know, and think they should be able to get whatever they want, whatever they want. You know?
Maybe. No. Or maybe they're like they're out of touch or something. I don't know.
Not sure. What are you cooking on your stoves?
Oh, so if you cook seaweed
Mm-hmm.
and then you claim it, it gives you, well, this is from last, or maybe they changed it. It used to give you Asterium, and then you can max out your Asterium, but you don't have to worry about crates. Maybe they changed it. Let's see if this trick still works. If you cook seaweed here, where did that? Oh, they must have changed it. It just gives you battle pass experience. It used to give you Asterium, so you could come in here and then like max out your. Oh, maybe it does because I'm maxed. Maybe it does. It just doesn't because I'm maxed. Yeah, but you can do that. Like you should try it on yours and see. Is yours maxed?
Yeah, mine's maxed.
Oh. We'll know in 1 day 5 hours. Yeah, that's like what I would do if I needed to fill this up. Come here and just cook seaweed. But sometimes, like this one, it's stuck in it. See, so you have to break the. It gets stuck, and then you have to break them and remake them.
That's dumb.
Yeah. It's kind of like a dumb thing that they let you do that.
Yeah.
Because then what's the point of like doing the whole game? Because like the whole point of the game, like originally, was that you would go in here and that's what you were collecting with Starcrom. You
You used
know?
to be able to farm grow shrooms and
Right.
mini wonders, but they changed it. It gets locked to eternal now.
Right. I wish I had known that. I would have went there. The grow shrooms are still pretty easy to farm because you can farm them on this like platform that I have here, and I get quite a few of them.
Yeah.
But the mini wonders are the pain in the ass.
Yeah, they take a lot. Getting explosives. The explosive fucking powder.
Yep. Ah, it's the silver. I don't know why. You know what? I think I'm gonna farm this stuff and make some more fertilizer. That's gonna be something we're gonna want. About 9 hours.
Yeah.
I built that whole thing not realizing that I can't even use the farm because I don't have the stupid. What is it? Not a furnace. Water thing. What is that?
Sprinkler.
Yeah, I don't have the sprinkler unlocked.
Yeah. You don't use grow lights. You just like leave it as is.
You what?
You don't use the grow lights at all.
Nope. Yeah, because the grow light, so all that does is, like I said, it adds 15% onto the thing. So, or not even, because I think I think it brings it up to 70% without the lights. Which I think turns out that they grow 15% slower. But like that 15% is like maybe like a couple of hours. Like it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So you really don't need them. And like my goal is to be not using the electricity. So
Just keep your drills like hooked up. Is that what your main like power source goes to?
yeah, well, whatever I'm farming, like it depends. Because like last season, I was able to make source and I have it again now. So that's why I was using the mining platforms. But the season before that, I didn't have that, so I was farming something else. Like acid, maybe? I don't know. So just like, it depends. Like the very first season, I definitely farmed acid because people didn't know how to do that efficiently, so I made a lot of money on acid. Because nobody knew how to get acid because they were new to the game. Now that everybody knows how to do stuff efficiently and they know where to build their bases, you can still sell Star Source Score, or whatever it's called, because people find it a pain in the ass to mine that, and I don't... Well, I don't think a lot of people know how to correctly use the mining platforms.
Yeah.
Because you have to have, in order for it to work really, really well, you need to have the Digbees. And they need to be like, you know, I have 5 Digbees, so I just put them in there. And then the other thing is, people also don't know how to use... I've heard a lot of people be like, I don't like the cat because it ruins the happiness of my, you know, whatever, and then they stop working, and it's like, yeah, because you're supposed to use it with the Rebecca, whatever. And there's like other ways to do it too, but like, there's a reason why the cats they give you is 150 with the mood or whatever, and everything else is 100, because it takes longer for the cat to come back out, or it's its deviation power, whatever it is. It takes longer for the cat to come back out, so while it's sleeping, the Rebecca is increasing the mood to your deviants, and so they never drop to 0. Like, it's perfect, it's done like that on purpose, so people don't realize it, and they bitch about it. I'm like, you're just doing it wrong. So, yeah, I don't think people... I've never seen somebody else... I'm sure there's a small percentage of people, but I've never seen people farming Star Source or whatever it is, because they just go down and they mine it by hand.
That's what I usually do.
Right. People think it's more efficient, but I've gone down there and like in a half hour or whatever, like whatever it takes for that food to come off, I only make about 2,000. But if I have one platform, it makes 2,000 passively, and every day I log on, I get 2,000 a platform. So then I log on, I've got 5 platforms, I have 10,000 a day. That adds up so quick.
Yeah.
I can't even make enough fuel to burn through it, so I was selling it. I was just selling the ore. Another thing is I don't think people know how to use them, because I've seen people, like, in chat be like, I don't understand. I'm not getting any, you know, like, I don't see the option because they're not putting it in corrupted space.
Right.
So they just prop it down. Yeah, I don't think people really know how to use it properly. They're focused on getting oil and getting acid. That's really what they focus on.
You're going to town on those rocks.
Yeah, I want the seaweed so that I could put it into the composters so that I could make fertilizer. Because I'm gonna need to make breeding fertilizers so that I can multiply all the seeds. Otherwise, I won't be able to bring over enough seeds because they're expensive. So I bring over like 5 seeds and then I just multiply them.
Yeah.
It's cheaper that way. And since I've got nothing else to do, because I'm waiting for the season, that's what I'm gonna do. And then it'll all be cooked by the time. You know, I keep getting these rubies and I've never used them.
You unlock furniture with it.
Where?
Press escape. Oh, there's also a for the SMG. Go to shop events. Go to events. Go to vision wheel. Go down to, yeah, that one. Yeah, claim all that shit.
I don't even know this is here. Oh, look, there's all the. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a lot.
Uh-huh.
What is this?
Oh, you have it maxed out. Look at you.
What is that? Wait, how did I max it out?
Decoration.
You didn't
Probably
max
from
it
the
out?
last server. No, you only get 10,000 things per, like, 5 days or something. Rubies.
Oh, were you not on a lunar server before?
I just wasn't playing it much because I didn't have nobody to play with.
Oh.
Yeah, so you already have the skin, so you can buy the furniture.
Oh, that's where you got all this cool shit. Oh.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I was like, where's this cat from? And then I was like, thinking back to our conversation where you were like, I don't spend money, and I'm like, where do you get all this stuff if he doesn't spend money? Man, I might eat my words. I guess I'm eating my thoughts? I didn't say it out loud. Stardust die.
Yeah, that's what you, used to dye your furniture with now.
Hmm. What's formula paint? What's that?
Click on it. So go to view. Then you can like change the color of your furniture.
Oh, and then it's like permanently this color. It's like dye it something else.
Yeah.
Huh.
And the second like tab is like a marble.
This. Ooh. That looks like a Roman. Oh, now this is what you use the flowers for. This was like a Roman symbol, this color.
Above the colors, go to the second tab.
Oh, okay, that's what you're talking
Yeah. But obviously it takes more resources.
I was kind of disappointed. I was hoping the cat would change the platform.
Well, you can change the paint zone.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was tight. Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna lay down for like 4 hours.
Alrighty. Oh, I like it in the wood. Alright, I will see you. Here you go.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Got Discord now because it's gonna be just me in the Discords. What time is it? 4:22. Yes, 4:22 in the morning. Morning. So now I need to figure out. Whoa. Oh, I've seen this already. Oh yeah, I was doing this. Forgot to do it. Get some more of this seaweed. Now I am getting a little tired. I'm afraid though, like if I lie down, let's see. When does this? 5 hours. I gotta work tomorrow. And I've been kind of lazy. I was supposed to go the other day and I didn't because it's raining. But it's supposed to be nice tomorrow and I don't have to go until 4, so. Shouldn't be too bad. Get a good decent amount of. What should I have? Seaweed? Oh yeah, that should be a lot. I should be able to fill up a lot. Put this right into a compost heap. Otherwise, I gotta put it in a box and let it rot. Find out when I get back to my base. Work my way there. That's why I like to put my base here. Because I like to do the farming and then I can have all the fertilizer I need before I have the fertilizer before I actually need it. That's a pain in the butt to get. This game is kind of relaxing though when you play it by yourself. And and you just let the ambient noise, you know? What is it trying to tell me to do? Purify the Nova. Oh. I forgot to do those things. Where did I even put it? Oh, there it is. Gotta make sure that I get up so I can move my base. That's the one thing that's annoying about this, but thankfully it only happens like once. It's the fight for a good base spot. Oh, that's where you got the electric spool from. We're right in. That's nice. These ones? Yep. Alright, so I'll make a bunch of these. And in 5 hours, they should... should give me what I need. Oh, no, I have plenty more. I thought, saw the fruit tea and I was like, run out already? I thought I had a bunch of stacks. I could. So they're not all quite full, but most of them are full. I should be able to make the drill. You probably could make a solar drill already. I don't know. I am gonna have to make some more of these drills though for the next servers. Well, I don't know. Am I like moving to another server? This is well, it depends, I guess. This is a permanent server and I get a really shitty base spot. But I don't know, like, if you can move, because if this is a permanent server, maybe it doesn't allow you to move. Maybe I'm stuck here. And then I would have to buy... one of those things to move. That's gonna suck. It's funny because, like, when I was talking to my friend, I didn't feel tired, and he's like, well, I'm gonna go. I'm like, okay. And then as soon as he logged off, I'm like, oh man, now I'm tired. So, I may log off here a little bit, go to bed, come back in 5 hours. Which would be pretty good, because then I could play the game until I have to go to work. I don't know what time I started streaming. I think I started streaming. Sorry to dip, but it's hard to keep my eyes open. No, go sleep, man. I was just saying that, like, as soon as you left, like, I started feeling tired and I might go to sleep. It's like I didn't notice how tired I was. No, you're alright, man. You're good. It's late. You don't have to apologize for going to bed. It's like, fuck, it's 4 in the morning. No worries, man. Did I say it in such a way that you, like, thought I was, like, upset? I hope not. I was just trying to say, like, I didn't realize how tired I was until after you left, and now I'm just sitting here and I'm like, oh man, I'm actually tired. This guy looks like he's got a whole gazebo and everything. I can't wait. I don't know if you're still here, Shade, but you probably left, but I can't wait to see what you do at your base when you're, like, doing your permanent build. I can do that. I didn't realize I still had that on. I was just thinking, like, Because I used when I started my fasting, I was doing my fasting where it was like I was eating in the mornings, and I fucked it up when I started. The last 2 days I ate at night because I went out to dinner, and then slept through the morning, and now it's like morning. I'm not hungry, and I'm like, but I should eat in the morning. But maybe I'll just go to bed. And then, have I checked my storages yet? Did you leave me a gift? No. Did you, like, redo my storages and, like, organize them for me? Dude, I need you at my house. Like, my real life house. Like, can you just live with me and, like, organize my house for me? You don't know how bad I need that. I don't know. Are you cute and or rich? If you're cute enough, no rent and free sex. If you're not cute, milkshakes? I don't know. I'll cook dinner for you? I'm just kidding, I'm playing. Kinda fucked up. If you're not cute... There's a woman who, she's married to this guy, and no rent sounds like a winner. Yeah. Shit, yeah, like, I would fucking... No rent, dude? If you cleaned my house, no rent. I don't give a shit. If my house was clean and I came home every day, no rent. Fuck it, I'd pay the rent. I struggle with that so bad. Like, it's not something that, like, I'm proud of, but... It is so hard for me to stay organized, and... I just am bad at it. I can do it, but it's not how I want it to be. I just struggle with it. It's just something... It's like when it's like if you were trying to do calculus and you were bad at math. That's me and trying to keep my house organized. So I do better, like, if I was living with somebody that was clean, I would do really, really well because it's easier. But if I was living with somebody, like, I cannot live with somebody who is dirty because then my brain shuts down. Because I want to inflict pain. I'm sure we could compromise. No. See, you misunderstood, though. If you don't like it, then it does nothing for me. So it's like, I used to date a guy who... liked me to, like, slap his face, you know? Like, he just liked it. Like, he just liked to be, you know, slapped in the face. It does nothing for me. Not something that I like to do. But because he liked it, it was fun and exciting. It took me a while to get used to it, though. I was afraid of hurting him. like for real. It's just I just wanted to make them happy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It wasn't like I'm like, oh man, that was fun. I gotta find a dude that let me slap him in the face. Nah, I could live without it. It was just a him thing. Yeah, Hot Wax is fun. I play with that. That's fun. It's for face slapping. I don't think would be too bad. Yeah, it's the point that I was trying to make last night is if it's the reaction that I got that I was into, you know? Because they were they were enjoying themselves. And that's what does it for me. You know? Because then it, like, you know what it does? It makes me feel pretty, and it makes me feel desired, right? It makes me feel, whoa, a dead bear on the... It makes me feel, it just is a good feeling, so, like, I like to do it, you know? Like, if somebody was like, there's a lot of different things that, like, somebody could do that would make me be like, now I'm not enjoying it, or now I'm not enjoying myself, or... We're gonna have so much fertilizer. To make more of these. I do have like hard limits though, like where I'm like, nah, I know you're into it, but I'm not doing it, kind of thing. Like I won't do everything just because somebody's like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of into this. I do have some things where I'm like, I don't care what you're into, it ain't happening. Let me look at my... Oh. I totally forgot. I asked you to get one of those. Please. Thank you. If you had not put this here, I would have forgot to check my boxes. You already know me, man. You know me. That was a good play. That was a good play. Doing that, that's what you needed to do. I would have totally forgot to check those boxes. You DM'd me a question? No, you... No, you bring the carrot. Yeah, I'm gonna log off here in a second. Just let me get rid of my stuff, because if I don't do this tomorrow when we try to move our base and stuff, I am going to forget that I'm heavy, and it's gonna screw me up. So just give me a second to just kind of get some of this stuff out of here. Maybe I need... Should I ask you? Oh, I'm gonna stick it in your stuff. You'll have room for this for sure. Because I don't think your boxes are full. This goes here. There we go. No, I'm not that. Four days. And then you can have the clock. What is this? Let me put this down. Do I have to learn that? Or is it a... Oh, that's cool. I wish they had a gothic set. Like a really cool gothic set. Like make like a gothic castle. Like gargoyles or something. I don't remember what I said, dude. They had one? What? Oh, stained glass. Oh, yeah, I saw that. It wasn't what I'm thinking, though. I'm thinking, like, real... This is stupid. I was thinking, like, real evil stuff. It wasn't quite... These are kind of cool, but... But I never use these because they waste space. I'm like... I want my base to be... This one was kind of cool, but it's not... I don't really like the style. Like, there's only a couple things in it that I like. I didn't... Actually, I lied. Maybe there's nothing I like. Maybe just the floor tiles. That's it. What else? Yeah, I mean, like, it looks cool because it glows, but... So gaudy. This is... I haven't seen this. What the hell is this? So you can, what, do your bathroom? What is it, kids' room? What is this? If I lived in the 70s, this is the kind of house that I would want. Because it's like kind of the 70s colors were like almost 50. Yeah, like 70s. Like the 70s. They did orange and green. That's all they did in the 70s. Orange and green. What did I say about your question? I said, yes, I will be logging off in a little bit. If you want to hang on for a second. And then I forgot to log off. Because then I started doing this. I think this is cute, the cat. But the rest of it is like, meh. This is the one you have. This is too gaudy. I like having the floor patterns for this one. But other than that, or like maybe the lights. Oh yeah, you know what? I was in your base the other day. And shower blueprint, yeah. And I heard the chimes and I was like, what the fuck is that? It was driving me crazy. I don't like this one. This is, I actually like this decor. When I go to the rich people's houses, a lot of them have this decor where it's like white walls and like blue. I wouldn't mind having a room in my house. This is called like nautical, you know, coastal nautical. I would be okay with these colors. Like the feeling of the room feels good in real life. This would bother me. This feels like dingy, old. No, it just feels sad. If I sat in this room too long, I would feel sad. But like if I sat in this room, I would feel happy. This is like boring and old. And then stupid. Alright, guys. Listen, I am going to log off because I'm going to take a nap because I want to come back to be able to move. So I'll be back at like 9 in the morning or something like that. Probably a little bit before. I'm going to go lie down so that I can move in 5 hours. 5 hours? 5 hours. Let me set my alarm. So 5 hours from now. I probably want to get up in 4.5. 4 hours would be 8, so it'd be 8:30. I think would be a good time to get up. Change this. No. Well. Yeah. Alright guys, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. We'll go lie down. And I'll be back. Assuming I wake up. I should. I'm gonna end the stream here and you guys have a good night. Maybe I'll end the stream. Where's my thing? Oh, here it is. Alright, good night.